Chen came into contact with the Lu family from me, and then he showed that he was from the Palace of Hell. After that, the Lu family continued to have crises. He, the Dragon King Palace, took the opportunity to infiltrate the Lu family, saying that he was helping the Lu family tide over the difficulties. Then Yi Chen gave a lot of evidence that the crisis in the Lu family was caused by Lin Ao, and then the Lu family completely confronted the Lin family. Actually, I found that our behaviors are very different. We all help Xiao Fan and Yi Chen uncontrollably. It's just that what happens in each timeline will be different, but in the end it will all end in the same way. Lin Ao will start from scratch after his death. Lu Mengen's eyes gradually became sharper. And Nianian, in the previous timeline, was thrown into the Dragon King's palace by Yi Chen and trained as the killer Yelu. She also received the task of assassinating Lin Ao at different ages. After that, she was sent return to the Lu family and became the secret son of the Lu family. Lu Nian nodded coldly. Thinking of the Palace of Hell, her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Everyone was silent again for a while, digesting the information they each provided. There are some things you guys have that I haven't encountered. I don't know the specific circumstances of Lin Ao's death many times in the future. Currently, the ones I know about are Yi Chen and Lin Feng. Ji Yu Wanqing broke the silence. Those of you who can sit here, I regard you as Lin Ao's people. Can I trust you? This sentence cheered up the girls present. Nianian and I, our goal this time is to kill Yi Chen, and to fight Lin Ao. Lu Mengen was a little embarrassed after speaking. Ji Yu Wanqing knew something about Lu Mengen's thoughts. Based on Lu Mengen's explanation just now, there is a high probability that he wants to renew his relationship with Lin Ao. Ji Yu Wanqing breathed out softly. I understand. As for Lin Ao, if you can find a way to make him accept you, I will agree to it. Her words suddenly shocked everyone, and they all looked at Ji Yu Wanqing in disbelief, especially Lu Mengen. The hostility shown by Ji Yu Wanqing when they first met was very obvious, and now such words came out of her mouth. Ah! Sister Wanqing, Sister Wanqing! Sha Qiange suddenly screamed excitedly and raised her little hands to wave, her eyes gleaming. Tell me, what are you so excited about? Ji Yu Wanqing looked at her curiously. Sha Qiange had only met her tonight. At the Qin family birthday party, she whispered in her ear that it would be more effective if they held Lin Ao's arm together, saying that Lin Ao just wanted to stimulate Xiao Fan, etc. She seemed to have communicated with Lin Ao about more things that Ji Yu Wanqing didn't know. Because Sha Qiange knew Lin Ao's strength, she directly cooperated with Lin Ao to stimulate Xiao Fan. Otherwise, how could he fall into the trap? Sister Wanqing, that I'm already Lin Ao's person, so you also agreed, right? Sha Qiange looked shy and a little embarrassed, and finished speaking in a broken voice. Boom. Of course, it wasn't the bomb attack here, it was the explosion in the inner world of Ji Yu Wanqing and Lu Mengen. Her words silenced everyone including Lu Nian. Lu Nian looked at Ji Yu Wanqing with sympathy and of course her aunt. Ji Yu Wanqing rubbed her temples, controlling the urge to immediately find Lin Ao, and nodded stiffly. Yeah, thank you, Sister Wanqing, how about we call each other sisters? Sha Qiange didn't notice anything unusual about them, maybe she just took the opportunity to say it out loud and made the final decision. After Lu Mengen finished her inner bombardment, she was alone there. Okay, anyway, I don't care what your relationship with Lin Ao is in the future. My requirement is that everyone must stand on Lin Ao's side and work together for the next thing. Ji Yu Wanqing, in her heart, had already cursed Lin Ao thousands of times. She was so proactive before, but you didn't move, and you actually secretly told me. Lin Ao, you wait for me. First of all, our target this time is Yi Chen. Use the power of each family to strike the Hades Palace in an all-round way. As long as Yi Chen dares to enter Zhonghai, he will not be able to leave. Ji Yu Wanqing's tone was fierce, and a majestic aura emanated from her. Okay, I have no problem. I will go back and discuss it with my dad to see if the military can help. Sha Qiange was the first to respond. My Lu family will definitely go all out. Lu Mengen didn't bother with Sha Qiange anymore. She would make Lin Ao pay her back 1,000 times in the future. So are we a team? Should we change our name? Sha Qiange felt that many things would be different after tonight. Since we were all girls working together, we might as well come up with a resounding name. Then what should we call it? Ji Yu Wanqing felt that it was the case after hearing what Sha Qiange said. Let's call the four of us Four-Leaf Clover. It doesn't sound good. What if there's one more? Black Society. It sounds like a girl group, not good. For a while, the girls started a heated discussion. Let's call it Hongyan Building. You are all Uncle Lin Ao's confidants, so let's call it this. Lu Nian suddenly interrupted. They were all stunned. It's not impossible. They just called it this. They were too lazy to think about it. Well, let's call it Hongyan Building. Next, let's talk about the plan to deal with Yi Chen, including some other details. Let's talk about it in depth. Ji Yu Wanqing made the decision directly. They didn't have any objections. Ji Yu Wanqing was implicitly in a higher position among them. Lu Nian looked at Ji Yu Wanqing meaningfully, thinking that Sister Ji Yu was really amazing. She knew that she couldn't stop Uncle Lin Ao, and she couldn't stop others from approaching Uncle Lin Ao. She might as well establish her position as the eldest lady from now on. Tisk tisk tisk, I said that none of you can beat Sister Ji Yu. The most important thing is, Qianj, I guess you have to tell the details of the one with Lin Ao tonight. You should sleep here tonight, let's have a good long talk. Ji Yu Wanqing looked at Sha Qianj meaningfully, and Sha Qianj blushed when she was stared at. Lu Mengan and Lu Nian also pricked up their ears. Chapter 58 Brother Lin, I can rely on you now. Not long after Ji Yu Wanqing and the others left, another row of vehicles arrived at the door of the Lin family manor. He is from the Qin family. After Lin Dong and Li Wanyu came back, they called Qin Yun's father, Qin Haoran. It is said that Qin Yun was deceived by Xiao Fan, rescued by his son, and is now comatose in the Lin family. Qin Haoran immediately picked up his wife Xie Mengting and drove to Lin's house. At this moment, they were staying at the entrance of the Lin family manor, and everyone was staring blankly at the city wall built by Lin Ao. Could it be that the Lin family wants to trick us into getting into the nest together? The door slowly opened, and Uncle Zhang drove over to pick up the Qin family. As soon as they arrived at the main house of the Lin family, Xie Mengting immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Li Wanyu was waiting for their arrival at the door. The couple was taken directly to the medical room. At this moment, Qin Yun was lying on the hospital bed very peacefully, and it seemed that there was nothing serious. The doctor next to him also explained Qin Yun's current situation to Qin Haoran and his wife, and there would be no problem when she wakes up. Xie Mengting walked over and took Qin Yun's hand. She shed tears immediately, seeing that her daughter couldn't stand it anymore, and was secretly given a love potion by that beast Xiao Fan. Qin Haoran's face was gloomy, and his eyes were killing people. Mrs. Lin, could you please tell me where that beast Xiao Fan is? And where is your young master? I can thank him in person for saving my daughter. Qin Haoran's voice was low. He was trying hard to suppress his anger. He now wanted to tear that beast Xiao Fan into pieces. It's all my fault that my father trusts him so much and wants to let his daughter marry him. Master Qin, don't worry. I didn't have time to explain it clearly to you on the phone just now. Xiao Fan is already dead. Qin Haoran was shocked. Is this little beast dead? Xie Mengting also looked confused, and she was still cursing Xiao Fan in her heart just now. Then Li Wanyu slowly explained the whole story to Qin Haoran and his wife. Have a good death this beast Mrs. Lin, I should go and thank Master Lin Ao in person, so that I can thank him properly. Qin Haoran and Xie Mengting never expected that Lin Ao would solve Xiao Fan, and now they are even more grateful to Lin Ao. At the same time, he was secretly glad that his daughter was not persecuted by Xiao Fan, and that Lin Ao was also a gentleman. Such a young talent is a good son-in-law in their eyes. I wonder if their daughter will have a chance. I heard that the Lin family's son has already been engaged to the Ji Yu family. In an instant, the couple had 180 thoughts in their minds, which finally turned into a pity. My child just went to bed. Maybe next time. Miss Qin seems to be unable to move now. How about you guys stay here tonight? It won't be too late to go back when Miss Qin wakes up early tomorrow morning. Qin Haoran and Xie Mengting thought this was good, and they could thank Lin Ao in person tomorrow. Old Lin, Li Wanyu shouted softly, and a figure quickly came to Li Wanyu from the next door ward. She found that it was the Qin family and his wife who were here, and immediately said hello to them. Arrange a guest room for Master Qin and the others. We can go back together when Miss Qin wakes up tomorrow. Li Wanyu made arrangements, and Lao Lin immediately ran out in a flattering manner. I'll go out first. You guys should spend some time with Miss Qin. Then Li Wanyu exited the room. Husband, Xiao Fan is dead, Longmen. Xie Mengting hesitated to speak. Xiao Fan died in the Lin family, and Longmen would probably take revenge. In this case, she wanted to see what Qin Haoran thought if the Qin family would be involved. Well, I know, don't worry. If Longmen dares to go to war with the Lin family, my Qin family will definitely not be an ungrateful villain. Qin Haoran knew what his wife was worried about. He was afraid that like the old man, he would choose to wander between Longmen and his family without helping each other. But Qin Haoran was not that kind of person. Xiao Fan from Longmen dared to do this to her daughter. How could my father tolerate it? If several big families in Zhonghai unite, Zhonghai will become a piece of iron, and their foreign forces will not be able to benefit from it. It's a pity. The eldest son of the Lin family is already engaged. What a pity. Suddenly, Qin Haoran changed the topic very quickly. It seemed that he was really sorry that Lin Ao did not have a relationship with his daughter. This Lin Ao has completely overturned their impressions in their hearts. It turns out that they were confused by some of his performances before, especially how many bad things Xiao Fan said about Lin Ao in front of them before. Now they just listen to them all. It's an advantage. Xie Mengting is the same as Qin Haoran. This precious daughter has never been in love and is indifferent to men, which can be said to have broken their hearts. It cannot be entirely blamed on Mr. Qin, who keeps introducing partners to her. Just take your time and regret it. They don't know how wild their daughter and Lin Ao are playing in Feishan. Completely let yourself go. Hello, old master. Long Aoshan answered the call from the old door owner anxiously. I don't know who reported Xiao Fan's matter. As soon as they returned to the stronghold, they received a call from the old Dragon King. Now Long Aoshan's heart is beating violently, and secret fighting in Longmen is a taboo. I don't know how the old sect leader will deal with him, as if everyone on the other side has been silenced now. Alas. After a long time, a sighing voice came from the phone. Aoshan. Exist. When Long Aoshan heard the shouting from the microphone, he stood at attention and almost saluted. The next words were to pronounce the consequences of Long Aoshan's behavior. I've had people block the news about your involvement. Xiao Fan, well, he must have brought it upon himself. A mere woman still had to resort to such despicable means. I think back then, well, you did a good job this time. Sometimes you should be cruel as a person, you have grown up. Long Aoshan's eyes couldn't help but moisten when he heard that the old sect master actually praised him. It had been so many years since I heard a word of praise from him today. He had always been compared with Xiao Fan before, and he was always outclassed by Xiao Fan, and he had always been unwilling to do so. Now that he finally got his approval, Long Aoshan couldn't help but feel very emotional. Father. He couldn't help shouting this title. Long Aoshan turned out to be the son of the old sect leader. In fact, everyone inside knew it, but Xiao Fan was too dazzling at the time, completely covering up Long Aoshan's existence. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Who is your father? Shout according to the rules of the Dragon Gate when you go out. Okay, Longmen is a place that values strength, and the position of the sect leader belongs to the most capable. I hope you don't blame me. Now the development of Zhonghai City is left to you. I hope you can make some achievements and let Longmen recognize you, otherwise you will still not be able to secure your position. Do not disappoint me. After saying this, the old door owner hung up the phone, looked at the number on the phone, and smiled happily, hoping that his silly son would grow up well in the future. That guy from the Lin family isn't bad. It's a pity that Longmen has lost a promising talent. Xiao Fan has indeed always stood out in Longmen, showing strength that is different from others at a young age. Longmen has always respected strength. Therefore, even if Long Aoshan is his own son, he cannot break this rule. I don't know what will happen after going to Zhonghai. Longmen doesn't plan to have a conflict between Xiao Fan and Zhonghai's family, so let's leave it to Long Aoshan and see how he handles it. Now that Xiao Fan is gone, as a father, he still has to help his children, so he helped Long Aoshan cover up his involvement in killing Xiao Fan. It's easy to let go. It doesn't matter if other people find out in the future. I believe that by then my child will be able to take charge of his own affairs. Although the caller hung up, Long Aoshan still maintained his posture and stood there. Lao Deng, just keep an eye on me. His eyes gradually became extremely firm. Brother Lin, I really depend on you now. Hee hee. He lay comfortably on the sofa and hummed a song. Good luck to you, good luck to you. Chapter 59. Qin Yun with complicated emotions. Ah, sneeze. Lin Ao sneezed in the room. Who is cursing me again? After waking up, Lin Ao heard a voice telling him that he had a special ability that could go back in time 3 times, and the time could not exceed 3 days. I don't know if this is true or not. I guess I was just thinking wildly when I was in a coma. But there is always a feeling in my heart that I am on guard against something. Maybe I am too nervous. He stretched out and lay comfortably on the bed, playing some music. This night made him relax like never before. Xiao Fan was finally solved by him. This was the first time he successfully killed the so-called protagonist. Xiao Fan was probably burned to the core by the fire at this moment. Then next is Yi Chen, the leader of the Palace of Hell, the largest killer organization in the country, ruthless and ruthless, a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows. In the past, he would only appear after 2 years. I don't know if it will change this time. The longer the time, the better. It will allow Lin Ao to develop well. I was afraid that he would show up suddenly. Lin Ao shook his head and thought about it for now. Just let yourself relax tonight. This is a day worth remembering. Early the next morning, Lin Ao walked down with dark circles under his eyes, yawning and scratching his chicken coop-like hair. He shuddered and felt 2 cold eyes focused on him. He raised his eyes and looked towards the dining room. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu were looking at Lin Ao with kind faces. "Son, why don't you go tidy up yourself? There are guests at home." Li Wanyu spoke softly, her tone showing her current kindness, but Lin Ao felt that the temperature of his whole body had dropped several degrees. He looked at the restaurant and found that there were 3 other people. It turned out to be Qin Yun and her parents. He hurried back to tidy up himself. He came back to the restaurant and said hello to Qin Haoran and his wife. When it was Qin Yun's turn, he seemed a little stuck. I don't know if Qin Yun still remembers last night's memory, which makes her feel a little embarrassed. "Well, Miss Qin, are you feeling well?" He could only bite the bullet and say that. "Well, last night, thank you." Qin Yun drank her porridge with her head down, showing no expression, and said thank you softly. Qin Haoran and his wife were very enthusiastic towards Lin Ao. "Master Lin Ao, thank you very much for saving my little girl last night. I am here to toast you with tea instead of wine." "Me too, my Eunuch is grateful for your help." Qin Haoran and his wife picked up the teacups, their faces full of gratitude, and Lin Ao stood up immediately. "Uncle and aunt, please don't be polite. Don't call me Master Lin Ao. Just call me Lin Ao. You are all my elders." Lin Ao picked up the cup with some embarrassment. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu both looked at their children funny, never expecting that Lin Ao had such a reserved side. "Okay, Lin Ao, let's toast you. Eunuch, you also have to thank Lin Ao properly." Qin Yun also picked up the cup and stood up after hearing this. She was indeed very grateful to Lin Ao now, but she remembered what happened last night. She yelled at Lin Ao wildly, and she kept thinking about her howling in her heart. It was very complicated, but she didn't know that Ao Yao was standing in front of her. Qin Yun kept her eyes lowered and did not dare to look directly at Lin Ao, so she did not notice the information panel that appeared on him. There was something else that had been bothering her. She seemed to have some other memories after she slept. She didn't know if it was a dream or something. The 3 clinked glasses and sat down. Qin Haoran and his wife kept chatting enthusiastically with Lin Dong and the others. Qin Yun kept drinking the bottomed bowl of porridge in silence. Lin Ao noticed something strange about Qin Yun. She did remember the memory of last night. This was really embarrassing for her. It seemed that I had to let her know my identity. But think about it, does she really care so much about the screams on the internet? After Qin Haoran and the others finished breakfast, they took Qin Yun back to Qin's house. They also wanted to discuss this matter with the old man. Qin Yun has always been in a very low mood. Lin Dong and Qin Haoran just felt that what happened last night had a great impact on her, and she probably didn't recover for a while. Only Lin Ao knew what Qin Yun was thinking. Lin Ao looked at Qin Yun leaving, slowly walked home, and silently took out his cell phone. Ding! Qin Yun, who was sitting in the back row, found her cell phone ringing in her bag. She opened it and saw that it was her calling to send her a message. Her eyes suddenly turned red, tears swirling around her. When Xie Mengting saw her daughter's sudden mood, she quickly held her in her arms and comforted her softly. She thought her daughter was venting her emotions from last night at this time. "Don't be afraid, Mom is here." In Xie Mengting's arms, Qin Yun cried out. She felt like she was crying out for regret. It was not that she hated Lin Ao, but she was grateful to him in her heart. She couldn't imagine what Xiao Fan would have done if Lin Ao hadn't saved her. Something happened. She didn't even have the courage to open the messages on her phone and check the contents. Because for a moment she didn't think about what to say to Ao. Lin Ao was sitting in the living room, looking at his phone. Qin Yun never responded to his Feishan message. Sighing, "Let's talk about it later, I have to go out and do some serious business." As soon as he walked out of the door, he was stopped by Li Wanyu. "Lin Ao, don't leave yet. Mom has something to tell you." Lin Ao looked curious. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Wanyu looked at Lin Ao seriously. "Son, the strength of the Lin family is not bad. You can do whatever you want. This is also what the old man means. There are some things you can do freely. You have to remember that Mom, Dad and the Lin family all support you." Lin Ao felt a little touched in his heart. He had not thought that Li Wanyu knew something. He nodded and asked Uncle Zhang to go back and take him to the Lin group. He hadn't returned to the company for a long time. Soon, Lin Ao's car stopped under an office building. The building covers an area of approximately 67,000 square meters, with a total construction area of approximately 270,000 square meters, and a building height of 392.5 meters. It has 66 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. It is a landmark building in Zhanghai City. The entire building belongs to the Lin Group. The Lin Group uses 20 floors, and the rest are rented to other companies, basically companies that have cooperation with the Lin Group. This shows how strong the Lin Group's financial resources are in Zhanghai. When Lin Ao walked into the building, the employees and the white-collar workers talking around him immediately turned on the mute mode. Lin Ao was a little speechless. He had indeed kept away from strangers before, so it wasn't like this. Lin Ao ignored them and walked to Lin's private elevator. Immediately, a sweet girl at the front desk ran over, forcing a smile on her face. "I haven't seen Mr. Lin for a long time. He is handsome, but he feels inaccessible and scary. Mr. Lin, do you want to go to the office or the company to take a look first?" Lin Ao saw the trembling little girl. "Am I a monster? Why are you shaking? I'll just do it myself, and you go and do your work." When the little girl heard Lin Ao's words, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Lin, walk slowly." After saying that, the little girl disappeared immediately, as fast as the Grandmaster. The little girl walked back to the front desk and posted in a group, "Every unit, pay attention, every unit, pay attention, this is not a drill, this is not a drill, Mr. Lin is back." In an instant, hundreds of replies exploded in the group. Lin Ao walked out of the elevator and saw that all the employees were working hard with their heads down. There was basically no other sound except the typing on the keyboard. Everyone was looking at the screen and typing hard. Lin Ao walked around a few floors, and the people on each floor were working hard. As for why they didn't say hello, Lin Ao remembered that he had said in the past that if you had time to say hello, you might as well do your job seriously. "Gee, I was really strict back then." Then he returned to his office on the top floor. He sat comfortably on the boss's chair, waiting for someone. At this time there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Lin, are you back?" A sweet and cold voice came, and after receiving Lin Ao's response, she pushed the door open and entered. Lin Ao looked up and saw that it was his secretary Luo Yanran. The black and white professional outfit with black stockings and high heels perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The collar of the coat is slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone, revealing a hint of sexy charm. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses makes people give her a high score somewhere. She exudes the aura of a strong woman. Lin Ao squinted his eyes and looked at the graceful woman in front of him. The main purpose of coming this time is also her. Chapter 60. Do you need to be so fast? Well, it's Yanran. Sit down. I just have something to talk to you about. Lin Ao asked her to sit down politely with a smile on her face. Luo Yanran was very surprised by Lin Ao's attitude. He had always had a bad face before, and was cold and silent. How could you smile at someone who stabbed you as soon as you opened your mouth? After Luo Yanran sat down, Lin Ao picked up a document on the table. "Yanran, you have been my secretary for 3 years, right?" Lin Ao flipped through the information page by page. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Luo Yanran was a little curious as to why Lin Ao suddenly asked this. Luo Yanran, a native of Zhanghai City, was born in 1998. She is 173 centimeters tall, weighs 54 kilograms, and has an 866089 F cup. Ahem, sorry for reading so fast. Lin Ao was speechless. I just wanted her information, and I didn't need to go into details about her measurements. Luo Yanran was shocked. What did Lin Ao mean? I felt vaguely uneasy. In a single-parent family, when you were 16 years old, your father was a gambler and owed a huge sum of money. Your mother was heartbroken and divorced your father. She took you away to raise you alone. When you were 20 years old, your mother suffered from severe depression due to too much pressure in life. He suffered from depression, jumped from a building, was seriously injured and fell into coma, and now requires extremely high medical expenses every day to stay alive. You secretly work as a private tutor outside to earn tuition and mother's medical expenses. Under such difficult conditions, you were able to get into the top university in the country, Watching University. I have to admire you. Lin Ao looked at the woman in front of him with great admiration, but it was a pity. Studying in the Department of Business Management, proficient in 8 foreign languages. Graduated in 2020. In 2021, your mother's condition suddenly worsened. You, who had just graduated and worked, had to take care of your mother every day and could not work stably. Your mother's medical expenses required a lot of money every day. Just when you were desperate, a mysterious person came to you. When Lin Ao thought about this, Luo Yanran's hair stood up all over her body and her face turned pale. How did Lin Ao know about this? He promised to give you a sum of money every month so that your mother can receive treatment. The requirement is that you come to Lin Group and apply to be my secretary. Indeed, because your academic qualifications are good, and every condition is met, and he got through the relationship with the Human Resources Department, you naturally entered the Lin Group and became my secretary. Your work ability is also special. Strong. I admire you very much. Lin Ao looked at the bloodless Luo Yanran in front of him. He walked over and gently pinched her chin. A faint and elegant fragrance floated into her nose, but it did not affect Lin Ao's previous momentum. An invisible pressure seemed to crush Luo Yanran. Luo Yanran felt an electric shock all over her body, her vision went dark for a moment, and many pictures flashed by. Now she had no time to take into account the strangeness just now. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Ao. Her body was trembling slightly. Lin Ao at this moment looked like a devil in her eyes. That person asked you to spy on me and obtain some company secrets. Right, Yanran. Lin Ao added Aoshan's unique crooked smile, which made it even more scary. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Luo Yanran's voice trembled and tears burst into her eyes. Why was she discovered? She had cleaned up all the finishing touches, and there was no way she would have left any evidence behind. She couldn't imagine what the furious Lin Ao would do to her next. Lin Ao looked at her quietly, it seemed that the effect had been achieved. He gently wiped away Luo Yanran's tears and patted her shoulder. Unexpectedly, Lin Ao was even more frightened by this. She bit her lip and tears flowed down, trying not to make any sound, afraid of irritating Lin Ao. She thought of her mother. What would she do if she was gone? In her eyes, Lin Ao would never let her go, either going to jail or sinking into the sea. Lin Ao was also startled by her. Although she looked quite pitiful, he still wanted to continue. She was a secret arranged by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had collected a lot of internal information through Luo Yanran. Then the Lin Group was in crisis. He returned to the family to cooperate with his foreign forces to turn the tide, and the Lin family fell into his pocket. Now I don't know where I'm hiding in a corner to grow secretly. It seems like I'm still abroad. Don't be afraid, Yanran. Ooh. As soon as Lin Ao spoke, Luo Yanran, who had just been holding back her words, broke her guard. He covered his mouth and cried. Lin Ao was speechless. I didn't say anything harsh, so what? Yanran. Ooh. Ooh. That's enough, shut up, don't cry, if you cry again, I will sink you into the sea. Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he loudly ordered Luo Yanran not to cry. How can we communicate like this? Luo Yanran was ordered by Lin Ao to stop crying. She kept sniffing and her heart was getting more and more broken. Sure enough, she guessed right, she was going to be drowned. Woo. Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction. I know you were forced and I understand you, but doing something wrong is doing something wrong. So you have to make it up to me, you know. Lin Ao touched Luo Yanran's face and wiped away her tears with gentle movements. Luo Yanran nodded blankly, with a determined expression on her face. Then he quickly unbuttoned his shirt, and 2 huge popped out, white and red. Lin Ao was dumbfounded, and a wave of heat rushed to his nose. I wonder if your hand speed is so fast. I can't even keep up. Stop, that's not what I meant. Lin Ao quickly shouted to stop. If she had been slower, she would have unbuttoned the back buttons. Today he is here to do business. Luo Yanran stopped, looking at Lin Ao stupidly with tears in her red eyes. Will you let me finish what I'm saying? This is not the compensation I'm talking about. Am I that much like a pervert? Lin Ao rolled his eyes. Do I look so hungry? Besides, I need to threaten a woman with this. I want you to provide all the information you know, and it would be best if you knew his location. Lin Ao paused and continued. I will help your mother receive treatment from the best hospital in Zhanghai City. You don't have to worry about the cost. If you help me in the future, it will be your mother's medical expenses. I will also help you invite the best medical team in Kyoto to come and help your mother. Diagnosis and treatment, I believe that person cannot provide this condition at the moment. Luo Yanran looked shocked. Didn't Shen Zhong want her to be involved? However, after a little thought, she figured out that Lin Ao wanted her to be a double agent so that Lin Ao could gain the initiative. Although she didn't know who that person was, but for him to do such a thing, he must have a deep grudge against Lin Ao. These families had a lot of scandals. You don't have to worry about him doubting you. Just say that I trust you more and more, so just help your mother with the treatment. In this way, the credibility of the information you gave will be much improved for him. After Lin Ao finished speaking, his eyes looked a little unnatural. The beautiful scenery in front of him was so beautiful that it was not advisable to look at it for a long time. It would make him angry. Ahem, now that you know that, you can button up your clothes. Luo Yanran's face turned red and she turned around to button up her clothes. Mr. Lin, I understand. That person has never told me his name. He has always contacted me one way, and transferred money to my account every month. From time to time, he will give me some tasks, and he usually asks let me know your whereabouts, the company's future plans, etc. Luo Yanran then told the truth, everything she knew. When she heard that Lin Ao would invite the best medical team in Kyoto to treat her mother, she planned to tell the whole story. Being taken advantage of by anyone is not taking advantage. This is the reality of this society. Mr. Lin, if he contacts me in the future, I will tell you as soon as possible. If you need anything, I will do my best to complete it. As long as her mother can be well, that person just used a sum of money to let her take the risk to do things for him. There is no such thing as betrayal. Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you go and sort yourself out, and go back to work on your business. By the way, I'll give you a sum of money to move, and I'll let Uncle Zhang arrange it. Luo Yanran bowed deeply to Lin Ao and walked out. She patted her face. Did she see something weird just now? He must have been frightened. Lin Ao stood at the window on the top floor and looked at Zhanghai City, looking at the city with people coming and going. Made a swing. Today's goal has been achieved, this fish can only be caught slowly. A stream of destiny energy floated in from the outside and entered Lin Ao's body. Uncle Zhang, arrange for Luo Yanran to move, and then send a few people to keep an eye on Luo Yanran to see if anyone will contact her secretly. Lin Ao hung up the phone, turned around and lay on the chair with his eyes closed to rest. Lin Feng. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Chapter 61 Joint Action. Zhanghai No. 1 Villa Area. They chatted until late last night, exclaiming different things from time to time. Lu Nian, who was driven to another room, couldn't sleep all night. She also wanted to hear it. Although she has the body of a 5-year-old now, in terms of soul, she is more than 18 years old. In the end, they kicked me out for this reason. You just talk and make noise, damn it. So Jiyu Wanqing and the other girls took turns getting up when it was almost noon. They sat around the restaurant eating breakfast, each showing a unique style, like the twinkling stars in the night sky of the city, each with its own brilliance. Lu Nian looked at them full of resentment. Qiange, you can ask your family to keep an eye on the movements of the Palace of Hell. The military should always be paying attention. After all, it is impossible for such a dangerous organization not to monitor it. Jiyu Wanqing and the others had already discussed the preliminary plan last night. Sha Qiange's family has a military background, so even if he can't completely control the movements of the Palace of Hell, he can at least have a rough idea. She and Lu Mengan mobilized the power of the family to guard against Zhanghai. Lu Mengan had the final say in the Lu family, while the Jiyu family, although his father was still nominally managing the company, had basically been handed over to Jiyu Wanqing. Zhang Haiwei could only rely on some business partners to help inquire. Lu Nian also provided several core strongholds in the Palace of Hell, and gave these to Sha Qianj, asking her to hand them over directly to her family. But Lun Yan is not very clear about the business on the table. The Yi family in Kyoto must be involved. After all, Yi Chen is from the Yi family, but the specific evidence shows that they don't have such long hands to reach Kyoto. Okay, I've put down the recent business here and will go back to Kyoto in the afternoon. Wait for my good news. Sha Qianj nodded. If they hadn't pestered her all night last night, she would have gone back in the morning. Thinking of what happened last night, they felt shy. Ji Wanqing and Lu Mengan blushed the whole time and hated Sha Qianj for being overtaken by this little girl. So they joined forces to punish her, and the whole house was filled with joy and they played and stayed up until early in the morning. Well, I will inform the Lu family when I get back here, and the warriors I usually raise can also come in handy. Lu Mengan and Ji Wanqing divided Zhonghai into two halves, with one person responsible for one side to avoid spreading their manpower too thinly. By the way, where's that Yi Feng? Sha Qianj suddenly remembered that last night Ji Wanqing said that there was another person named Yi Feng who was also one of the targets. Yi Feng, Mengan and I have already come up with a countermeasure. According to our previous understanding of him, he became very successful abroad and entered the Zhonghai market in the form of foreign investment. Several major projects of the Lin family were blocked by him. I don't know how I ended up taking over the Lin family. Ji Wanqing and Lu Mengan looked at each other and smiled. And our two families plus the Lin family. The Qin family is still unknown. It would be best if we could unite together. Those foreign capital will not be able to enter Zhonghai's territory at all. Lu Mengan took over what Ji Wanqing said, and the two of them had already discussed this. Okay, you just have a plan. If you need my help anywhere, just remember to tell me. We are all our own people, so you are welcome. I will go back first and prepare to return to Kyoto. Sha Qianj left in a hurry after speaking. Her words about myself made Ji Wanqing and Lu Mengan stunned for a moment. They both gritted their teeth. Now you are the only one who has eaten the meat. We are not our own people yet. Snort. Lun Yan glanced at Ji Wanqing and Lu Mengan and continued to drink porridge angrily. It seems that I need to talk to Aunt Li and ask her to give Uncle Lin Ao a good patch recently. Sha Qianj looked back at the villa. No one followed her out. That's great. Where? Give me a location. Hurry, hurry. She called the driver and called Lin Ao. Lin Ao reported his location in confusion, and then Sha Qianj hung up in a hurry and asked him to wait for her in the office. About an hour later, Sha Qianj had arrived downstairs at the Lin group, and she had attracted attention from the people around her since she got off the car. Today she wore a white navel-bearing t-shirt, which exposed her strong and slim waist and highlighted her perfect figure. The neckline of the t-shirt is slightly open, outlining her slender neckline, exuding a playful charm. Paired with a pair of close-fitting jeans, the lines of the jeans clung to her legs, showing off her slender and straight legs, which seemed like a smooth curve. She stepped on a pair of simple and fashionable sneakers, walking lightly through the crowd showed a sense of energy and confidence. Wearing a pink sun hat and a pair of sunglasses, Sha Qianj's hot figure is enough to attract everyone's attention, even though her face cannot be seen clearly, as if it is a powerful magnetic field that makes people unable to extricate themselves. The ground is attracted. Every move she makes exudes confidence and charm, which is captivating. After entering, the lovely front desk girl greeted Sha Qianj. After receiving Lin Ao's instructions, she took Sha Qianj directly to Lin Ao's exclusive elevator. The girl at the front desk kept smiling, helped Sha Qianj press the button for the elevator floor, and walked out. Are you looking for Mr. Lin to discuss business? Why does it feel a little familiar? Skillfully, he took out his cell phone and started making words and sentences. This company can't survive without her, she is the source of first-hand information. There was a knock on the door of Lin Ao's office. Lin Ao, who was reading documents, clicked on the iPad on the desktop and opened the door. Sha Qianj's outfit today made Lin Ao's eyes light up. It was like a ray of breeze in the summer morning, light and fresh. What? The phone hung up so urgently. Are you calling me for something urgent? Lin Ao stepped forward to greet Sha Qianj. Can I come to you only when I have something to do? Can't I just miss you? I have to go back to Kyoto for a few days to say goodbye to you. Sha Qianj rolled her eyes at this confused man. So sudden. I'll see you off later. Sha Qianj clenched her fist slightly. Gone. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? What else? Book a flight for you. Tell me what time the flight is. I'll book it for you right now. Then he took out his mobile phone and looked at Sha Qiange with a gentle expression. Current status thoughts of the character. This woman is real, and others have to guess. Forget it. I, Lord Lin Ao, have a lot, and I am generous. He didn't see Sha Qiange's face darken at all at this moment. Do you have a lounge here? Sha Qiange half squinted her eyes and smiled. Huh, yes, there is a restroom next door, and there is a bed in it. Are you tired of eating? Then go and take a nap for a while. The veins on Sha Qiange's forehead were slightly raised. Take me. Sha Qiange's voice was soft and cold. Lin Ao scratched his head and led Sha Qiange to the lounge. As expected, women like to take beauty sleep. I have also heard of a certain music, and I know that women start learning it from a certain music. This is Shu. Before Lin Ao finished speaking, Sha Qiange pushed him in and locked the door. Qiange you. Then Sha Qiange threw her onto the bed in the lounge. She stared at Lin Ao like a head. Lin Ao screamed in the room. It's broad daylight you. Lin Ao had completely lost his right to speak. Character's current status thoughts. Too overbearing got it. Gu Wanqing is definitely possessed his. Character heartbeat value. 130. Rationality index. 666. Ah sneeze. Gu Wanqing sneezed inexplicably on her way to the company. Lin Ao must be thinking about me. Unfortunately, sister, I am not free now, but I have a mission, so just wait for me. Chapter 62 Create greater glory, bigger and stronger. There is always calm after the storm, and it is worth pondering. The sea you are so big, the waves you are so curly. Sha Qiange boarded the plane with satisfaction, leaving behind Lin Ao who was thinking about life. Lin Ao returned to his office and closed his eyes to rest. Thinking back to Sha Qiange's madness just now, he couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved. He didn't even have a chance to make a backhand. Calabash baby, a flower on a vine. Lin Ao's cell phone rang, thinking it was Sha Qiange again, so he immediately answered the call. I'm telling you, I won't let you succeed so easily next time. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be overwhelmed by the mountain, and you'll see the truth in bed. Lin Ao had a look of reluctance and expectation. After a while, the man on the phone spoke. Brother Lin, why do you have to press on me on the bed? As a result, Long Aotian's voice came from the other side of the phone. Goodbye. Lin Ao immediately hung up the phone. His temples were beating suddenly. It was so embarrassing. Let me see where there is a hole. Borrowing it to hide. Next time I answer the phone without looking at the number, I will be like a dog. Then Lin Ao's phone immediately rang again, and he looked to see that it was still Long Aotian. He took a deep breath. Hello, Aotian. The call Uncle Zhang just answered didn't say anything strange, right? Long Aotian was silent for a while, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Brother Lin, do you really think I'm a fool? Oh, it turns out to be Uncle Zhang. I didn't even hear what he said. By the way, Brother Lin, where are you? Can I go over and find you? Aotian immediately gave me a step and quickly changed the topic. I'll send you a seat at the company. I didn't want to talk to him at first, but I happened to have something to ask Long Aotian, or in other words, I needed Longmen's power. Lin Ao was scrolling through a certain message in boredom, but Qin Yun still hadn't replied to his message. Are you thinking about sending a few more messages or making a voice call? But if it happens so suddenly, it will definitely scare her. She hasn't digested what happened yesterday yet, so let's do this for now and look at it later. Do. Lin Ao's office phone rang. It was probably Long Aotian who had arrived. He asked the girl at the front desk to bring him up. Soon there was a knock on the office door. Ha, Brother Lin, I thought you were still resting at home. I didn't expect you to be so diligent and come to the company now. How can I not be diligent? I was forced to work overtime just now. When Long Aotian saw Lin Ao open his hands, he wanted to have a hug between men, but Lin Ao pushed him away. Don't do these weird things, just talk about something. Long Aotian wasn't embarrassed either. In his eyes, Lin Ao was his first friend. He only felt comfortable in such a noisy atmosphere among friends. He was usually annoyed by the sight of those who were submissive. Didn't I come to tell you that I have been promoted to the sect leader? How about it? Long Aotian looked forward to praise. Praise me quickly, praise me quickly. Great, congratulations. Lin Ao was speechless for a day and said something perfunctory. He could predict that Long Aotian would definitely become the head of the sect. Everyone carries the word Ao with them. Where is your Ao? Where has Ao gone? Hey hey hey. Long Aotian scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Ao hurriedly sat down a little further. He had to stay away from such people, as he would be infected. How's it going? This is not the only thing you're here for today, right? Long Aotian immediately looked serious. Brother Lin, have you forgotten? Long Aotian quickly moved to Lin Ao's side. Lin Ao had no way to retreat and was held tightly by his hands. Create greater glory, be bigger and stronger. Brother Lin, you promised me I'm going to rely on you during my 3-year inspection period. We haven't set foot in this part of the south at Longmen yet, so we have to rely on you to open up the situation. Lin Ao tried hard to pull out his hand, but Long Aotian held it firmly, and Lin Ao refused to let go without giving a reply. Okay, I promise you, please let me go first, your hands are sweating. Long Aotian let go, and Lin Ao quickly wiped his hands. Okay, there's no problem with cooperation. I can also help you connect with the Gu family and the Lu family. Before Lin Ao finished speaking, Long Aotian rushed to answer. Hi, I called my sisters-in-law before I came here, and they said they would listen to you. Now I'm just waiting for you to nod, Brother Lin. Long Aotian showed a bright smile. The sisters-in-law can talk easily. If they call sister-in-law, they can say anything. You forget it. Since they all agree, it's no problem, but I have a condition. Lin Ao originally wanted to cooperate with Longmen, and Longmen's strength was still good, otherwise the Palace of Hell would not have approached Xiao Fan, the sect leader, to invite cooperation. What are the conditions? As long as it's not overwhelming, I can agree to it. Long Aotian was happy for a moment, spoke quickly, and subconsciously said that the mountain is overwhelming. You're crazy. There was a burst of noise in the office and then calmness returned. Long Aotian covered his eyes and huddled in the corner of the sofa aggrievedly. My condition is that Longmen cannot cooperate with the Palace of Hell from now on, and at the same time help me fight against the Palace of Hell when necessary. Can you nod to this condition? Long Aotian lowered his head and thought for a moment. He actually wanted to nod now, but if it was related to a large-scale confrontation between the two organizations, he really couldn't make an immediate decision now. He might as well ask his old father. Brother Lin, I actually want to agree, but I still have to make a phone call. Please wait for me for a moment. Don't worry if he doesn't agree, I will always be on your side. Lin Ao nodded. Long Aotian took out the phone and dialed his old father's number, and the call was connected after a while. Hi Dad. Lin Aotian originally called out Dad, with great interest, but then the phone over there rang with a roar of thunder. Who are you calling Daddy? Follow the Dragon Gate rules outside and do it all over again. Long Aotian put the phone away and rolled his eyes. Do you still want me to call someone else Dad? Then you are not afraid that I will go back and tell my mother. Old Master. When there was no sound from the other side, he reluctantly picked up the phone again. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian strangely. Is the old sect leader his father? With this backstage, can you still let Xiao Fan come on stage? What's up? Although the old sect master was smiling over there, his tone was very majestic. How did he manage to smile crookedly and speak seriously at the same time? Long Aotian told him about the cooperation with the Zhonghai family and the conditions. The old door owner kept tapping his fingers on the table, calculating the pros and cons. Did Lin Ao have a conflict with the Palace of Hell? Why would you impose such a condition? There has never been any cooperation between Longmen and the Palace of Hell, and in his eyes, they are both shady people who cannot be put on the stage. Longmen is also worthy of the Palace of Hell. If Zhonghai's family can cooperate with Longmen, Longmen can open up the territory of the south. In this way, it is much more cost-effective to cooperate with Lin Ao. Okay, I understand, just agree. Just call me for such a small matter. Don't you know how to use your own brain? You just became the master of the sect. Do you still want me to put food in your mouth in the future? Long Aotian rolled his eyes wildly. I heard it all on the phone. You were silent for so long and knocked on the table for so long. Do you think I'm deaf as your son? I know, Dad, no, old master. The old Dragon King hung up the phone with a bang. Long Aotian looked up at Lin Ao and smiled awkwardly. Lin Ao walked over and patted Long Aotian on the shoulder, giving Long Aotian an understanding look. These old men all like this tone. My father can also swing the belt. As expected, Brother Lin understands me. Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner, singing, drinking, massage, sauna, all in one. Let's celebrate our happy cooperation this time, ha ha ha. Qin Yun returned home and stared blankly at the message from Lin Ao, feeling confused again. Chapter 63 I will help you solve all your doubts tomorrow. In a luxurious KTV in Zhonghai City, Lin Ao and Hohu sat dumbfounded in the box with maracas in hand. Watching Long Aotian crying and howling alone, Lin Ao thought that he had never had a good experience before, so he went out to play with Long Aotian. After eating, they went straight to a KTV. When Long Aotian came up, he asked Lin Ao to order a song. Originally, he wanted to order a gourd baby to sing, just because he was being polite. Aotian, you first, you first. Then Long Aotian went up and started singing. He seems very skilled. Do you sing less often? Long Aotian turned around and handed a few sand hammers to Monkey and Lin Ao. Hee hee, then I'll show my shame. Come on music, I'll give you a song of good luck. This song has become Aotian's war song. That night will be unforgettable for him forever. One day he will bring the war song to the field and have a hearty battle. Good luck, I wish you good luck. Lin Aojun is numb. Long Aojun is so easy to talk dirty, you are really embarrassing yourself. He twisted his neck mechanically, looked at the monkey, and found that his condition was not much better than his own. How evil is Aotian's voice? The magic sound filled his ears. If he had known that he would be asked to come out to help sing that night, Xiaofan would probably have directly wounded to death by him. Has he always been like this? Lin Ao asked the monkey speechlessly. I'm a newcomer, and this is my first time knowing. For a nightmarish hour, Lin Ao's calabash baby failed to sing, and he was dragged into a massage by the energetic Long Aotian. Fortunately, he just had to lie down for this session, and the young lady's gentle massage soothed his soul. In the end, Long Aotian still had room for his performance. Did you order male technician? Lin Ao's mouth twitched as he looked at Long Aotian, who looked innocent. That's right, those girls have thin arms and legs, how can they be as strong as men? Brother Lin, just enjoy it. The ones I have appointed are the strongest technicians here. Long Aotian still looked proud. Lin Ao looked at the monkey next door again, and the monkey shrugged. Yes, men should be men. Ah, oh wow. There were two sounds like killing pigs in the massage room. In the second nightmarish hour, the muscular technicians left. Long Aotian even sent them out enthusiastically, saying that he was very satisfied with today's strength. Lin Ao and Monkey seemed to have lost their souls and were like broken dolls. I, Lin Ao, will be a dog if I go out with Long Aotian again. Let's go, brother Lin, it's most comfortable to go to the sauna after the massage. Fortunately, Long Aotian couldn't make any trouble in the sauna. Only then did Lin Ao enjoy himself comfortably. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the nightmarish trip with Long Aotian finally ended. Dragging his tired body back home, Lin Ao turned on his phone and found several unread messages from Sha Qianj, Jiyu Wanqing, and Lu Mengan. He replied one by one, but there was no news about Qin Yun. Isn't this little girl going to get into trouble? At the beginning, he did not expect that Qin Yun would be the first person to fall in love online in his life. The two were chatting like elementary school chickens, and sparks would fly. No, the elementary school chickens should be better than them now. Moreover, the two of them completely put aside their egos and started chatting online. As a result, the incident of Xiaofan came up. From the chat, it can be seen that Qin Yun is a girl with different appearances and a huge contrast in personality. Outside, she is the eldest daughter of the Qin family, a cold and strong woman, but when she returns to her own space she is just a little girl. Therefore, without knowing Lin Ao's true identity, her initiative to forcefully kiss her that night had a very powerful impact on her, even though it was all an accident. Lin Ao sighed and dialed Qin Yun's Feishan voicemail. This is the second time he has called. Why did they keep communicating through text and pictures instead of phone calls or videos? Because static things are relatively easy to grasp. If I make a mistake, I can delete, or modify it. I can also adjust the pictures to make them beautiful. But when it comes to dynamics, I believe many people will change from I people to E people. This was also the tacit understanding between them, so they never broke it and maintained it until the actual first meeting. Qin Yun had been curled up on the bed holding her cell phone. She never knew how to reply to ouch. Suddenly she felt the cell phone in her arms vibrating, and it was the ringtone she had specially set. She panicked inside and accidentally hung up Lin Ao's call. Then I didn't have the courage to call back. Ding. She quickly opened Feishan and looked at it. Gia Baba, what's wrong with you? I'm worried about you when you're like this. Qin Yun's eyes turned red for a while, and she screamed. She took a breath and decided to tell Ao Ming. After all, she believed that some things must be confessed in order to maintain a long-term relationship. Ouch, something happened to me, please listen to me carefully. Qin Yun typed out all the details and sent them to Lin Ao. He was trying to save me, but I couldn't control myself at that time. She spent all her energy typing these words and sent them out, covering her mouth and crying. At this time, Lin Ao didn't know how to reply. He went straight to the point. I know everything. Am I Lin Ao? Lin Ao thinks she will go crazy like this, right? Qin Yun has been waiting for Lin Ao's reply. It has been 10 minutes, and the phone has not rang, which makes Qin Yun even more depressed. Sure enough, he would still mind. When I was thinking about whether to delete it directly to end the fate between them, my phone finally received a message ringtone. PFF'd. After reading the message, Qin Yun burst into laughter. 1. Boobo. The time went back to 10 minutes ago. Lin Ao had been holding on to his phone and struggling with how to reply. I typed and deleted the messages several times, but it still didn't feel right. Never mind. Let's make an appointment with her tomorrow to explain. I, Lin Ao, do everything by myself. Lin Ao made up his mind to end this platonic feast of pictures and texts. Lin Ao used his best method of editing text messages. The first meeting between Ao Ming and Shi Baba. Time: 9 a.m. tomorrow. Location: Zhonghai City Playground, at the foot of Lotus Mountain. Code: I hold a red rose, you hold a pink balloon. Goal: confession. Estimated time: TBD. Please reply 1 when received. Boop. Some vocabulary has been slightly modified to make it simple and clear, but also slightly playful. Perfect. Tomorrow, all the doubts in her heart will be clarified, and then she can do whatever she wants. After seeing the last message from Lin Ao, Qin Yun fell asleep peacefully. Lin Ao, on the other hand, was playing a certain note as if he was arrogant. Searching, what should I pay attention to when meeting netizens offline for the first time? The first unified reply below is to ensure safety. So everyone should be careful when going out, boys are also in danger. Then I changed my search to how to avoid awkward conversations when meeting someone online for the first time. The person you are dating online is actually the daughter next door, and so on. He read a lot of them randomly until midnight, and he became more and more addicted to them. The next morning, Lin Ao got up very early and carefully washed and tidied himself up. Then Uncle Zhang bought a red rose and put it in the car. Lin Dong and Lin's mother thought that his son went to the company again early in the morning. Sure enough, Lin Ao's habit of going to work couldn't be changed for a while. Lin Ao finally went to confirm his appearance. By the way, he still needs to prepare some things, which he learned at a music studio last night. Buy some chewing gum, bring a small handkerchief, paper towels and wet wipes, and spray some elegant perfume when you go out. What else is there? Dum-dum. Bah. Lin Ao got in the car and went straight to the amusement park. Uncle Zhang was very confused. Why did the young master go to the amusement park at 7 o'clock? No one opened the door yet. 7 o'clock. Chapter 64. On a summer morning, there is a bench under the tree, and the beauty is picturesque. Uncle Zhang, is the amusement park closed today? Lin Ao saw from a distance that there were only a few people at the entrance of the amusement park. Master, it's only 7:40 now, and the amusement park doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Lin Ao was stunned. He used a certain music app too late last night and woke up in his dream because it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Then he quickly got out of bed and hurriedly got up to freshen up without even looking at his phone. It turned out that it was only 7:40, but thankfully I hadn't slept through the time. Lin Ao asked Uncle Zhang to drive directly to the parking lot, wait in the car for a while and wait for the door to open before going in. In the parking lot on the other side, there was also someone who came early because of his impatience. Qin Yun also hurriedly went out, arranging her hair and clothes all the way in the car. She was very nervous, but Qin Yun simply came early. She got up early in the morning at home, and her heart was still in confusion, so she just came to the door and waited. In this way, they each waited in the car. Lin Ao was resting with his eyes closed. Qin Yun was in the car, staring intently at every man who passed by the entrance of the amusement park. Look who has the rose in his hand. The more I watched, the more energetic I became, not even sparing some young people, scanning them all. The time came to 9 o'clock, and more people came to the amusement park. Lin Ao got out of the car immediately when he saw the amusement park opened and went straight in through the special passage. Qin Yun also saw that the amusement park was open. She immediately got off the car and walked over to buy tickets and queued for a while. They staggered in and walked in. Qin Yun and Lin Ao had the same goal, heading straight to the foot of Lotus Mountain. On the way, Qin Yun found a balloon stall and bought a pink balloon. She held the balloon and looked left and right, with the goal of seeing who had the rose. At this moment, her little heart was beating fast and her mouth was dry. Soon I met the real person, and I didn't know what kind of person he was. Qin Yun seemed very nervous. How should she speak? What I am wearing today is the cheongsam he likes. Only when Lin Ao walked halfway did he realize that his rose had been left on the car, and he hurried back. They all made a tacit understanding not to send Phetian letters to each other, so that the sense of mystery could last a little longer. Halfway there he froze. Hello, Miss Qin. Lin Ao happened to bump into Qin Yun who was walking in. Both of them were stunned for a moment, and Lin Ao almost called out Qin Yun's online name. Hello, Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I have something to do and I'll leave first. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he ran away as fast as he could. How could he meet Lin Ao? What was he doing here so early in the morning? And if something seemed to appear on Lin Ao's body just now, she shook her head, put aside the complicated thoughts, and continued to walk towards the foot of Lotus Mountain. Lin Ao took a breath, and he discovered that Qin Yun was still wearing his favorite cheongsam today, and her hair was specially tied into a double ponytail. It was sexy but also a little playful and cute. He continued towards the door to get his rosé. Suddenly he stopped and slapped his forehead. Couldn't you ask Uncle Zhang to bring it to me? I also use a hammer. Then he found a stool and sat down and called Uncle Zhang and asked him to help bring it over. Lin Ao, on the other hand, was chewing gum and thinking about how to talk to Qin Yun then. Sigh, it's a bit nerve-wracking. Uncle Zhang quickly sent the rose to Lin Ao. Lin Ao took a deep breath and walked up. Qin Yun sat on the chair at the foot of Lotus Mountain, feeling a little uneasy. Especially the appearance of Lin Ao just now, which she never expected, made her finally calm mood stir up again, and what happened to the memory that appeared inexplicably in her mind. Lin Ao soon arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw the pink balloon tied to the chair. Qin Yun was playing with her fingers, looking very nervous. The picture at this time is very beautiful. In the summer morning, there is a bench under the tree, and the beauty is picturesque. Lin Ao walked over bravely. Ahem. Qin Yun raised her head and found that it was Lin Ao, which made her a little overwhelmed. She was afraid that her yelling would reveal that she was talking to other men and she dared not show up. Well, I'll give it to you, Miss Qin. Lin Ao handed Qin Yun the rose, and he revealed his cards, 4 kings, king bomb. Oh, thank you Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I have an appointment. Goodbye, let's talk next time. Qin Yun took it in a panic, stood up, turned Lin Ao around and pushed him forward. Qin Yun was really panicked. Lin Ao was a little confused by her. I already knew it. Didn't you see the rosé? Give me a fucking blast. That is vicious. Lin Ao had no choice but to call out Qin Yun's online name. Qin Yun immediately turned around and looked around. Was he howling? He's already here. Could he have misunderstood? Lin Ao was real. Why did he appear at this time? Vicious. Qin Yun realized that the sound came from behind her. She turned around again and found that only Lin Ao was standing in front of her. She pushed him away and looked back. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, my friend is here. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. Lin Ao was really speechless and leaned directly against Qin Yun's ear. Ferocious Baba. Qin Yun was stunned and looked up at Lin Ao. Lin Ao pursed her lips and asked her to look at her hands. She looked at her left hand blankly. Since when have I held a rose in my hand? No, Lin Ao was calling her from the beginning to the end, so Lin Ao was just howling. Hiss. She was shocked at first, and then her second thought was, is Lin Ao so sexy online? But you don't want to think about how. Hiss. She took another deep breath in disbelief. At this time, Lin Ao was no longer nervous. Ferocious, I'm just howling. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and dialed her Phetian voice call. Qin Yun's cell phone rang immediately. Boobo bobo bobo. Both of them were silent for a while. Lin Ao felt so familiar with that voice. Qin Yun panicked and turned off the ringtone on her cell phone. She confirmed that this person was howling. Ah! Suddenly Qin Yun shouted, whether it was surprise or fright. Lin Ao immediately stepped forward, covered her mouth, and pulled her to sit on a chair. Everyone around looked at this sight in confusion. A quarrel early in the morning. Falling in love for young people these days is like fighting, and it must be the fault of that scumbag. Lin Ao was labeled a scumbag by the people around him. Qin Yun covered her face and said nothing. Lin Ao sat stiffly and dryly, not daring to say anything. He was waiting for Qin Yun to digest the information. They were silent for almost 15 minutes. Lin Ao screamed that this matter was undoubtedly a nuclear bomb explosion in Qin Yun's mind, causing her to completely lose her ability to think. She recalled the previous chat and the various flirtatious words the two had on Feishan. She wanted to find a good hole in Lotus Mountain and bury herself directly. She was like this just because she was Lin Ao. No, she should be like this with anyone she knew well. It's like someone who knows you well discovers your hidden attributes. What would you do? After a while, Qin Yun let go of her hands covering her small face. Her face could no longer be described as a ripe apple. It should be described as redder than a ripe apple. She took a deep breath, stood up, and quickly ran to a place 5 benches away from Lin Ao, and took out her cell phone. Lin Ao was startled by her actions and thought that Qin Yun couldn't accept it for a while and ran away. Later, when he saw her sitting down again, he was relieved. Things aren't that bad yet. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Ding! Lin Ao took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Qin Yun. Ah, are you texting and communicating 5 stools away from me? Are you trying to distance yourself from me just to send a message? He reluctantly opened it and read it. Why is that you? Lin Ao didn't know either. Why him? Who to ask? Just ask God and fate. Then he cooperated with Qin Yun to pass the letter across the stool. Typing on the screen quickly. Chapter 65. A certain voice sincerely refuses to deceive me. I don't know why it's me. In fact, it can be anyone, right? Qin Yun looked at the familiar profile picture. It's actually Lin Ao who's yelling. Then she resumed typing. Lin Ao, you knew it was me a long time ago. Are you here to laugh at me? Lin Ao would not admit this. No, actually, I saw the message you sent me last night, and I wondered if it was you. Then when I went back to get the roses, I saw you holding a pink balloon, and I finally confirmed that it was you. You. He didn't dare to say that I had known it for a long time, so Qin Yun would definitely break through his defense instantly. Jia Baba, I know you can't accept it for a while. In fact, I am also surprised. I didn't expect that this is you. I think it is God's arrangement. Lin Ao took advantage of the moment to say a few more words. He was afraid that Qin Yun wouldn't be able to accept it and would just delete him. That would be fun. Qin Yun looked down at her phone. She couldn't help but fell into deep thought. God's arrangement. She didn't think that Lin Ao approached on purpose. In her eyes, this was too random. Even the person who saved her was Lin Ao. Could it really be God's arrangement? Ding! Qin Yun received another message from Lin Ao. Baba, goodbye. If it's really unacceptable to you, I can just disappear automatically. From now on, just pretend that nothing has happened. For a moment, Qin Yun panicked and felt that there was a big hole in her heart. Thinking about it, Lin Ao was right. Ao could be anyone. She was mentally prepared before coming. She just didn't expect that he was Lin Ao who had saved her, and now she was screaming that she was going to disappear. Her eyes turned red, and she held the phone hard with her fingers, tears falling on the screen. Her heart was complicated and messy. Lin Ao, on the other hand, had been searching for strategies on a certain sound source, and just followed the strategies to retreat instead of advance. Lin Ao noticed that Qin Yun was lowering her head and crying. I'll go, what's the next step? What's next? He quickly swiped the page on his phone and found it. The next step is to take the initiative after retreating to advance. If the woman hesitates and does not give a clear answer, you can take the initiative. Xiaoji will use emotion to move her to reason. It is best to shed a few drops of horse urine to make the woman more moved. If it doesn't come out, just think about your sadness, do it quickly, and don't give the other party a chance to react. Take retreat to advance, take the initiative to attack, hit the snake and follow the stick. Affectionate performance, finally close the net. If it doesn't work, carry it away. Next one. After Lin Ao read it, he took a deep breath. Okay. Qin Yun's thoughts were very confused and her mood swings were very big. She was still thinking about whether she should end the relationship with Ao completely. She was very entangled. Jia Baba, I know you are in trouble. Suddenly, she heard Lin Ao's voice again, and called out the nickname Ji Baba, which was a nickname between them. Lin Ao held her hands tightly holding the phone, and she clearly felt the real scream, the real scream. The touch felt like a touch, and for a moment there was a touch somewhere in my body. Baba, if it's really so hard to accept, I'll leave now. In fact, I feel bad, mainly because I see you so sad. My heart aches. Lin Ao secretly glanced at his phone. Qin Yun lowered her head and did not look at Lin Ao, but her tears had stopped. Screaming. Lin Ao heard her shout out this name, right. Lin Ao took the opportunity to sit next to Qin Yun and started the third step. Carefully hugging Qin Yun's shoulders, Qin Yun's body trembled slightly, but she did not reject Lin Ao. Qin Yun closed her eyes and gently leaned her head on Lin Ao's shoulder. Lin Ao was not at peace in his heart at the moment. Let me go, a certain voice is reliable, that's the fourth step. Qin Yun. Just as Lin Ao was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qin Yun's soft voice. Call me fierce. She spoke softly, and her words were all waxy. Okay Shu Baba, I know this incident has a great impact on you, but fortunately, Shu Baba's first kiss made you scream, wasn't it? Qin Yun in her arms was a little shaken, and her soft little hands gently patted Lin Ao's chest. Lin Ao took advantage of the situation and took hold of that white and tender little hand. There's drama, there's drama. So fierce Baba, it's me who's yelling, isn't it okay? Lin Ao's voice was low, with a hint of vibrato, and he mainly talked about fear of rejection, uncertainty, and confusion. He waited quietly for Qin Yun's reply. Nah, please don't lie to me. Qin Yun didn't say anything. She moved slightly to a more comfortable position and nodded slightly. At this moment, her heart completely calmed down, and she even began to enjoy the tenderness of this moment. That's right, Ao Miao can be anyone, why can't it be Lin Ao? And last night this wonderful misunderstanding actually made her happy. From the confusion and helplessness at the beginning, to the panic, to the secret joy now. Of course, there are other complex emotions, and Qin Yun has experienced them all in the past 2 days. She is extremely relaxed now, and this ending is quite good. Lin Ao was always paying attention to Qin Yun's reaction. When he saw Qin Yun nodded, although her movement was slight, did it mean that he, Lin Ao, had succeeded? Qin Yun moved gently and took the initiative to hug Lin Ao, squinting like a kitten. Can you accept me like that? We are in Fishan. Lin Ao thought to himself, accepted punishment, too much punishment. Baba, I like the real you similarly, Fishan's me is also real. We both show our true sides. Lin Ao doesn't want to have no benefits when he goes back. Girl, don't be shy. Adults don't stick to trivial matters, right? Sometimes you have to be generous. Qin Yun finally raised her head and looked at Lin Ao. This was the first time she looked at him seriously. The smile on your face is like the dew of summer, refreshing your heart and mind. Lin Ao also looked at Qin Yun with twin ponytails affectionately. She was mature with the playfulness of a girl and increased her attack speed. Qin Yun, who had a smile on her face, froze for a moment. What was going on with the information panel that appeared on Lin Ao? Were the images that flashed before not hallucinations? She rubbed her eyes, but it still didn't disappear. Baba, what's wrong? When Lin Ao saw Qin Yun's expression, she seemed to have seen something incredible. Didn't I shave my beard cleanly? Nothing, let's go shopping. Lin Ao nodded, took Qin Yun's little hand, and started shopping slowly. Qin Yun looked at Lin Ao's information panel with a strange expression. Name: Lin Ao. Appearance: SSS. Character: complex ingredients. Hidden attributes: Tsunere, coquettish, sharp-tongued, and has zero resistance to women's tears. Character relationship: father, Lin Dong; mother, Li Wanyu; fiancé, Jiyu Wanqing, to be determined. Character's current status: thoughts, a certain voice will not deceive me. Character favorability: 90. Character heartbeat value: 110. Current goal: confess to Qin Yun. Rationality index: 60. All data are updated in real time. Congratulations on breaking away from the destiny route. What is this? Then Qin Yun began to carefully recall the memories in her mind. Her thoughts were too chaotic before and she didn't organize them. Now an information panel appeared on Lin Ao's body, which made her have to take it seriously. Everything starts from Xiao Fan. People who appeared in the Qin family many times in the past timeline. At that time, Xiao Fan was gentle and strong. He also pursued her fiercely every time, but unfortunately, Xiao Fan was not her type. Then Grandpa supported Xiao Fan and joined the team that attacked the Lin family. Then Grandpa was injured, and Xiao Fan said it was Lin Ao who did it. Everyone in the family, including her, believed what Xiao Fan said at that time, and she angrily went to Lin Ao's company to make a fuss. In fact, she also found some things strange, and found that her words and deeds were somewhat beyond her control. I clearly didn't like Xiao Fan very much before, so why did I trust what he said? After the conflict, news of Lin Ao's death came, and everything started again. The time points are different every time. Sometimes he will face Lin Ao, and sometimes he will not, but Xiao Fan will appear at the Lin family every time. Just like this time, only this time she was free to shut out Xiao Fan. So this is not a dream. Calling him obviously doesn't look like this kind of person. Qin Yun looked up at Lin Ao, who looked at her with big eyes. PFF'd. Well, what can a man like him do? Wait a minute, I just saw that he has a fiancé. Chapter 66. Lun Yan was forcibly taken away. Lin Ao happily held Qin Yun's hand and walked in the playground. Qin Yun behind him suddenly stopped. Lin Ao turned to look at her in confusion and found Qin Yun looking at him with a resentful look on her face. What's the situation? What did I do? Baba, what's wrong with you? Qin Yun's tone was cold, she pouted, and her expression was not very good. Please call me Qin Yun, thank you. Lin Ao became even more confused. Wasn't he coaxed well just now? It was you who made me scream so fiercely, why are women so uncertain? What's wrong with you? Qin Yun took out her hand and turned around. Lin Ao, I just remembered now, do you have a fiancé? Her name is Jiyu Wanqing, and what is your relationship with Qian Zhe? Qin Yun remembered that the Lin family and the Jiyu family had an engagement, and Qian Zhe also held his hand that night, looking very familiar with her. Lin Ao's heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten that that night both Jiyu Wanqing and Sha Qianzhe appeared in front of Qin Yun holding his hands. Well, it was booked by my family. I remembered telling you before that I was forced to go to a girl's house as a guest I didn't want to. Haha, as for Qianzhe, I met her by chance, so I helped her take photos. I made a MV haha. Lin Ao was duplicitous. Lin Ao really didn't want her to be with Jiyu Wanqing before, but since Jiyu Wanqing threw him down in the car that night and revealed her heart, Lin Ao has included her in his world. I met Sha Qianzhe by chance, but the problem is that it's not just filming the MV, tisk tisk tisk. Now he is just making the same mistakes that all men in this world make haha. Qin Yun recalled that he did say that he was forced to be a guest at a girl's house, and that he had the same problem as her. The person he should be talking about at that time was Jiyu Wanqing. Was it forced? No wonder there is a description to be confirmed in the information column. Qianzhe told her today that she would go back to Kyoto for a few days, and then she would have to ask her carefully when she came back to Zhonghai. Qin Yun rolled her eyes at Lin Ao, thinking she could barely pass the test. She is now a little curious about this information panel. Are all the descriptions in it true? She couldn't help but look at those special columns. Hidden attribute favorability heartbeat value rationality index. What is the H index? Happy. Describe Lin Ao's mood at the moment. Qin Yun became confused. Isn't he happy with me? Why is it only 60? Haha, girl, you will find out what it is before long, this is an important indicator. Okay, I'll believe you for now, but I'm just crying, aren't you happy? Stay with me. Lin Ao just breathed a sigh of relief, but became worried again. Why do you keep asking such weird questions? No, I'm very happy. Why do you say that? Lin Ao was full of doubts. He was still not sure about the woman's thinking. It seemed that it would be fine if he would play a certain sound more often. Nothing, I'm hungry, let's go eat. All morning time, and afternoon. Lin Ao accompanied Qin Yun to play in the amusement park. Qin Yun was finally in the haunted house. She confirmed what the so-called rationality index was. At that time, Qin Yun was frightened and hugged Lin Ao directly. Her full body was pressed into Lin Ao's arms, and she was constantly squeezed. Lin Ao only felt 2 balls of marshmallows on his chest, and Qin Yun was wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam. The taste was self-evident, and Qin Yun had a refreshing fragrance, so it was inevitable that he would have some other reactions. Xiao Xiaoao stood up and shouted, I have become stronger. Qin Yun blushed instantly, and her heartbeat increased rapidly. She gasped and saw the rationality index, which was soaring all the way with Xiao Xiaoao standing up. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood. She's enlightened. She spat softly. The emotion of being frightened by the haunted house had long since disappeared. She pulled Lin Ao out with a blushing face. Lin Ao was still wondering why he wasn't afraid all of a sudden. Qin Yun was complaining about that index in her heart, but it turned out that it was referring to this. What kind of index is this? Why should it be displayed? It's shameless. The blush on her face never went away, and she felt a little itchy in her heart along the way. Qin Yun's eyes kept peeking at the value unconsciously. The rationality index slowly dropped over time. Is it really real time? She couldn't help but wonder, what was its highest indicator? Where will the photos I usually post rise to? The H value has been lingering in her mind, and she can't get rid of it. Qin Yun also spat at herself. What was she thinking? Lin Ao didn't notice that the girl next to him started to act strange. Everything is new to the two of them now. They have moved from online to offline. Although they are not as unrestrained as online, they can still be themselves easily. Especially for Qin Yun, Lin Ao knew her inner character completely. She could let go of many things and release herself without any scruples. Calabash baby, a flower on a vine. At this moment, Lin Ao's cell phone rang, breaking their bubbling atmosphere. Hey Mengen, what's wrong? Lin Ao took it out and saw that it was Lu Mengen's phone number. Lu Mengen's voice was trembling and panicked. Lin Ao Nian is gone, woo 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 woo. Lin Ao was shocked after hearing this. What happened? Lost again? Are you coming to Lotus Mountain again? Mengen, don't panic first, tell me what's going on. While answering the phone and listening to Lu Mengen talking about the details, he pulled Qin Yun quickly to the place where he met Lu Nian. Qin Yun didn't ask why and quickly followed. She could see that Lin Ao was very nervous, and something big might have happened. Today Lu Mengen returned to the company as always, and has been arranging Zhonghai City with Ji Wanqing these days. Just now, she received a call from the housekeeper at home, saying that Lu Nian had been forcibly taken away. The housekeeper said that when she went to pick up Lu Nian from school in the evening, the teacher called and said that Lu Nian had been forcibly taken away by a stranger. Then the housekeeper rushed to the school and checked the surveillance at the school gate. He found that a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses abducted Lu Nian at the gate and got into a strange car. Lu Mengen had already informed Ji Wanqing, and now called Lin Ao. Go to Lin's house and wait for me. I'll be there in an hour, call Wanqing. Lin Ao hung up the phone with a solemn look on his face. Ouch, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Qin Yun looked worried. Did something big happen? Well, one of my friend's children was lost and was taken away after school. I have to rush back now to see the specific situation. Let's make an appointment next time. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he wanted to go back quickly. Wait, I'm with you, I can help too. Qin Yun quickly followed. She wanted to go back with Lin Ao. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. No matter what, the Qin family would definitely be able to help. He didn't talk nonsense, pulled Qin Yun and ran outside the amusement park. He had already asked Uncle Zhang to prepare the car. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu were also notified in the car. After hearing this, Li Wanyu became furious and hung up Lin Ao's phone. She probably had her own plans. Then Lin Ao dialed another number. Aoshan, help me find someone, she has been kidnapped. When Long Aoshan saw Lin Ao's call, he immediately picked it up. Brother Lin, who are you? I'll ask the people from Longmen here to help right away. Anyone who dares to touch Brother Lin's people is simply asking for death. When Lin Ao was in trouble, Aoshan was in trouble, so he agreed to help without saying a word. I'll send you a picture now, please. After Lin Ao hung up the phone, he sent a picture to Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan opened it and saw, isn't this the little girl who gave him a few dusters at Lin Ao's house that night? Arrangements must be made immediately. Does anyone dare to tie up this cute little baby? When Lin Ao and the others rushed back to Lin's house, Ji Wanqing and Lu Mengen were already waiting in the hall. Chapter 67 Feet Ye Heron, where are you on your guard? Lin family manor. People in the living room were surprised when they saw Lin Ao and Qin Yun come in together, but now is not the time to talk about this. Lin Ao walked in and saw Ji Wanqing comforting Lu Mengen. Lu Mengen's eyes were red, and she had obviously just finished crying. Ji Wanqing winked at Lin Ao and asked Lin Ao to come over quickly. Lin Ao understood and immediately walked over. When Lu Mengen saw that Lin Ao was coming, she stood up and hugged Lin Ao, and her tears couldn't stop falling. Lin Ao patted her back gently and comforted her softly. Nian will be fine. With so many of us helping, we will definitely find her. Gu Wanqing has notified the family members and arranged to go out to search, and so has the Lu family. Have you found any information about that car? Lin Ao asked while comforting Lu Mengan. It couldn't be traced. They used fake license plates. After entering the blind spot of surveillance, they abandoned the car and couldn't trace it later. Lu Mengan answered tremblingly, because Lu Nian's disappearance had made her collapse before, and she thought that this time she could finally let Lu Nian live a normal life, but in the end she was lost. Lin Ao had no choice but to continue to comfort Lu Mengan. Her biggest regret before was losing Lu Nian, and now it happened again. At this time, footsteps came from outside. It was Li Wanyu and Lin Dong. Li Wanyu sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. She was very angry that someone dared to touch her baby Nian Nian. Through the relationship between the Li family in Kyoto and Lin Ao's grandfather, she asked the garrison in Zhanghai to block all exits by sea, land and air, and all passing vehicles and ships needed to be inspected. She looked distressed and went over to comfort Lu Mengan with Lin Ao. Lin Ao was very agitated, wondering who it was. Why were Lu Nian taken away? Because Lin Ao didn't know at all that Lu Nian was the Yi Lu from the Palace of Hell, otherwise his sword would definitely be aimed at Yi Chen. Suddenly an idea appeared in Lin Ao's mind. Fate is being forcibly corrected. What's the meaning? Why does this information pop into your mind? Hey, Lin Ao, I can also help. Send me Lu Nian's photo, and I'll tell the Qin family. My Qin family has good relations with the police station, and I can ask them to help find him. Qin Yun also wanted to help. When she came in, she saw the two girls next to Lin Ao that night. Their appearance and figure were not inferior to hers. She always felt that the relationship with Lin Ao must not be simple, and she also saw an information bar appeared on both of them. Has left the destiny route. Gu Wanqing also saw this information, but she didn't say anything. She just narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Ao. Now is not the time to think so much. Lin Ao sent Lu Nian's photo to Qin Yun, and she went outside to make a phone call. Li Wanyu saw Qin Yun when she came in, and now her mind is also full of doubts. She and my son. Now it is equivalent to the Qin family also participating. All in all, the Lin family, the Lu family, the Qin family and the Gu family, the four major Zhanghai families are all looking for someone. By the way, there is also a gantry involved in it. The entire Zhanghai city is probably blocked now. Can the person who took Lu Nian away really leave? Lin Ao was trying to recall what happened on the previous timeline. He remembered that Lu Nian should have disappeared in the previous timeline, but this time he was discovered by Lin Ao at Zhanghai amusement park and took him home. Lin Ao thought that getting lost would never happen again, but now, Lu Nian was kidnapped by a strange woman. Is this school for food? Can't even watch a child. Think of the message that just flashed in your mind. Fate is being forcibly corrected. Could it be that Lu Nian was forcibly corrected back to her original destiny? Lin Ao felt a surge of anger in his heart. He became very irritable when he heard or thought of the word fate. What damn fate? I just don't believe in this fate. This time he killed Xiao Fan. What next? You resurrect him for me. Damn it. He clenched his fists, furious. Damn it, I and you are inseparable. Lu Nian was trapped in an unfamiliar warehouse. She was blindfolded and her hands were tied up. She could hear the sound of waves and judged that she should be near the sea. Her hands behind her back were secretly twisting. Big sister, why do you want to tie up a child? The woman who was the big sister glared at the man who asked the question fiercely. Is this what you should ask? Just do your job well. She was a member of the Hades Hall lurking in Zhanghai City. In fact, she didn't know what to ask. Suddenly, the superiors called and asked her to take Lu Nian from the Lu family away. Now she is still waiting for the next instruction from the superiors. Ding-ling-a-ling. Her cell phone rang, and she quickly picked it up. Yulin, did you get the person? A young man's voice came from the phone, with a somewhat cold tone. Palace Master, I got it. Yulin answered respectfully. This man was the current Palace Master of the Hades Hall, Yi Chen. Okay, you take her out of Zhanghai City tonight and transfer her to the Hades Palace. Be careful not to be discovered. Yulin didn't ask the purpose. After hanging up the phone, she was ready to carry out the task directly. Hongliang, send someone to check the situation and prepare for the transfer. Yulin arranged the task for the man who had just asked the question. Okay. Hongliang immediately called a few people to go out and find out. Lu Nian heard the woman's shouting, Hongliang. Someone from Yulin's team. Yulin was the person in charge of the Zhonghai area in the Hades Palace. She was not very strong in martial arts, but she was ruthless. After she returned to the Lu family, Yulin became her subordinate. That was undoubtedly the Hades Palace, or Yi Chen, the little Deng Bi. Why do you always like to tie her up? I really give up. At this moment, Lu Nian was very calm. The worst thing was to be taken to the Hades Palace. She was an old acquaintance. Just think of it as going back for training. She could also be Uncle Lin Ao's spy in there, so she didn't care now. But she would still escape if she could. I just didn't expect that I would be tied up by my former subordinates now. Tisk tisk tisk, Yi Lu, you are so ashamed. It seems that her recent life has really made her less vigilant. Originally, Lu Nian didn't want to go to school, but her aunt Lu Mengan disagreed and insisted that she grow up like a normal person and experience a complete life to make up for the regrets of the past. In order not to disappoint Lu Mengan's kindness, Lu Nian had to agree. Today, when I was waiting for the housekeeper to pick me up at the door, I was covered with drugs and fainted. When I woke up, I found myself in this warehouse. Yi Lu, where is your vigilance? Lu Nian silently complained about himself in his heart, and the little hand behind him kept changing directions and twisting. Yulin and the others were careless and thought that Lu Nian was just an ordinary 5-year-old girl, so they just tied her up with a hemp rope. Although Lu Nian's strength is not as strong as before, after so many timelines of training, and the sufferings she suffered in the Hades Palace before, it was not in vain. Big sister, it's not good. I just went out to check. Zhonghai City is now strictly checking in and out. There are police patrolling around. Even villagers in such a remote place have received flyers with the girl's photo printed on them. After a while, Hong Liang hurried back. His face was not very good. He looked nervous and sweaty. Hong Liang, let's take her away immediately. We need to move to another place immediately. This place is no longer safe. After hearing this, Yulin's face was gloomy. It seemed that this place was not very safe either. We had to move to another place and wait for some time before finding a way out. What is the identity of this little girl from the Lu family? Isn't she just a family member? Can the Lu family mobilize people from the whole city? After hearing this, Hong Liang immediately walked over and carried Lu Nian. They hurriedly took Lu Nian out. There was a 7-seater black commercial vehicle parked on the side of the road. Just when Hong Liang was about to take her in the car, Lu Nian showed a weird smile on Hong Liang's shoulder. Chapter 68. This time is different after all. Under the dim street lights, Yulin and several younger brothers had already gotten into the car. Hong Liang grabbed Lu Nian and prepared to put her into the car and prepare to set off. However, at this critical moment, Lu Nian raised her little face and showed a bright smile to Hong Liang. She wore an eye patch on her face, and her smile was slightly sinister. Hong Liang was surprised by Lu Nian's actions. He thought the little girl was frightened, because Lu Nian hadn't said a word or yelled since she woke up. Just when Hong Liang was stunned, Lu Nian's hands tied behind him suddenly stretched out to Hong Liang's neck, holding a hemp rope in his hand, which was the rope that tied Lu Nian just now. For a moment, there was only one thought in Hong Liang's mind: when was she untied? Lu Nian took off the blindfold with his left hand, and gently swung the hemp rope in his right hand. His palm made a beautiful semicircle. With the inertia of the force, the rope rotated around Hong Liang's neck. Lu Nian caught the other one accurately. He grabbed the other end of the rope, and now his left and right hands are firmly holding the two ends of the rope. She raised her feet and kicked hard towards her loud chest. This scene was like a sudden thunder, leaving Hong Liang with no time to react. He did not expect Lu Nian to behave like this at all. Hong Liang's body was kicked by Lu Nian, and he fell backward due to inertia. The rope around his neck was pulled tightly by Lu Nian, and Hong Liang's hands holding Lu Nian's hands unconsciously let go. I want to tear this life-threatening thing off. However, as his body leaned back and Lu Nian exerted force again, Hong Liang's eyes darkened due to the momentary lack of oxygen. What on earth is this ancestor? Lu Nian knew that with his current strength, he couldn't kill Hong Liang directly, not to mention that there was no time to trouble her now. There were Yulin and a few people in the car. She held both ends of the rope without letting go. As Hong Liang fell to the ground, she kicked Hong Liang hard in the key parts below. Hong Liang suddenly felt that his life had been sublimated, and he had the ultimate experience from top to bottom. Almost fainted. Ho ho ho. Because his throat was strangled by the hemp rope, he could not make a clear sound. His face turned red, his eyes protruded, and a few drops of crystal water fell from his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Lunyan let go of the rope. She quickly reached for Hong Liang's waist and took out the pistol he had on his waist. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. At this time, the people in the car also noticed something strange about Hong Liang. Just as Yulin was about to get out of the car, she heard 2 gunshots. The only light on the roadside also disappeared, and it was dark behind the car. Only the lights in front of the car and the weak brake lights at the rear were left. Everyone in the car quickly took out their guns. Yulin pulled it with her gun, signaling the 4 people to go down first to check the situation. They clenched the guns in their hands and walked down cautiously. Hong Liang had been shot in the head and fell into a pool of blood. The only street lamp was also shot out and was flashing with sparks. They were all shocked by this scene. What happened? Is it that little girl? No way. They looked around with the help of weak lights, looking for Lunyan's figure. The only sounds around them were the chirping of insects and birds and their heavy breathing. One of them seemed to have thought of something. He carefully knelt down and looked under the car. Are you looking for me? A childish voice combined with that weird smile made him tremble all over, and he was just about to raise his gun. Bye. Boom. There was a gunshot, and the unlucky man fell down. His eyes were filled with fear from the beginning to the end. The other 3 people quickly looked under the car when they heard the gunshot. Lunyan quickly rolled out after firing, and fired 2 shots at the 2 people on the same side, all of which hit accurately. It's just that the wrist has to bear the strong recoil every time it fires. This body is still too weak. Lunyan gritted her teeth and continued to move around to the back of the car. Just as she was about to poke her head towards the back of the car, he was shot twice by the man. Lunyan had to shrink back. At this time, she saw the passenger door open and Yulin was about to get out. She stepped forward on the guardrail of the parking space, used her feet to exert strength, quickly climbed onto the roof of the car, and fired a quick shot at the man, which hit her shoulder. When she wanted to take another shot, she found that the pistol was out of bullets. She threw the gun in her hand towards Yulin who was about to get out of the car, and her body quickly rolled to the left, just falling on the unlucky man. Lunyan pulled the gun out of his hand, and glared at the unlucky man with eyes that he couldn't close. What are you looking at? If you don't accept it, get up and bite me. Then he shot through the gap at the bottom of the car, aiming at the ankle of the man who had just been injured. Ah! The screams resounded through the night sky, and he fell to the ground. Tisk, 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 I'm screaming in pain. When did Yamahal accept such people? Lunyan had a look of disgust on his face, and the man who fell to the ground also saw Lunyan lying on the ground, with a look of horror on his face. Lunyan held up the gun, and the dark muzzle was aimed at him. Lunyan made a shish gesture to him. Boom. The man's last thoughts were full of fear. This child was not a human being. Yulin had a gloomy face and was shocked in her heart. What on earth was this ancestor made of? Lunyan fired a series of shots, dodged, and killed in just over 30 seconds. This speed was a bit scary. It's just that Lunyan's wrist is uncomfortable now, and his entire arm has begun to feel numb. So many shots fired in such a short period of time, coupled with all the rolling, put a severe strain on the young body. But there is still another orchid to solve. Little girl, I don't know how you did it. We, the King of Hell, don't have any ill intentions. How about we have a good talk? How about that? Yulin was quite smart. After getting off the car, she stood in front of the right front of the car, blocking Lunyan's view of shooting from below. Her tone was calm, but actually she felt a sense of fear towards Lunyan in her heart. Who has ever seen such a child? The smell of blood around her was strong, filling her nostrils. This is all caused by a child in a short period of time. Lunyan rolled her eyes at Yulin. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't I know if you, King of Hell, have any malicious intentions? Lunyan didn't say anything. Since Yulin wanted to delay, she followed her will and took the time to regain her strength. When Yulin saw that she didn't say anything, she had an idea in her mind. She got back into the passenger seat again, and then climbed into the main driver's seat. When Lunyan heard Yulan's movements, he secretly screamed something bad. There was a sound of a car starting, and the car quickly fell backwards. Lunyan quickly got up and ran to the drainage ditch on the side of the road. Hee little mouse, I can't catch you yet. Are you playing with me? There was both fear and madness in Yulin's eyes, and she tried to use other emotions to dilute her fear of Lun Yan. She showed a dangerous smile, and under the illumination of the car lights, Lun Yan was unable to hide. Yulin stuck her head out from the driver's seat and fired 2 shots at Lun Yan. Lun Yan lay down under the drainage ditch and used some blind spots to avoid it. Fortunately, her body at this time is that of a 5-year-old, but she won't be able to hide in it as she grows older. She moved forward slowly in the ditch, and after changing to a suitable position, she judged the approximate position of the headlights by relying on the light shining on this side. She took a breath, quickly raised her head, and fired 2 shots at the 2 white light sources in front of her. After firing, she immediately lay down. Bang bang, boom. Lun Yan's 2 shots hit the car light, and Yulin quickly reacted and fired 1 shot at Lun Yan's position. The surroundings were truly plunged into darkness. Lun Yan lay in the drainage ditch and showed a wry smile. Yi Heron, you have still regressed. But this time it was different after all. Lun Yan slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 69 Goodbye. On the road leading to the south of Zhonghai City, a supercar was running fast. Just 30 minutes ago, Long Aocean and the police gave Lin Ao the news. The news was the same, and Long Aocean asked his men to investigate there. Near a small village by the sea, some villagers saw several suspicious people, but they didn't know whether they were Lun Yan that Lin Ao was looking for. Long Aocean had already driven to Lin Ao Manor. Lin Ao asked them to stay in the manor, and he and Aocean went to take a look. In case there was other news, the rest of the people could go to different places to confirm. So Lin Ao went out and set off with Long Aocean. He stuffed Long Aocean into the co-pilot and drove himself. Brother Lin, actually my driving skills are still. Long Aocean wanted to say something, but was glared back by Lin Ao. You navigate for me. Okay. While navigating, Long Aocean asked Longmen's men if they had found any suspicious areas. Aocean, sitting in the co-pilot, wished he could tie 10 or 8 seat belts for himself. Brother Lin, the big curve ahead. Long Aocean didn't finish his words, and saw Lin Ao's face was cold. He pressed the brake, turned the steering wheel wildly, and then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Brother Lin, good driving skills. Long Aocean was thrown by the continuous curves on the seaside and kept retching. Lin Ao glanced at the fool, and dared to say that he had good driving skills. If Long Aocean knew, he would definitely feel wronged. Can driving be the same as riding in a car? They went more and more remote, closer and closer to the edge of Zhonghai City, and soon they would reach the seaside village in the intelligence report. At this time, Aocean's cell phone rang. Hello, okay. I know, it's okay, you continue. I'm rushing over, you guys come with me. Long Aocean hung up the phone with a bad look on his face. Brother Lin, my little brother received a tip that there seemed to be gunshots in an abandoned warehouse on the seaside, which was provided by a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Lin Ao's heart sank. Lun Yan, you must not be in trouble. Aocean, where is the nitrogen acceleration button? Lin Ao suddenly said something to Aocean that made him confused. I didn't install this thing. Hey, brother Lin, I saw you rolled your eyes. Did you roll your eyes? Who would install this thing? Squeak. Another bend. This bend. Lin Ao seemed to swing more fiercely. Yulin slowly got out of the car. The gun just now seemed to hit Lun Yan. Although the superiors had explained that Lun Yan should not be harmed, now that his life is gone, I still care about your orders. It is hard to imagine that a child has done this. What did the Lu family raise her for? How did they raise a little monster? Such a Lun Yan made Yulin feel very scared, like a demon hiding in the shadows. Yulin clenched the pistol, took a deep breath, and looked at the figure standing in the ditch with the help of the moonlight. She saw the white corner of Lun Yan's clothes, and she quickly aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Yulin fired 5 shots in a row. The gun in her hand was smoking, thinking it was over, right? This kid was simply a demon. Feeling that Lun Yan was lying there motionless, Yulin walked forward carefully to observe. Just as she approached, her heart skipped a beat. It was just an empty piece of clothing escape. Yulin was shocked, her pupils trembled, and she turned around quickly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. She saw Lun Yan as soon as she turned her head. She was only wearing a small black vest and black pumpkin pants, with a piece of rag wrapped around her left arm, and her clothes were in the drainage ditch. Hee Yulin, how many times have I told you? Don't underestimate any enemy. You see, you are suffering now. Lun Yan showed Yulin an angelic smile, gentle and full of chilling murderous intent. Goodbye. Yulin's pupils shrank, and the gun in Lun Yan's hand erupted from the muzzle with flames. Boom. The bullet accurately hit Yulin's forehead. Yulin slowly fell to the ground, her eyes full of unwillingness and hatred. Before she died, she engraved Lun Yan's face deeply in her mind. She would never meet her in the next life. This brat deceived everyone. The reason for her unwillingness was because of Lun Yan's words, "When did you tell me?" After dealing with Yulin, Lun Yan sat down on the ground without any strength. After all, his young body could not support this high-intensity battle. The shot Yulin fired in the car did hit Lun Yan, but luckily it missed his left arm. Then Lun Yan quickly tore up her clothes, endured the pain and bandaged her shoulders, and then took off her outer clothes. Since the two headlights of the car had been destroyed by her, the only thing around except the moonlight was the weak brake lights at the rear of the car. With her vision blocked, she climbed to the slope on the outside of the drainage channel, covered by some weeds, and secretly moved to the back of Orchid. Then the scene just happened. She rested for a while, climbed back into the car, and closed the door. Since the only clothes left were a thin vest and pumpkin pants, after a little adrenaline cooled down, it became a bit cold, especially at the beach where the sea breeze was particularly strong. Lun Yan took out a mobile phone from those unlucky men. After dialing a person's number, she knew that this person must be on his way here. At this time, Lin Ao's cell phone rang. He found that it was an unfamiliar number, and he quickly connected. It might be information about Lun Yan. Shut up. He glared at Long Aoshan, who was screaming. Aoshan, who was still screaming, immediately covered his mouth. Ooh. Hey, who are you? Lin Ao turned on the loudspeaker because he was still concentrating on turning. The road to the seaside was really winding. There are so many 18 turns. Uncle, I'll send you a location. Come quickly. Lin Ao was shocked. It was Lun Yan who hit him. Nian Nian, are you okay? Where are you? Send me your location quickly. Uncle, come over immediately. Lin Ao shouted anxiously, with a suppressed anger in his heart. Who is it? Dare to take action against Lun Yan? Lun Yan hummed softly. Her tone sounded very tired, which made Lin Ao even more worried. After Lun Yan hung up the phone, he sent a location to Lin Ao. Lin Aogong hurriedly opened it and took a look. Not far from the current location, was that the place where the gunfire occurred. Will Lun Yan be injured? Lin Ao tried to speed up the vehicle again, but the floor was always oily and there was no room for improvement. Damn it! Dragon Ao heaven! Long Aoshan was startled by Lin Ao's sudden shouting. He had just wanted to say a few words of congratulations, but Lu Nianeng's call was proof that she was safe. He held back so many words that they almost came to his tongue. If you don't install nitrogen in your car next time, I will definitely find someone to let you experience what it means to be overwhelmed by a mountain man on top of man. Long Aoshan was frightened and trembled, with a huge shadow on his small body. Seeing Lin Ao's eyes glowing red at this moment, he did not dare to say a disobedient word. Yes. Long Aoshan thought that when he went back tonight, he would add 10 to 8 nitrogen gases to accelerate it, immediately. Lun Yan hung up the phone and lay tiredly on the seat, looking at the faint moonlight outside the car. A smile appeared. That's right, this time it's different after all. Chapter 70 Uncle Lin Ao, I'm so scared. A few minutes later, the roar of cars sounded on this silent road. Lin Ao vaguely saw a van parked on the side of the road in the car, and it seemed that there were several people lying on the ground. Lin Ao's heart skipped a beat. Could there be another accident? Long Aoshan took off his seat belt and waited for Lin Ao to park the car, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Soon they arrived near the van. When they looked closer, they saw that there were corpses lying on the ground. Lin Ao thought silently in his heart, please don't let anything happen to you, don't let anything happen to you. Lin Ao looked around cautiously and felt the energy nearby. There was a faint breath in the car. He motioned for Aoshan to go over and have a look. Long Aoshan nodded and slowly approached the van. He saw the little girl that day sleeping on the back seat. Brother Lin, it's Lun Yan. Long Aoshan happily opened the car door. He bent down and got in, just about to take Lun Yan out of the car. Suddenly Lun Yan, who was asleep, opened his eyes, which startled Long Aoshan. Lun Yan suddenly stretched out her legs and clamped Long Aoshan's neck, dragging him forward. She quickly turned over and pressed on Long Aoshan's back. Long Aoshan didn't react at all, mainly because he was unprepared for Lun Yan. A series of actions stunned him. Was it so violent? Ah. Then he felt a mechanical cold touch touching his temple. He was trembling all over, chanted, "Brother Lin, save me." Lin Ao also noticed something strange about Long Aotian. When he heard that Lu Nian was inside, he was filled with joy and he breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. As a result, there was a ringing sound, and Long Aotian was heard shouting for help. It made him feel relieved again. He thought someone was ambushing inside and ran over quickly. After a closer look, it was Lu Nian who was pressing on Long Aotian and pressing a pistol against his temple. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth kept twitching, and he rolled his eyes at Long Aotian. "Nian Nian, it's me." Lin Ao called out to Lu Nian softly, and Lu Nian finally reacted. She looked at Long Aotian below her body. Weak chicken. Although the voice was very small, Long Aotian still heard it and his heart collapsed. Was I called a weakling by a 5-year-old girl? Ah, is it an auditory hallucination? What just happened was also a dream, right? How could such a fierce person be kidnapped? Lu Nian let go of Long Aotian, threw the pistol aside, turned his head and looked at Lin Ao. "Uncle Lin Ao scared me to death, I'm so scared." Lu Nian rushed towards Lin Ao with a full face. Both Long Aotian and Lin Ao in the car were twitching at the contrast between Lu Nian and Lu Nian. Long Aotian was even more aggrieved. "That's not what you did to me just now." Lin Ao stretched out his hands and quickly hugged her into his arms. Seeing Lu Nian's thin clothes, he quickly took off his own clothes and wrapped them around Lu Nian. He saw that her arm was injured and her eyes became very scary. "Who did it?" Lin Ao's tone was cold. This matter made him very depressed. He felt that danger was approaching him and the people around him all the time, especially the words that flashed in his mind today, "Fate is being forcibly corrected." Lu Nian whispered in Lin Ao's arms, "The Hall of the King of Hell." Lin Ao became even more angry when he heard the Palace of Hell. It turned out to be Yi Chen. It seems that things are moving forward again, but why Lu Nian? What is her relationship with Yi Chen? "Miss Lu, I'm here to save you too. Why do you have to treat her differently?" Woo woo woo. Long Aotian walked out with a sad face and rubbed his arms. "Thank you Xiao Longzi, don't you know that it's dangerous for a lady to wake up when she's sleeping?" Lu Nian showed a sweet smile to Long Aotian. Long Aotian was struck by her smile for a moment, and he felt that Lu Nian didn't look like a child. "Wait, what did she call me? Xiao Longzi." Ah. Lin Ao put Lu Nian in the car, then called back to make sure they were safe, and would explain it carefully when he got back. He wanted to go back quickly and show Lu Nian the wound. As for the corpses on the ground, he had no interest in taking care of them. Someone would naturally take care of them. This time he let Long Aotian drive, and he accompanied Lu Nian in the back seat. Lin Ao hugged Lu Nian and finally asked the question in his heart. "Nian Nian, who are you?" He had observed the corpses, and many of them had been shot in the head. The street lights and car lights were shattered by bullets. Lu Nian was the only one in the car, and there were no signs of anyone else fighting. So there is a high probability that the only thing causing all this is the little girl in his arms. Long Aotian, who was driving, pricked up his ears. "What?" Brother Lin asked what this meant. "Is there any gossip?" Lin Ao ignored the monkey-like Long Aotian and looked at Lu Nian in his arms tenderly. "I am, Yi Lu, Uncle Lin Ao. That little killer who you tied up to listen to stories and threatened to eat." Lu Nian showed a sweet smile to Lin Ao. He didn't know how Uncle Lin Ao would react after hearing this. Lu Nian was waiting for Lin Ao to be shocked. "So you are her. Are you from the Palace of Hell?" Lin Ao was indeed surprised by Lu Nian, but after what happened to Sha Qianj, he quickly calmed down. "Tch, your reaction is so bland, it's not even fun." Lu Nian thought Lin Ao would be shocked, and then looked incredulous, but this is the result. One pass. And Long Aotian was even more confused. What does Brother Lin mean by saying this? And what does Lu Nian's answer mean? What are you her? Is this little girl still from the Palace of Hell? What is a night heron? Don't be ridiculous. Oops, I hate the riddler the most, but Long Aotian didn't dare to ask any more questions. I can only continue to keep my ears open to see if there is any other information. Well, or in the previous timeline, Lu Nian changed into a comfortable position in Lin Ao's arms, like a kitten. Lin Ao nodded slightly and stroked Lu Nian's back with some distress. He knew how the Palace of Hell trained his killers. "Why don't you kill me this time?" Lin Ao felt a little funny when he thought about the past. He recalled the scene of Yi Lu, in the past, the murderous look on Lu Nian's face before, and then saw Lu Nian in his arms now. The contrast was really big. I won't kill him. I was out of control before, but this time it's different. The one I want to kill most this time is Yi Chen. Lu Nian, who was in Lin Ao's arms, opened her eyes slightly, and in an instant she transformed back into the night heron. Long Aotian felt uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Lu Nian assassinated brother Lin. And why did Lu Nian want to kill Yi Chen? He suddenly remembered Lin Ao's conditions for cooperation. When did you and the King of Hell have such a big hatred? What on earth are you talking about? Now that everything has been said, can't we open the skylight and speak out? I can't even drive well if you ask me to do this. Okay, let's kill him together. Lin Ao closed his eyes and leaned in the back row, thinking about another plan. Now that you have come to the door. So why can't I take the initiative? Chapter 71. Welcome to join us. Lu Nian fell asleep again on the road. The fierce fight consumed Lu Nian a lot of energy, and his left shoulder was also injured. This was far beyond the physical load of a 5-year-old child. Lin Ao carried Lu Nian back to the manor, followed closely by Long Aotian. Long Aotian scratched his head all the way and couldn't figure out what the conversation between Lin Ao and Lu Nian meant. Now it was hard for him to speak, so he could only stare at Lin Ao, the Riddler, resentfully. But this time it was thanks to Longmen. Sometimes the most unnoticed subordinates played a greater role, so they had to be rewarded well. The lights in the manor were brightly lit, and everyone inside was extremely anxious. They were relieved when they saw Lin Ao coming in with Lu Nian in his arms. Lu Mengan ran towards the door with red eyes. Lin Ao made a shush gesture, telling them to be silent first, and called the family doctor to take Lu Nian for examination. Lu Mengan and Li Wanyu both followed. Hello, sister-in-law. Long Aotian said hello to Ji Yu Wanqing. Well, thank you for your hard work. You can go and rest. Okay. Long Aotian responded and ran to the sofa to sit down. Who is it? Is he from the Palace of Hell? Ji Yu Wanqing's face was cold, and she was not in a good mood right now. She had just joined forces with Lu Mengan to make a plan, but something happened to Lu Nian within a few days. This made her guess the most about the Palace of Hell. Lin Ao felt a little surprised. Ji Yu Wanqing actually knew about the Palace of Hell. Then he nodded. I heard from Nian Nian that they are members who have been lurking in Zhanghai. They are just a small group of people placed here by the Palace of Hell. I don't know the specific reason why Nian Nian was suddenly taken away. In fact, Lin Ao already had a rough idea in his mind, which was related to the forcible correction of fate. It was like he originally had a formal conflict with Xiao Fan half a year later, but now Xiao Fan has been taken away by him. Then Yi Chen, Lin Feng and the most mysterious Chu Tian are probably moving closer to Lin Ao. It's just that Yi Chen and the Palace of Hell are the first to make an effort now. Well, I understand. Zhanghai will soon clear out the remaining rats in the Palace of Hell. After that, they will die one by one when they come in. Ji Yu Wanqing's eyes flashed fiercely. She had expected that it would be a year before Lin Ao would confront them, but it started now. She couldn't help but become anxious. Just need to speed up. Lin Ao looked at Ji Yu Wanqing, who was exuding fierce energy. This was the second time he had seen her so angry. The first time was at the playground. Lin Ao took the initiative to hug Ji Yu Wanqing and held her in his arms. He had no other thoughts. When he saw Ji Yu Wanqing at this moment, he subconsciously wanted to give her a hug. Ji Yu Wanqing squinted her eyes, thinking how could this person become enlightened. It's not in vain that I have spent so much time on you. Sister Wanqing, if you need anything, you can arrange for me to do it. Qin Yun came over and spoke to Ji Yu Wanqing softly, taking the initiative to help. She saw Lin Ao hugging Ji Yu Wanqing without a trace of jealousy. She figured it out and agreed to the conditions Ji Yu Wanqing told her. Qin Yun never left. While Lin Ao and Long Aotian were away, Qin Yun was stripped to pieces by Ji Yu Wanqing. At first, Qin Yun was still hostile to Ji Yu Wanqing. After all, she was Lin Ao's fiancé, and it was still to be confirmed, so it proved that she was. But after Ji Yu Wanqing saw Lin Ao leaving, she smiled and took Qin Yun to the next room to chat. At first Qin Yun was ready for Ji Yu Wanqing to attack, since she would not give up on Lin Ao voluntarily anyway. Just when he was about to bite the bullet, Ji Yu Wanqing gently held Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun, welcome to join Hongyan Tower. Qin Yun was confused. Have I found the organization? What's the meaning? Then Ji Wanqing broke away from the destiny route from the panel in memory, and gently explained all the information around Lin Ao. In fact, Ji Wanqing was feeling very tired and felt like a matchmaker. She also didn't want Lin Ao to cause unnecessary consequences because of women. Since the same information column as theirs can appear, it proves that it is possible to talk. Qin Yun went from shocked to unbelievable to convinced at the beginning. She really found the organization. It turned out that there were so many things that she didn't know. It's up to you whether you want to join or not. Also, I won't stop you from being with Lin Ao. I treat everyone else the same, and the conditions mentioned are the same. Ji Wanqing dropped another bomb, which made Qin Yun unable to calm down for a long time. Slowly, Ji Wanqing completely gained the upper hand and faintly improved her position between them. Qin Yun couldn't help but acquiesced in such a thing, even she didn't know it. How about I give you some time to think about it? Of course, I really want your participation in my heart. Ji Wanqing relaxed and tightened, completely grasping Qin Yun. If you join me, you will have multiple helpers and multiple competitors, but she is not worried at all about such competitors. If Qin Yun doesn't join, it won't have much impact on her future plans. After all, Xiaofan is gone. Unless other people start to contact the Qin family again, but you have to ask other families in Zhonghai City, they will never get a chance to get involved in Zhonghai. Qin Yun was struggling. She had just started dating Lin Ao and was about to face this choice, which made her brain smoke. He just nodded blankly. Just after Lin Ao came back, looking at the injured Lun Yan, as well as the serious expressions of Ji Wanqing and Lin Ao, she decided that she wanted to join, and she didn't want her life to continue in a cycle without her control. Besides, she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the frowning and howling people. Ji Wanqing pushed Lin Ao away. Lin Ao was stunned by this. Ji Wanqing walked over enthusiastically and held Qin Yun in her arms. She said softly against Qin Yun's ear, "Welcome to join, I believe we will get along well in the future." The gentle breath lingered in Qin Yun's ears, her heart beat faster and her face was stained with red makeup. Qin Yun felt a little shy, and looked at Lin Ao with her crescent-like eyes. She said huh, with a strong voice, a hint of trembling in her voice. She felt that her body was a little weak in Ji Wanqing's arms. Why was that? Ji Wanqing gently touched the back of Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun trembled like a frightened rabbit. "I should be 1 year older than you. From now on, please call me Sister Wanqing, we are sisters." Ji Wanqing glanced at Lin Ao, thinking that if you dare to treat me badly in the future, you will be dead. She gently pushed Qin Yun away, and gently held Qin Yun's blushing face with her slender and gentle palms. Qin Yun's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes were dodging cutely. Ji Wanqing wondered why this rabbit was so cute. She glanced at Lin Ao who was standing beside her again. "I'm taking advantage of you, stinky man. Okay, let's make an appointment when the follow-up matters are arranged and go to my house to have a good chat. Remember to tell me if you have anything in the future." Qin Yun didn't dare to look at Ji Wanqing. She only knew that she was so nervous now and her heart was beating so fast. I know, Sister Wanqing." Her voice trembled slightly and she lowered her head shyly. Ji Wanqing looked at the little white rabbit in front of her tenderly, then turned and glared at Lin Ao. "You are really looking for trouble for me." Lin Ao felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Pull Long Aocean to another place. Chapter 72. Aocean will go down in history. Long Aocean was pulled out of the manor by Lin Ao. Long Aocean didn't dare to say anything from the time he entered until now. He had experienced Ji Wanqing's feather duster. "I'm afraid that I said the wrong thing. Anyway, if you have something to do, I'll call you sister-in-law a few times." "You're right, just sit aside obediently." "Brother Lin, do you have a grudge against the Palace of Hell? Today you talked about a lot of things that I didn't understand, and I didn't even understand." Long Aocean could be said to have been holding back his words and wanted to ask for clarification. "Yes, I have a sworn enemy with the Palace of Hell." "What's wrong? Are you afraid? Didn't I say the conditions before?" Lin Ao smiled softly and patted Long Aocean's shoulder. At the same time, he looked at Long Aocean thoughtfully. "Hey brother Lin, don't get me wrong. How could our Dragon Gate be afraid of these rats from the Palace of Hell? It's just that I didn't expect that brother Lin would have such a big hatred against them." Long Aocean showed disdain, and he returned to his arrogant and crooked-mouthed state. Lin Ao thought to himself, "That's it, great. Keep it up." Because of the Palace of Hell, they wanted to secretly control the entire Zhanghai city. I accidentally learned of their plan. So he wanted to kill me and the people around me, just like this time when Nian Nian was attacked. Event. Lin Ao lied a little, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Long Aoshan. Aoshan, as a man, do you have to stand up and protect the people around you? Long Aoshan nodded sharply after hearing this. Yes, this is what a man basically has to do, protect everyone around him. Lin Ao patted Long Aoshan's shoulder heavily and looked at Long Aoshan with admiration. His eyes were very helpful to Long Aoshan, and he puffed up his chest unconsciously. The corners of Long Aoshan's mouth became more and more crooked. Lin Ao could judge the mood of Long Aoshan through the crookedness of the corners of his mouth, which was more accurate than the weather forecast. He felt that his emotions were slowly settling in now. Aoshan, are you my brother? Yes. Then am I the person beside you? Right. What should I do if I'm in danger? Fuck him. What should I do if someone around me is in danger? Fuck him too. I want to take the initiative and destroy the Palace of Hell. What do you do? Full support. Aoshan, you are a real man. I admire you very much, you know. Hey, brother Lin, you're welcome. So, Aoshan, are you willing to walk out of the river and sea with me and embark on the road to destroy the Palace of Hell? Let us achieve a wise life together. I do. Okay. Aoshan, you are indeed the man I like. You are very strong. I believe your father will be impressed by you this time. Lin Ao looked at the corners of Long Aoshan's mouth that kept increasing in angle, and wondered if he had gone too far. Ao Tian, I'm doing this for you too. But if the corner of your mouth becomes crooked again, you will become the male version of a cleft-lip girl. Lin Ao stepped forward and gave Long Aoshan a fierce hug. Aoshan, our brothers work together and are as powerful as gold. We will eventually be recorded in the annals of history. Are you ready? He slapped Aoshan on the back hard. Long Aoshan's face turned red, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He had already thought of the scene where his father burst into tears in front of him. The image of Longmen warmly welcoming him on his triumphant return. Ready! Long Aoshan shouted excitedly. Lin Ao let go of Ao Tian and took a deep look at this Longmen Wolong. In Long Aoshan's eyes, Lin Ao looked at him affectionately and with approval. Brother Lin had great expectations for him. Brother Lin, are we leaving tomorrow? Long Aoshan couldn't wait. Aoshan, don't be anxious. Things need to be considered in the long term. I will help you to be promoted to Grand Master or above so that we can travel in the world. Young Master Long, don't you think so? Amon. Lin Ao's words about young Master Long, the feeling of pleasure directly overturned Long Aoshan's heavenly spirit cap. Woohoo, take off. Lin Ao will spend the next month to polish Long Aoshan. After all, he was in the real martial arts realm before, and it is very simple to promote Long Aoshan to the master level. At the same time, he also needs to improve himself and make some arrangements for the people around him so that they can set off with peace of mind. Taking rash actions will only get you into trouble. Long Aoshan nodded excitedly, and whatever Brother Lin said was whatever he said. He even forgot to ask what the relationship between Lu Nian and the Palace of Hell was. Lin Ao's words were actually full of loopholes, but now he didn't even bother to ask. Now he just wants to make great achievements, go down in history, and make his father burst into tears. At this time, the door of the manor was opened, and Ji Yu Wanqing took Qin Yun's hand and came out. Qin Yun was still blushing, and at the same time she secretly glanced at Ji Yu Wanqing. Sisters-in-law, I'm leaving first. I have to go back to arrange some things. Long Aoshan greeted him warmly, and the word men was very spiritual. Ji Yu Wanqing smiled at him and nodded lightly. Aoshan left in a daze. Annals of history. History. Make dad cry. Make dad cry. Lin Ao looked at Qin Yun and wondered if this girl had any weird hidden attributes triggered by Ji Yu Wanqing, right? Lin Ao sent Sister Eunuch to you. Ji Yu Wanqing hugged Qin Yun gently again and said in her ear, go back first, we will see you tomorrow. Qin Yun nodded and walked towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao glanced at Ji Yu Wanqing in his mind and felt that she had the aura of a queen in a TV series. Ji Yu Wanqing looked at them thoughtfully, turned around and returned to the house. Lin Ao trembled. Isn't this faint murderous intention pointed at me? Jia Baba, let's go. Lin Ao went over and took Qin Yun's hand. Call me Eunuch. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Huh? Why can't you call me fierce? Well, you can call me Ji Baba when we are on Fishan. We don't want others to know our unique title. Qin Yun quickly explained. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's good that he wasn't scared by Ji Wanqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what he would do in the future. Okay Eunuch, let's go and I'll take you back. On the way, Qin Yun said that if anything happened in the future, she would help. And he seemed very enthusiastic and his attitude was very determined. Lin Ao went home after seeing her off. He wanted to check on Lun Yan's condition, so he didn't stay any longer. Qin Yun returned to the room, turned on her mobile phone, clicked on Ji Wanqing's chat page, and changed Ji Wanqing's notes. Big sister. She opened the photo she had just taken with Ji Wanqing and smiled sweetly. It would be nice to have such a sister. Then he opened Lin Ao's photo and revealed an intriguing smile. A trace of crystal flowed from the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Suck. She wiped the corners of her mouth gently. It seems Lin Ao is already a piece of meat on the chopping board. In the Lin family manner, Ji Wanqing sat on the sofa with her long legs raised, and she squinted at the door. Just wait for that bastard to come back. Chapter 73 Old Palace Master, an old acquaintance. Lin family manner. Lin Ao opened the door and walked to the living room. Ji Wanqing, dressed in a professional suit, had her hair tied up. She was standing on her feet, wearing high heels, wearing seductive black stockings, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looking at Lin Ao lazily. Ji Wanqing was extremely charming at this moment. Come and massage my shoulders. Her voice was charming, like a kitten, constantly tickling Lin Ao's heart, and Lin Ao was fascinated for a while. Why are you still standing there? What? Are you unhappy? Have you forgotten the old one with the new one? Listening to Ji Wanqing's light words, Lin Ao shuddered, and an inexplicable uneasiness appeared in his heart. As if he was a little afraid of Ji Wanqing, he walked over carefully and gently massaged Ji Wanqing's shoulders. Ji Wanqing's mouth curled up a charming smile, and the initiative was still in her hands. Lin Ao smelled the fragrance of Ji Wanqing, because Lun Yan's tense mind gradually relaxed. Wanqing that. Lin Ao originally wanted to explain his relationship with Qin Yun and wanted to be frank. Since he had already put Ji Wanqing in his heart, he should just explain these things to her directly. I don't need you to explain anything. I know better than you. Ji Wanqing interrupted Lin Ao. She knew what Lin Ao wanted to say. It was enough for him to have this frank idea. Ji Wanqing was right. She knew them better than Lin Ao. Lin Ao, what do you think about the matter of Yama Palace? Ji Wanqing is now concerned about Yama Palace. Anyway, she has accepted Qin Yun, Sha Qianj and others, so there is no need to waste time on such things. Lin Ao looked at Ji Wanqing with a little surprise. He thought he needed to spend some time talking. Wanqing, I want to take the initiative to attack Yama Palace. I plan to take Aoshan to cooperate with Longmen to wipe out the large dens of Yama Palace. Lin Ao's face revealed murderous intent. Since you provoke me so quickly, I can't hide in Zhonghai. I will take the initiative this time. Do you need me to help you find some people? Lord Ji Yu can ask him to follow you. Ji Wanqing didn't expect Lin Ao to take the initiative to chase the King of Hell, but she supported it. As long as she was there, Zhonghai must be impregnable. Lun Yan simply didn't expect the King of Hell to be so fast this time, catching all of them off guard. Fortunately, Lun Yan was not taken away this time. No need, the more people you bring, the more trouble you will have. Next, I will help Aoshan improve his strength. I have some other helpers who should be able to help me. Zhonghai. Lin Ao is now worried about Zhonghai. Don't worry about this, leave it to us. If you are really afraid of any danger, your manor is so big, with so many mechanisms, at worst we can move here. Lin Ao looked deeply at the woman from behind. She didn't ask him many questions, didn't let him explain many things, and always supported him. Lin Ao couldn't help but be moved. He gently hugged Ji Wanqing from behind. Ji Wanqing was stunned, then squinted her eyes and enjoyed the tenderness of this moment. Stinky man, I'll stay here tonight. Lin Ao's heart was alarmed. What did Ji Wanqing mean? Could it be, why, not happy? Or am I just an outsider in your eyes, not worthy of staying here overnight? Ji Wanqing opened her eyes slightly. No, how could that be? You can stay as long as you want. Lin Ao hurriedly explained that he was just a little stressed out by Ji Wanqing before, because she had always wanted to eat him. But why should he be afraid in his imagination? Didn't they say that after Xiao Fan was eliminated? As his thoughts changed, a certain index continued to soar. Gu Wanqing glanced at Lin Ao's status bar. Pucci. Rationality Index, 520. Gu Wanqing's pink tongue gently licked her mouth. Haha, you will definitely not be able to escape tonight, Lin Ao. She patted Lin Ao's hand gently and stood up. Okay, let's go see Meng Han and Nian Nian. Then the two of them walked to the medical room. The doctor had already treated Lu Nian's wound, and she woke up. Lin Dong, Li Wanyu and Lu Mengan were sitting in the room with her. Seeing her talking and laughing, there should be no big problem. Sister Gu Uncle Lin Ao. Gu Wanqing happily walked over and rubbed this little girl. The call she received from Lu Mengan today scared her to death. She quite likes this child. Although she is a Yelu, this does not hinder Lu Nian's cuteness. The doctor saw that there's no big problem, right? Lin Ao walked to Lu Mengan's side. He knew how nervous Lu Mengan was and how nervous Lu Nian was. After all, she said on many timelines that her biggest regret was losing Lu Nian. Lu Mengan smiled at Lin Aojian. When Lu Nian woke up and the doctor confirmed that she was just a scratch and her body was a little weak, she really let go of her tense heartstrings. Li Wanyu still looked angry. Son, who is so brave? Lu Nian hasn't told them about the Palace of Hell yet. Li Wanyu is furious now and wants to know who is so bold and dares to touch her. Lu Nian. Mom, it's the Palace of the King of Hell. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu were shocked after hearing this. Isn't the Palace of Hell the same organization run by Yan Dong? He actually reached out secretly to Zhonghai City. Li Wanyu and Lin Dong looked at each other. Okay, Mom knows. After Li Wanyu finished speaking, she squeezed Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong understood and walked out. They came to their study room on the second floor. Old Lin, give him a call. Lin Dong took out an old mobile phone from the bedside table and dialed a number. Soon someone was connected over there, and the voice was a little weird. Yuli Gulan, why did you call me? A strong voice came from the other side. Lin Dong's temples twitched. Lai Pian, can you say it again? Licking Dog Forest. Lai Pian. Licking Dog Forest, licking Dog Forest, licking Dog Forest, licking Dog Forest, licking Dog Forest. Ray Pai Yan. Lai 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 Pai Yan. Li Wanyu couldn't hold back anymore. She had expected this situation, but she didn't expect that after decades of absence, these two fools would still act like this. She gave Lin Dong a slap in the face and took the phone from his hand. Yan Dong. Yan Dong on the opposite side suddenly lost his voice. Jade sister, long time no see. Yan Dong's voice was full of nostalgia. He didn't expect to hear Yumei's voice again. It made him dazed for a moment, and he unconsciously recalled those green years. Lin Dong couldn't hold himself any longer next to him, was he shouting so affectionately? Just as he was about to have a fit, Li Wanyu glared back. Why is the boss still acting like a child when he is no longer young? Chapter 74. Like a tiger, but actually Hello Kitty. Long time no see, Yan Dong, I called to tell you something. Yan Dong was brought back from his thoughts by Li Wanyu's words. You said Sister Yu, do you want to divorce Li Go-lin? I can pick you up right away. The corner of Li Wanyu's mouth twitched. You call Lin Dong a licker. How are you doing now? Should I call you Jia Pan Yan? Seriously, don't interrupt. Then Li Wanyu slowly told Yan Dong everything. Sister Yu, I have given all my rights to the current palace master. Let the young people deal with the young people's affairs. Why do we old people care about this, right? Yan Dong laughed intentionally after hearing this. The current Palace of Hell cannot be changed by him with just one word. It involves too many interests and is too complex. Okay, then can you promise me that the older generation will not get involved in the affairs of the younger generation? Li Wanyu actually expected this result. The biggest purpose of making this call was to ensure that people from the older generation could not participate, because Yan Dong's current strength was unknown. When he was young, Yan Dong was a rare genius among his generation. After so many years, his current strength has only become more terrifying. We can only use old feelings to see if Yan Dong can agree. Okay, I'll sell you a favor, Sister Yu. Although I don't know what grudges your children have with our Palace of Hell, I promise you that the older generation will not interfere. Okay. Yumei, it seems that you are quite confident in your child. You are not like Li Go-lin at all. Lin Dong yelled back from the side. Lai Yan, let's have sex again when we have time. Then I'll see if your mouth is tough or not. Okay. Who's afraid of who? You may give me a chance, I'll pick you up right away. Li Wanyu rolled her eyes. Just promise. It'll be fine. I'll hang up. After Li Wanyu finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Tell me, you are still so restless after all these years. Why should he be angry with you? Whose wife am I now? Whose child have I given birth to? Fool. When Lin Dong heard it, he was right. What should I be angry about? He should be the one who should be angry. Lin Dong's mood immediately turned cloudy and he happily walked over and hugged Li Wanyu. This is all we can do about Yan Dong. This man is crazy and unreasonable, but he will do what he promises. Lin Dong nodded. Although he called others scoundrels, he had to say that Yan Dong was actually quite trustworthy. After hanging up the phone, Yan Dong was thoughtful. Who arranged Zhang Hai's incident this time? Could it be Yi Chen? He is really taking care of himself now, and everything is basically left to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the keyliner of the Yi family and also his adopted son. Since he promised Yume, he will do it, so let these young people make trouble. Find time to go to Zhanghai and see Yume. Anyway, I am retired now, so I have a lot of time. Licking Gulen, I will be so angry with you when I see you. Snort. No one would have guessed that the old palace master, who had been decisive in killing before, actually had such a side. Lu Nian and Lu Mengan also stayed here tonight, staying in the room previously arranged for Lu Nian. The rooms are always cleaned and ready for use at any time. Lin Ao stretched and walked back to his bedroom. He had to take a good bath and relax today. Ji Yu Wanqing looked at Lin Ao's back from behind and licked her mouth. Lin Ao took his clothes and went into the bathroom. I love bathing and my skin is good. Oh. Put on a shower cap, sing and dance. Lin Ao was scrubbing the shower gel and humming a song. The bathroom door was pushed open quietly and gently. Revealing a pair of white and tender feet, she cautiously stepped into the bathroom. Through the half-open doorway, an attractive figure came into view, holding a towel in his right hand and walked in. The bath towel was of medium size, covering 3 important points of the body. It not only revealed a hint of alluring curves, but also retained a mysterious atmosphere. This figure is like a work of art, exuding a charming charm that makes people yearn for it involuntarily. Under the light of the bathroom, her skin seemed to exude a crystal luster, exuding a fresh breath. Those white jade feet lightly stepped on the floor, like a light butterfly, with a soft touch. She showed a sly smile, her eyes curled into half moons, and her face had a slight blush. That subtle expression seemed to hide some naughtiness and provocation. Her little heart was beating wildly as she slowly approached the mysterious figure behind the shower curtain. She stuck out her pink tongue and licked her delicate lips again, as if releasing a seductive breath. Her white and slender fingers gently opened the shower curtain. Through the thin curtain, she saw a solid back and obvious mermaid lines. The man's body has clear lines and his skin exudes a healthy luster, as if he is as perfect as a sculpture. She stretched out her fingers and lightly traced the skin on the man's back with her fingertips. Lin Ao was startled by the sudden coldness. He turned around quickly. Ah! Lin Ao let out a scream in the bathroom. Ji Yu Wanqing, what are you doing? Don't you know that scaring people can scare them to death? But then I saw Ji Yu Wanqing's outfit at this time, with a towel looming. In an instant, the whole person froze in place, and a feeling of heat filled the whole body. Ji Yu Wanqing raised a charming smile. Her long legs were as delicate as jade and crystal clear. She gently raised her feet and approached Lin Ao. She pinched Lin Ao's chin with her left hand. With a flick of his right hand, the towel flew into the air. Gudong. Lin Ao's mouth was dry and he swallowed unconsciously. Lin Ao, if I'm not satisfied tonight, you can think about it yourself in the future. XXXXXXXX. Yeah. Early the next morning, Lin Ao found that the beauty next door was no longer there. Thinking back to last night, I had a dream when I woke up, He went to wash up and walked downstairs holding his waist. I found them already having breakfast in the restaurant. Lu Mengan, Lu Nian and Li Wanyu all looked at Lin Ao with deep meaning, because Ji Yu Wanqing had already finished breakfast and said he had to go back to the company in advance. Only, the way she walked was very awkward. Lu Mengan didn't know why yet, and thought she didn't have a good rest last night. But Lu Nian's eyes flashed with light. After saying a few words in Lu Mengan's ear, Lu Mengan looked at Lu Nian in shock. Nian, where did you learn it? Lu Mengan's face was red with embarrassment, and she was even more surprised by Lu Nian's knowledge base than Ji Yu Wanqing's walking posture. Li Wanyu glanced at Lin Ao, who was silently drinking porridge, while Lin Dong was silently peeling eggs for Li Wanyu. He had finished peeling all the eggs on the table. Lin Ao seemed to be penetrated by their gazes, so he went down to say hello and eat breakfast silently. Ding! A message came from the phone. It was from Ji Yu Wanqing. Lin Ao, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Just wait for me. Yes, Ji Yu Wanqing looked like a tiger last night, but she was actually Hello Kitty. Why did Lin Ao support his waist? Because he was being petty and took revenge. Ding! Another text message came from the phone. Brother Lin, I'm ready to arrive, ready to start training. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ao's mouth. Chapter 75. Why can't I, Brother Aocean? Half an hour later, Long Aocean arrived at the Lin family manor. Lu Mengan has already gone back to Lu's house, but she still hides it from the two elderly people at home, fearing that they will worry too much. The good thing this time was that nothing unexpected happened to Lu Nian. Li Wanyu asked Lu Nian to stay at the Lin's house for the past few days to recover from his injuries. When Lu Mengan went back, he said that Lu Nian would stay at the Lin's house for a few days and wait until Lu Nian recovered from his injuries before going back. Of course, I also have some excuses to come to Lin's house. Everyone knows the purpose. Brother Lin, I can't wait any longer. How do I start? Long Aocean looked excited when he arrived. He knew Lin Ao's strength. He wanted to quickly improve his strength and go out with Lin Ao to explore the world. I'll demonstrate it to you later, and you'll know. Lin Ao showed an intriguing smile. Aocean, enjoy the rest. Lin Ao took out an iPad and adjusted the value inside to the highest level. Aocean, are you familiar with this? Long Aocean looked at it. Wasn't this the iPad that brought good luck? No, it should be the iPad that controls the manor's protection system. No, what does Brother Lin mean? Okay Nian Nian, leave this to you. I have eliminated my identification. Nian Nian, you can click this confirmation button after I go out. Turn on the comprehensive defense. Let's go, you go to the control room and watch me practice it again. Especially Aocean, you should look good. Long Aocean's heart skipped a beat. Hey, Brother Lin, don't mess around. Before he could speak, Lin Ao had already ran out. They came to the monitoring room. Lin Ao in the monitoring room was surprised and came to the door of the manor, making an okay gesture towards the door. Lu Nian clicked the open button on the screen. For a time, all the equipment in the manor completely woke up. The gate of the manor closed automatically. Long Aocean swallowed his saliva beside him. Xiao Fan's miserable situation at that time was still vivid in his mind. I saw Lin Ao and quickly began to move. The surveillance immediately locked onto him. He jumped onto the city wall, leaping in the air like an eagle. The surrounding weapons began to automatically lock on Lin Ao and launched a fierce attack. Just like the terrifying firepower covering the north-south avenue of APPEX. Long Aocean looked at Lin Ao under surveillance, constantly changing his body shape in the air, jumping left and right after rolling to the ground, his temples twitching. Because of the terrifying ballistic coverage, it was really intimidating. He swallowed. Brother Lin was going to kill him. How could this be training? You don't really want him to be like this, right? I don't blame Brother Lin, right? It's not like that, it's not like that. Lin Ao's mind was completely calm, and he did not dare to be careless at all. He would be hit accidentally by such intensive attacks. The surrounding ground has been torn apart by bullets in large areas, and the soil is flying. It took about 10 minutes in total, and Lin Ao had arrived downstairs of the main house. Lu Nian then pressed the stop button. She glanced at Long Aocean, who was stunned. What's wrong? You little weakling, are you scared? Isn't it possible? Long Aocean turned his head stiffly and looked at Lu Nian, looking at her in disbelief. He suspected that he heard wrongly. Lu Nian just called him a weakling. I, Long Aocean, was despised by a child. What? Not convinced. Who was riding under me that night? Long Aocean was about to refute, but Lu Nian's words overcame him again. Little brat, just watch out for me. Look how your Aocean brother breaks through. Why can't your Aocean brother? Ao Qianshong walked out proudly. Lu Nian looked at Long Aocean's back and pursed his lips with a smile. He was really a primary school student. Lin Ao was already waiting for them in the lobby. How's it going? Aocean, in the past few days, you can come here every day and try to break through the protection of my manor. Practice your physical agility and reflexes, and then I will increase your strength. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian, who had an irritated look on his face, and couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Could it be that you are afraid? In fact, he had people replace those weapons with blank bullets, and being hit would cause bruises on the body at most. But he didn't tell Long Aotian this. He wanted him to deal with it with a sense of crisis for the first time. No problem, Brother Lin, there must be no problem. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to make a perfect breakthrough today. Long Aotian's expression quickly changed and he became relaxed. Lin Ao was even more confused. He looked irritated just now. Why was he so confident now that he was still in Heiko? Lin Ao saw Long Aotian's eyes seeming to glance secretly at the side. He turned around and saw Lun Yan with a smile on his face, walking out with his hands behind his back like a little adult. Lin Ao thought to himself, could it be that he was stimulated by Lun Yan? Then Lin Ao almost laughed out loud when he thought of the scene that day when Long Aotian was pinned down by Lun Yan and shouted for help. Nyen Nyen, come here, this product will be handed over to you. You can gradually increase the difficulty. I have to go out for a while. Lin Ao handed over the task to Lun Yan. He still had something to go to the company to handle. Lun Yan gave Long Aotian a bright smile, and Long Aotian was trembling all over. Brother Lin, that. Lin Ao patted Long Aotian's shoulder hard. Aotian, I believe in you, come on. After saying that, he left alone. Little rookie, let's get started, let me take good care of you, sister. Lun Yan slid the iPad meaningfully, and Long Aotian took a deep breath. I don't care about the little kid. I don't care about the little kid. I will definitely be able to break through the defense here today, just wait for me. Long Aotian looked at Lun Yan with dissatisfaction, how dare he call himself sister. You said, if you can touch the flower bed outside the main house today, I will call you good brother. If not, just call me sister. Humph. Lun Yan's words deeply stimulated Long Aotian. It's a deal. It's hard to catch up with the horse. After saying that, he walked out of the room, his momentum seemed quite strong. Lun Yan took some snacks and drinks and returned to the monitoring room. Looking at Long Aotian standing blankly at the door of the manor, he opened a bottle of drink and clicked the start button. Lin Ao had already arrived downstairs of the company at this time. When the little girl at the front desk saw Lin Ao, she fiddled with her phone again and greeted him with a sweet smile. Lin Ao waved his hand and told her to go about her business and took the elevator up. When the elevator door opened, Luo Yanren was already standing at the door of the office, waiting for Lin Ao. She bowed slightly to Lin Ao and opened the office door. Lin Ao nodded slightly and walked in. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Yanren rubbed her eyes hard. Is she hallucinating? Then he followed Lin Ao, closed the door, and looked at Lin Ao's back. Quote exclamation mark quote. A very clear information page hung on Lin Ao's body. She rubbed her eyes vigorously again. Confirmed that this was not an illusion. Isn't this related to the memories that have appeared in her mind in the past 2 days? In recent days, her mind has been filled with many fragmented memories, and she has seen different versions of herself. She saw something unbelievable. It's like, she cooperated with the mysterious man to really bring down the Lin group. The mysterious man also revealed his true appearance. He turned out to be Lin Feng, the missing child of the second brother of the Lin family. Lin Feng took over the Lin group and promoted her to the general manager of Zhonghai Lin group to help him manage the company. Then came the news of Lin Ao's death. In her memory, she handed over the company's information to Lin Feng smoothly every time. Why was it so smooth? What is the Lin group doing? She found that there was something unreasonable in all this. I am a top student at Huaqing University, I know so many foreign languages, I have won so many awards, but I can't find a job after graduation. And every time she found a suitable job, her mother would suddenly become seriously ill, leaving her very anxious. Every time at this time, Lin Feng would pretend to be mysterious and call her. Then let her lurk into the Lin group. A person of my ability can't just find a company to support myself and treat my mother. Why should I listen to that person? Including this time, she actually agreed to Lin Feng's request and lurked in the Lin group. Ever since Lin Ao came to the company and contacted her, she felt that something was wrong more and more. Why should I do this for you? Under the erosion of her memory, she once had a nightmare, dreaming that Lin Ao's wrong soul came back to seek her life. After all, in her memory, she gave away all the important information about the company. Lin Ao won't really take his life this time, right? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Tears flowed down unconsciously. Chapter 76 What is hidden from me? Luo Yanran. Lin Ao came to the chair and just sat down. He looked up and saw Luo Yanran with red eyes, tears falling one by one like pearls from a broken string. He was stunned. What's wrong with this woman? Why did she suddenly cry? I haven't said anything today. Did she get scared by the last incident? Didn't you just tell her to do her job well? I really want to dig her brain open to see if it's full of water. She's still a top student. Luo Yanran looked at Lin Ao's information panel and became more and more terrified. Name: Lin Ao. Appearance: SSS. Personality: complex. Hidden attributes: Tsunere, sharp tongue but soft heart, resistance to women's tears is 0. Character relationship: father, Lin Dong; mother, Li Wanyu; fiancé, Jiyu Wanqing, to be determined. Character current status: thoughts, dig her head open to see. Character favorability: 50. Character heartbeat value: 100. Current goal: kill the guy behind Luo Yanran. Rationality index: 50. All data are updated in real time. Congratulations on escaping the destiny route. It's over, he's really here to take my life, he wants to dig my head out. Woo woo woo. Tears fell down desperately. Lin Ao's expression gradually became impatient. Character favorability: 45. Boom. Luo Yanran saw that the favorability suddenly dropped, and her legs softened. With a click, she knelt down neatly. Lin Ao jumped away. You are crying to my grave. It's so unlucky in the morning. Boss Lin, it was my fault before. I couldn't control myself. My mother is still in the hospital. Lin Ao thought that this was also a miserable child. Being threatened by someone, his heart softened a little. Seeing that the child was scared that day, he is still trembling. Lin Ao walked over and helped Luo Yanran up. Didn't I say I don't care about the past? Didn't I say I received a message from the other side today? You've done a great job. Lin Ao said to Luo Yanran in a gentle voice. It was also today that she sent a message to Lin Ao. Luo Yanran said that they found that her mother was transferred to the Lin family hospital for treatment. She asked about the situation and then arranged a new task for her. She asked Lin Ao to come to the company today when he was free, and she would report to him in detail. Because she felt that she had done such a thing before because she was crazy. These few days made her sober up. But Lin Ao was too scary, sob. Luo Yanran couldn't stop crying. Lin Ao's gentle tone was more like the devil's whisper. He must be pretending in front of her before digging her brain. How could Mr. Lin be like this before? His gentle words were too scary. Sob. She couldn't help but cry out. Lin Ao looked at Luo Yanran, who was crying loudly, and his temples were throbbing. I was talking to you in such a low voice, and you still cried. Shut up. Don't cry. Lin Ao pinched her chin and couldn't help but scold her loudly. Did you ask me to come here just to see you cry? This made Lin Ao gradually irritated. Although Lin Ao would not deal with crying girls, the problem was that Luo Yanran's favorability with Lin Ao dropped from 50 to 45. Sometimes women's tears are not omnipotent. Luo Yanran shut up instantly and looked at Lin Ao with a fierce look. See, this is Mr. Lin. He really scared her just now. Tianming. Go. Lin Ao, who was squatting, was relieved to see Luo Yanran finally stop. Why is this woman so strange? She has to listen to others loudly. Just when she was about to stand up, she felt numb under her feet and fell forward. Luo Yanran looked at Lin Ao aggrievedly, and then that cold face became bigger and bigger in her eyes. Suddenly she was thrown to the ground by Lin Ao, and she didn't even have a chance to scream because she was blocked. She struggled in panic and accidentally stuck her tongue in. It was really accidental. She tasted a sweet taste, even a hint of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Lin Ao was shocked. What is going on? I am a master and my legs are numb. Funny. Just as he was about to get up, he was confused by Luo Yanran's mistake, and his brain stopped thinking for a few seconds. Only fragrant, tender and smooth can be summed up in one word. In a panic, Luo Yanran remembered the compensation Lin Ao had said that day. Didn't he say it wasn't this kind? Sure enough, men's words cannot be trusted. It turned out to be hard to get, my first kiss. Give me some mental preparation. She also clearly felt a change somewhere in Lin Ao's body. She felt powerless and blushed all over her body. Lin Ao came back to his senses and immediately wanted to get up. His back hurt last night, and it was so exciting for me so early in the morning. He never thought that such an accident would happen, it was like a blessing from God. Lin Ao propped himself up, and the two of them were finally able to separate. They were both panting and breathing in fresh air. Character favorability, 50. Rationality index, 80. Luo Yanran saw the change in Lin Ao's numerical value, and it seemed that she didn't need to be sunk this time. She couldn't help but observe Lin Ao carefully. This was the first time she had seen him so close. The straight nose bridge and the deep and charming eyes exuded a unique charm. Her heart beat faster involuntarily. Lin Ao's breath was right in front of her, which fascinated her. She unconsciously pushed herself up and slowly approached Lin Ao again. Unfortunately, Lin Ao suddenly disappeared from her eyes. Okay. Get up quickly and tell us what's going on. Lin Ao sat on the sofa a little embarrassed, not knowing what to say, so let's just talk about work. Luo Yanran felt a sense of loss, quickly stood up, straightened her clothes, and sat down opposite Lin Ao with her head lowered. She was in a mess. You were the one who took the initiative just now. Why are you being so mean to me now? Why are men so hard to guess these days? I really want to dig into his brain and see what's inside. Luo Yanran thought of Lin Ao's information panel and quickly took a sneak peek. Character's current status thoughts, the little mouth is quite sweet. Character favorability, 50. Rationality index, 60. The mouth speaks from the heart. Ahem, Mr. Lin, he contacted me yesterday and asked me to copy the group's plan for the next year and send it to him. It seemed that he was coming back soon. Luo Yanran's voice sounded like a royal sister, which sounded quite comfortable. Okay, I will ask someone to prepare a piece of information, and you can send it to him when the time comes. If he is sure when he will come back, tell me. When he contacts you, you can try to match his tone. Luo Yanran agreed. She recalled the fragments she saw in her memory and was hesitating whether to tell Lin Ao. Mr. Lin, do you have a younger brother? Luo Yanran thought about it and said it best. She was not willing to do such a thing in the first place. Recently, her mind has cleared up and she is very disgusted with her former self. Ever since those inexplicable memories filled her mind, she hadn't slept peacefully one night. If she died, it was because she deserved it. If she could do such a thing, she would have predicted her own ending. But I never thought about hurting Lin Ao to death. The information about Lin Ao's death was still vivid in her memory, and it was constantly tormenting her, so she decided to tell Lin Ao about it. When Lin Ao heard this, his eyes became sharp. He had never told her about Lin Feng. How did Luo Yanran know? Why didn't you tell me before and now you want to know if I have a younger brother? Could it be that she was helping Lin Feng spy on me to see if I had noticed him? Lin Ao moved to Luo Yanran's side in one step, pinched Luo Yanran's neck with one hand, and lifted her up, his eyes full of danger. How do you know I have a younger brother? What are you testing me for? What are you hiding from me? Luo Yanran. Luo Yanran was frightened by Lin Ao's sudden rage. She kept slapping Lin Ao's palms with both hands, her face turned red from holding back, and she began to have difficulty breathing. She continued to struggle, and all the buttons in the front of her shirt fell apart due to her excessive movements. Lin Ao remained unmoved and stared at her sharply. Lin Ao's expression at this time was really scary, as if he was about to take her life away at any time. Chapter 77 Luo Yanran is not afraid of death. Lin Ao threw her on the sofa and looked at Luo Yanran coldly. Luo Yanran breathed in the fresh air. She didn't know why Lin Ao suddenly treated her like this. At that moment, she thought she was really going to die. The more I think about it, the more I feel aggrieved. I just wanted to break the news, but you suddenly did this to me. Ooh. She burst into tears, the sound echoing throughout the room. Lin Ao frowned and sat back on the sofa. At this time, he suddenly wanted to have a cigarette. Thinking about it, she seemed to have gone too far. She was probably stimulated by Lu Nian's incident. No matter how bad Luo Yanran was, she was still a sensible person, so she would not ask so blatantly even if she was trying to test her. At this time, Luo Yanran's chest was soaked with tears, and she was out of breath from crying. Her chest was like a pink water ball, trembling under the influence of her body. Enough! Lin Ao shouted impatiently. He had no time to look at the scenery in front of him now. She originally thought that when he shouted like this, Luo Yanran would stop obediently like before. As a result, she paused and continued to cry loudly, with the tendency of getting more and more violent. Luo Yanran didn't care whether she died or not at this time. Now she just felt wronged and wanted to cry. Can't she cry to her full before she died? Otherwise, just kill me now. Lin Ao was speechless. Looking at Luo Yanran who was crying and heartbroken, the anger just now subsided. He shook his head and walked to his desk and made a phone call. Hey, Mr. Lin. The sweet voice of the girl at the front desk came over the phone. Well, order me a meal for 2 at noon and have it delivered to me. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Ao held his chin up, his head empty, and just watched Luo Yanran sitting on the sofa, crying, and even yawned. What did this woman do? Cotton and water. How can you cry like that? 2 hours have passed. Luo Yanran had turned to sobbing softly. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Lin Ao suddenly woke up. He wiped his saliva and found that Luo Yanran was sitting on the sofa with her knees bent and sobbing softly. She even took off her high heels before putting her feet on the sofa. She blamed this polite child. Lin Ao shook his head, passed by Luo Yanran, walked to the door, and opened the door a crack. The sweet girl at the front desk was pushing a dining cart outside the door. Lin Ao looked back at Luo Yanran who was sitting on the sofa, waved her hand and let the little girl leave first, while he took it in himself. Then he pushed the dining cart to the middle of the sofa. Luo Yanran secretly raised her head and glanced at Lin Ao, then shrank back. Lin Ao laid out the food. Come over for dinner. After saying that, he started to eat on his own. He was really hungry. He spent the whole morning watching this woman crying without doing anything serious. Aren't you hungry? I heard your stomach growling. Come and have a bite. Lin Ao obviously heard Luo Yanran's stomach growl twice. Crying can be very exhausting. Luo Yanran tightened her hands and continued to bury her head. The black silk on her legs was almost scratched by her. Luo Yanran, never eat food that comes from outside, but I am really hungry, damn it. Either you kill me or you let me go. Why are you dragging me to starve to death? Suddenly she felt herself being picked up, then her butt hurt and she realized she was placed on the carpet. The aroma of the food is getting stronger and stronger. Okay, eat quickly. After you finish eating, please give me a good talk. Lin Ao's voice appeared next to her, looking very helpless. Then there was the sound of slurping soup from the opposite side. Luo Yanran swallowed her saliva and finally let go of her hands. She looked at the food on the table. She raised her head and glared at Lin Ao. Then, Lin Ao glanced at her lightly and quickly shrank back. Luo Yanran picked up the chopsticks and started to eat. If you don't eat, you won't eat. It's not bad to be a dead ghost. Luo Yanran swallowed the food with big mouthfuls, really like a starving ghost reincarnated. Lin Ao kindly handed her a glass of water and brought her some clothes, but she threw them directly behind her. Lin Ao ignored her. Tell me, what did you mean just now? Why did you ask me if I have a younger brother? Seeing that Luo Yanran's mood seemed to have calmed down, Lin Ao simply asked, but Luo Yanran ignored her and got into a bad temper. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Haha, have you suddenly become so tough now? Luo Yanran, it's best if you just tell the truth and think about your mother. As long as you. Before Lin Ao finished speaking, he saw Luo Yanran rushing towards her without even swallowing her food. He grabbed the little fist she was swinging towards him with his hand. She pricked hard. With a mouthful of rice in her mouth, she didn't even know what Luo Yanran was talking about. Swallow it before talking. Luo Yanran took a breath and swallowed the food in her mouth. Lin Ao. One person does things and others take responsibility, and you actually threatened me with my mother, you devil. You are not a human being, you are not a man. After saying that, he bit his lip, his eyes became red again, and he was ready to cry again. At this time, Luo Yanran suddenly transformed into a stubborn little tiger. When did I threaten you with your mother, and you couldn't let me finish what I said? I mean, think about your mother who is bedridden. Her daughter would be worried if her daughter did such a thing. You told me honestly, I won't do anything to you. Lin Ao has a black line, can you wait for me to finish what I say? As for threatening others with their mothers, am I that kind of person? You clearly are, and I obviously want to tell you kindly that I have some extra memories inexplicably during this period, and that person among them is your brother, Lin Feng. I just wanted to tell you this, but you pinched my neck. I obviously told you with good intentions, but you just do. Speaking of this, Luo Yanran couldn't help but shed tears again. This time she didn't cry out, she just kept sobbing, out of breath, biting her lips, her eyes were red and tears were falling, and her lips were bitten out. After seeing the blood stains, he stared at Lin Ao, which was a bit distressing. After hearing what Luo Yanren said, Lin Ao's mind buzzed. Did she have the previous memory again? Lin Ao gently let go of Luo Yanren, and the girl took the opportunity to punch Lin Ao's chest hard. In her eyes, it was like a hammer. In Lin Ao's eyes, she always felt like she was acting coquettishly and had no strength at all. And her clothes are always in a state of explosion. Lin Ao was enjoying Luo Yanren's massage, while watching a 3D movie. Although he felt a little unauthentic, he bought all the tickets and didn't watch it in vain. After Luo Yanren vented her anger, she sat on Lin Ao's lap and stared at him, but there seemed to be some subtle changes in her eyes. Rationality Index, 90. Luo Yanren is indignant. I am so sad, but your value has soared. Why do you still raise a flag? Sure enough, the words say no, but the body is very honest. Let's have a good chat. Let's have a good chat with Shin Qingqing and change clothes. Lin Aopu looked at Luo Yanren with twinkling eyes. Now he really wanted to sit down and have a good chat with her. Luo Yanren rolled her eyes at Lin Ao, turned over and walked down, picked up the clothes Lin Ao just gave her, took off her shirt and changed it on the spot. Now Luo Yanren feels that she has nothing to worry about. At worst, she will be reincarnated. I, Luo Yanren, am no longer afraid of death. It's simply ruined. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Luo Yanren sat back on the sofa, crossed her legs, and asked Lin Ao arrogantly. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows and twitched the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he was beaten lightly. Wait until I finish asking first and you will cry. Chapter 78 Trauma Ointment. You said you have previous memories. Lin Ao just heard Luo Yanren say that she had memories from before, and the situation should be the same as Sha Qianj and Lun Yan. Listening to Luo Yanren's answer, Lin Ao's temples jumped a little. The answer was so good, I can't bear it. Then you should know Lin Feng's subsequent plans and what he did, right? Lin Ao continued to ask. Luo Yanren's answer made Lin Ao unconsciously clench his fist with his right hand. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down his mind. Can you talk properly? I can't help you being like this, Luo Yanren. HMPH. Luo Yanren snorted, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and turned her head away. I'm like this, what can you do to me? Mr. Lin. What are you doing? The veins on Lin Ao's forehead were bulging. He couldn't bear it anymore and no longer needed to endure it. Lin Ao's eyes were sharp and his aura was terrifying. Pa, 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 and a sound of hitting came from the office. Along with the sound of the hitting, Luo Yanren's screams continued to echo in the office. 10 minutes later, Lin Ao looked at Luo Yanren, who was lying on the sofa like a salted fish. She lay motionless on Lin Ao's lap. It hurt so much. Her eyes were red and she was rubbing her butt. Damn Lin Ao, he was so cruel. Can you talk properly now? Lin Ao rubbed his sore right hand. He was so rude just now. He couldn't speak properly without giving him some words. Luo Yanren answered Lin Ao in a voice as loud as a mosquito. She never expected to be spanked like this. Her face was red from suppressing it, and her back was still burning. What should she do if she went to the toilet tonight? Then tell me now. If I'm not satisfied, I'll continue. Lin Ao looked at Luo Yanren's slightly swollen butt and threatened her with evil intentions. Lin Feng, in my original memory, he will come back in 2 years. During this period, he always learned about the Lin group through me. He has many gray industries outside, and his power seems to be very strong. He is also the son-in-law of a certain European conglomerate family. Luo Yanren slowly began to talk about what she knew in her memory. In Lin Ao's impression, Lin Feng also returned to China 2 years later. Listening to Luo Yanren's previous report, it seemed that he had advanced the time again, and it was indeed related to that. Including Yi Chen, everything happened one after another, chasing after Lin Ao. He pursued all the major projects of the Lin Group, which caused Lin to be short of funds for a while. He bribed the president of Zhonghai Enterprise Bank and joined forces to set up a situation for the Lin family. The promised loan funds were not given to Lin, which caused the Lin family to be short of funds. Suddenly the financial chain was broken. Lin Ao recalled that this was indeed the case, and then Lin Feng appeared, recognizing his ancestors and returning to his clan, just like a good baby and a great sage. He also brought a large amount of funds, and then said that he would help the Lin family on the condition that the shares were transferred. Then, as if he had been deceived, he did not listen to Lin Dong and Li Wanyu and directly signed a contract with Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly took over the industry, and Lin Ao was like a 250-year-old who was still grateful to him. In the end, the Lin family was completely in his hands. At this time, it was the time for Lin Ao to die. He remembered that his second uncle also died. Otherwise, he would be killed by others on the way. Thinking of Lin Feng's face, he suddenly retched. What's wrong with you? Luo Yanren suddenly heard Lin Ao retching and asked curiously. No, I guess I smelled your fart. Luo Yanren was furious after hearing this. I want to turn around and have a real fight with Lin Ao. You're the one farting, you stinky man, bastard, violent maniac, domestic violence man. Stop pressing it hurts so much. As a result, Lin Ao gently pressed her red and swollen area a few times, causing her to scream in pain. Stop making trouble, keep going. Luo Yanren continued to lie down dejectedly, her life was over. What she said later was similar to what Lin Ao learned. After Luo Yanren told everything, Lin Ao realized that it seemed that he had really been impulsive just now. Lin Ao picked up Luo Yanren and put her back on the sofa. He walked to his desk and asked the receptionist to buy him the best trauma plaster and deliver it to his office door. After hearing this, the little receptionist's eyes sparkled with gossip. It was a meal for two and trauma medicine. Tisk, 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 I couldn't tell that Mr. Lin was having a good time. Then I went out to buy medicine while typing in the group. Luo Yanren was very tired. When she saw that Lin Ao had nothing to ask, she lay down on the sofa to rest because she really couldn't sit up now. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the office. It was probably the ointment that had been delivered. Lin Ao glanced at Luo Yanren who was already asleep, shook his head angrily, and went to get the ointment. This woman's mood changes were really big. This day made Lin Ao exhausted both physically and mentally. Lin Ao walked over and patted Luo Yanren's face gently. What, I'm sleepy. Luo Yanren slapped Lin Ao's hand away. I bought ointment, you can apply it yourself. Luo Yanren opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at the man in front of her. Now Lin Ao had no fear in her eyes. It could also be said that Luo Yanren had given up on herself and could do whatever she felt comfortable with. If you don't apply it, let it hurt to death. Why do you care about me? Didn't you just want to strangle me to death? Go away, I don't want to talk to you now. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. This girl has really changed into a different person, which makes Lin Ao a little uncomfortable. I'll leave it here. Do you like it or not? I'll leave beforehand. I'll have the documents printed out for you. You can hand them over there. After saying that, Lin Ao was about to get up and leave, but was grabbed by Luo Yanren. You hit me. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment, and Luo Yanren looked at Lin Ao with fierce eyes. Was it me? What's wrong? Didn't I buy some ointment for you? What else do you want to do? What are you looking at? You want to get rid of me with just a piece of ointment. Pay for it. Luo Yanren, this beating cannot be in vain, there must be something gained. And this Lin Ao actually hit her, and the annoying value skyrocketed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but pinch her legs. It seemed that she had some bad physical reactions. Anyway, she doesn't care, she has to get some compensation. Lin Ao looked at her speechlessly. 1 million, I'll let the finance department transfer it to your card, okay. Luo Yanren then let go of Lin Ao's hand and showed a satisfied smile. Let's go quickly, I'll get some rest and leave by myself. She lay on the sofa and closed her eyes, waving her white palms gently to dismiss Lin Ao like a beggar. Lin Ao took a deep breath, not wanting to argue with her, and asked Uncle Zhang to prepare the car. He wanted to go see Ji Wanqing. I originally thought that I would come over and chat for a while in the morning and then leave, but it turned out that Luo Yanren wasted so much time. It was a rare victory for him that night, so he must have a good show in front of Ji Wanqing. I have been bullied for so long, and this time I am finally proud. Chapter 79 A bit tiring technique. Lin Ao went out and called Ji Wanqing and asked her where she was. When Ji Wanqing saw that the caller was Lin Ao, she gently asked her where she was. She was filled with doubts. Lin Ao rarely called her. Why are you so positive today? Didn't that just finish last night? Looking for flavor after eating. Endless aftertaste, do it again. Ji Wanqing squinted her eyes, feeling like the person coming was evil. Uncle Zhang, go to Zhonghai no. 1 inch. Lin Ao's eyes shone with a subtle light. Xiao Qingqing, just wait for me. This time, Lin Ao not only wanted to show off his power in front of Ji Yuanqing, he also wanted to teach Ji Yuanqing the practice of Yin Shen Ju during this period, so that she would have a certain amount of strength to protect herself. Lin Ao thought of Sha Qiange and secretly thought it was a pity. Because Sha Qiange is currently in Kyoto and not on Zhonghai's side, otherwise they could be guided to get started at the same time. What a pity. Soon Lin Ao arrived at Zhonghai No. 1. He rang the doorbell of Ji Yuanqing's villa, and after a while, Ji Yuanqing came out and opened the door. Take me back. It's uncomfortable for me to walk now. When Ji Yuanqing opened the door, she saw Lin Ao with a smirk on her face and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Lin Ao easily picked up Ji Yuanqing. She was wearing a silk pajamas, looming, and her seductive fragrance kept stimulating Lin Ao. The anger just accumulated in the company seems to be about to explode. However, Lin Ao still suppressed the urge to execute her on the spot. After all, last night was the first time. Ji Yuanqing's body has not yet recovered, so Lin Ao has no problem with this Hello Kitty. Lin Aozhong and Ji Yuanqing were carried to the sofa, and she was leaning on it lazily. What? Did you come here specifically to visit me? Or did you come here specifically to show off your achievements last night? Ji Yuanqing's words touched Lin Ao's inner thoughts and she squinted at Lin Ao. This man really looked like a child. No way, I'm just here to care about you, and I'll use my energy to help you relax. Ji Yuanqing glanced at Lin Ao and knew that she was right. Small, although I couldn't beat you last night, it's just because of my physical limitations. Can you still be arrogant here next time? I write the characters upside down. Hurry up then, I've been having a hard time all day. Ji Yuanqing changed into a comfortable position. Lin Ao seemed to have punched cotton. No, he was probably knocked down by Ji Yuanqing before he even punched. He smiled coquettishly, walked over and used the Yang Shen Ju to cover Ji Yuanqing's smooth lower abdomen. Ji Yuanqing felt a warmth spreading slowly, and she squinted her eyes comfortably, feeling that her body had suddenly recovered. The pain had disappeared, leaving only Lin Ao's warm touch. Wanqing, come here today. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Ao was healing Ji Yuanqing while explaining the main purpose of coming today. What's the matter? Will you, Mr. Lin, still discuss it with me? Did you discuss it with me before I ran away from home? Ji Yuanqing opened her eyes slightly, and gently traced Lin Ao's face with her slender fingers, her expression charming and alluring. After her body recovered a little, Ji Yuanqing would show her truest side to Lin Ao. It's really something. I want to teach you how to practice the Yin Shen Ju, which is another type of my current set of techniques. Ji Yuanqing became interested immediately after hearing this. Can I also practice? Isn't it said that martial arts training needs to be started at a young age? The martial artists in Ji Yuanqing's family all started practicing martial arts at a young age. Basically, those techniques needed to be practiced from a young age to be effective. She had never heard of techniques that could be practiced as adults. This technique of mine can only be practiced by adults. It is completely different from the others. It's just a little tiring. Lin Ao thought to himself, Yin Shen Ju is really just a little tiring. It's quick to get started with, and it's not much simpler to practice than Yang Shen Ju. The condition is that you must be an adult and have someone who knows Yang Shen Ju spend a week to a month to get started. Be a little tired. Who is not tired from practicing? When will you teach me? I won't be afraid of getting tired. Lin Ao took a deep look at Ji Yuanqing. Can you stand this Hello Kitty? Okay, your body will probably recover after a while. After dinner tonight, I will start teaching you how to get started. Ji Yuanqing then continued to enjoy with her eyes closed. She had become very interested in the exercises Lin Ao was talking about and was full of expectations. After being healed by Lin Aoyang's divine art, Ji Yuanqing was resurrected with full blood. They enjoyed a romantic dinner for two leisurely. This was the first time that Lin Ao had been alone with her for so long. Ji Yuanqing held her chin and looked at Lin Ao on the dining table. This time she finally took the first step and killed Xiao Fan completely. But it also makes Ji Yuanqing very worried about the people she will face later. She can be said to have no understanding of people like Yi Chen and Lin Feng. So we can only rely on people who know, such as Lu Mengan, Lu Nian, or other women. Because Ji Wanqing discovered that only girls have the prompt to leave the destiny route, so she also has a guess that only women can trigger this. She still can't figure out the specific rules. If one day she suddenly sees a boy or an uncle showing up with a reminder to deviate from the destiny route, she will think it will be an unprecedented disaster. Lin Ao was immersed in being alone with Ji Wanqing, and seemed to have forgotten Lin Ao, who was abandoned by him in the manor. In the manor, it started in the morning and lasted until night. The manor was like a Chinese New Year, like firecrackers going off all day long. Fortunately, the Lin family's place was nearby so it didn't affect other people. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu also came to the monitoring room and ate snacks with Lu Nian. Nian, how many minutes do you think he was this time? Li Wanyu held Lu Nian while drinking a drink and watching Lin Ao on the monitor. Lin Dong also looked at the young man on the monitor with interest. Perseverance is really good. I heard Lu Nian say that he started from the morning and has continued until now without saying to stop. Lin Dong didn't know how many times Lin Ao scolded Lin Ao and Lu Nian in his heart. There are endless mechanisms emerging, and Lu Nian can secretly control them, but in order to prove to Lu Nian that he is not a weakling, he bites the bullet and persists until now. It'll be gone soon. Lu Nian shook his drink, looked at the screen with a meaningful smile, and casually clicked a few times on his iPad. At this time, Lin Ao in the surveillance room had a serious face, his clothes were in tatters, and one of his eyes was still bruised. Very well, there is a trap ahead, avoiding it is half the battle. Lin Ao jumped and immediately rolled to the right after landing. Very good, the mechanism was not triggered. Just when he was about to stand up and sprint again, the ground beneath him suddenly disappeared. Ah, Lu Nian, you are so disgusting. Bang! Lin Ao's eyes were slightly red, and he fell on a soft cushion. He curled up there, as if he had lost his soul. The switch at the bottom slowly rose, sending him back to the ground. Lu Nian's voice sounded from the manor's loudspeaker. Little noob. Come and eat quickly. Little noob. Little noob. Lin Ao was instantly petrified. Gradually cracking. Will my proud reputation be ruined here? Brother Lin, come back quickly and save me. Chapter 80 The Victorious General, Lin Ao. After dinner, Ji Wanqing was very lively. Lin Ao feels that he is in good spirits now. He was mentally attacked by Luo Yanran at the company in the morning and was perfectly healed by Ji Wanqing. How about, let's take a bath? Ji Wanqing walked to Lin Ao, bent down and blew a gentle breath into Lin Ao's ear, which made Lin Ao tremble. This woman is back to normal again, her scars are really healed and she has forgotten the pain. After thinking about it, it's okay. The key to getting started with Yin Shenju is that both parties must be in perfect harmony. Ji Wanqing held Lin Ao's hand and led the way with a sexy figure. If you add a tail to her, she will really be a vixen. Lin Ao was taken to the bathroom door. He stood at the door and swallowed, his mouth was a little dry. Generally, battles are often the most realistic stimulation of the senses on the battlefield, and it is also the most exciting moment. The bathroom at this moment was like a battlefield. Lin Ao was about to fight bravely to kill the enemy. Adrenaline began to stimulate his body, along with the anger he received in the company today. What's wrong? Are you still shy? Sister, I'll go in first. Ji Wanqing glanced at Lin Ao charmingly and went into the bathroom. Lin Ao, you have to believe in yourself. You are a victorious general, don't be defeated by Ji Wanqing, a female devil. Also, you are here to teach me the exercises tonight. Yes, you are here to teach your skills. Come on. Lin Ao's eyes were sharp and his face was determined. Pushing open the door and stepping in, holding hands tightly, he is ready to swallow mountains and rivers with anger. Here comes the sword. An hour later, Lin Ao was on the balcony thinking about how the universe was born. His face was expressionless and deep. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, and it was common for people to make mistakes and horses to make mistakes. Right, Lin Ao. He is asking himself questions. Ji Wanqing changed into a black lace pajamas, holding 2 glasses of red wine in her hand, and came to Lin Ao with an intoxicated look on her face. What's the matter? How about the momentum when we first entered? But my little heart was frightened. Is it because the slave family just wasn't cooperative enough? Official. Lin Ao almost shouted sword come, because of Ji Wanqing's cute words. If this monster is not killed, it will become a demon inside. Ji Wanqing sat across from Lin Ao and handed over a glass of red wine. She gently poked Lin Ao's arrogant face. Guanren, did you agree to teach the new family the exercises? Is it possible that Guanren was too obsessed with it and forgot about it? Lin Ao couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, Wanqing, please speak properly. I have already taught you the technique. Just now. That's right, Lin Ao had just activated Yang Shenju and helped Jiyu Wanqing successfully get started. It was probably the problem with Yang Shenju that completely ignited Jiyu Wanqing, otherwise how could he have been defeated so easily? Hateful. Oh, why don't I feel anything? Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Jiyu Wanqing, thinking that when I practiced Yang Shenju, I almost burned myself to death, but now you just enjoy it while getting started. This exercise is sexist. I will teach you the formula now. Remember it carefully and try to feel it. Use the yang as the guide and the moon as the force. The moonlight leads to the secluded place, and the yin energy gathers. The qi gathers 3 elements, and the yin shen is determined. I won't write it all, I'm afraid that all fellow Taoists will achieve great success. Lin Ao recited the mantra twice, took out a blanket and asked Jiyu Wanqing to sit on the balcony floor. He used his fingers to roam around Jiyu Wanqing's body to teach her the locations of some acupuncture points. As expected of Jiyu Wanqing had basically memorized them all. Ahem, Wanqing, I have left that introduction in your body. Close your eyes and feel the power of the moon. The feeling is very subtle. I don't know the details. It should be ice cold, like a sweet spring, right? And before Lin Ao finished speaking, he saw a little blue light around Jiyu Wanqing. Does this induce Yuehua to enter the body? Are you kidding me? Lin Ao did not disturb her, and silently guarded her. At this time, Jiyu Wanqing's eyebrows were closed, looking cold and holy under the moonlight. Lin Ao held his chin, sat on the chair and looked at the woman in front of him seriously. Thinking of the Ferris wheel, of her crazy temptation to him during that time, and of her calling him a bastard in the car, a smile quietly appeared on Lin Ao's lips. Lin Ao was smiling and Aoshin was jumping. Aoshin, who had just finished his meal, insisted on trying it again and was currently jumping up and down in the manner. However, after a day of training, there was progress. The reaction ability has been extraordinarily improved. Every time he was very focused. Because if he is not careful, Lun Yan will control the mechanism and knock him out. Seeing that there are still about 100 meters left to reach the main house garden, it seems that we can reach the target today. His heart was excited, just a little bit. Ah, Lun Yan. Read. Aoshin was hit by shrapnel from his feet and the bullet flew out. He rolled to the side and cried without tears. You are not a human being. Long Aoshin was lying on the grass, looking at the starry sky, and a drop of crystal flowed from the corner of his eyes unconsciously. That rookie lying on the ground, come in quickly and tell you something. I'll count to 10. If you don't move, I'll fire a few mortars. 10. In an instant, Long Aoshin, who had just been lying on the ground, had disappeared. His speed was frightening, and he was not at this speed just after training. People are all forced out. When Lun Yan called too, the doorbell rang at the door. Lun Yan nodded with satisfaction. He put down the iPad in his hand and went out to see the rookie. When he opened the door, he saw Long Aoshin sweating profusely and Lun Yandu gave him a bottle of energy drink. Let's go to the fighting room. I've been helping you practice all day, and it's time for you to help me. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu were bored and followed him together. Long Aoshin was full of doubts. What do you mean? Help Lun Yan train. What's going on? I'm afraid that if I punch Lun Yan later, I'll be dead if Brother Lin comes back. But Long Aoshin had no right to refuse, so he was forcibly taken to the underground fighting room by Lun Yan. A 300 square meter fighting room with many exercise tools placed around it. You will be my sparring partner for a while. Just let me attack and defend you. I want to familiarize myself with the upper limits of my body and then customize a training plan. Lun Yan was in Li Wanyu's arms, and an invisible aura radiated out. From that day on, Lun Yan decided to improve his strength as soon as possible. He had indeed neglected it before, and for a while he lost the tension he had before. It's that simple. Long Aoshin's tone was relaxed. Compared with the institutions of the Lin family manor, training with a child was extremely simple in his eyes. Although Lun Yan's performance that night shocked him, he was very confident in his strength. Simple. Indeed, then remember to defend against everything. Long Aoshin curled his lips. How could I still be on guard? What a fuss. He, just don't get hurt when the time comes. Just let your horse come over. Lin Dong and Li Wanyu looked at Long Aoshan with meaningful expressions. The person handling the scene had reported Lun Yan's strength to them. Likewise, Lun Yan didn't hide anything. During the time when Lin Ao was out, Lun Yan showed off her cards to Li Wanyu and told Li Wanyu everything she knew. At first, Li Wanyu thought Lun Yan was suffering from hysteria, but at any time Lun Yan said she took the large amount of evidence presented seriously. Lun Yan said that she was from the Palace of Hell, and she told all the information about the Palace of Hell, including who controlled the 10 palaces, which made Li Wanyu even more sure of Lun Yan's words. Similarly, Lun Yan asked Li Wanyu not to interfere too much, because Lun Yan was also afraid of causing adverse reactions and making things worse for Lin Ao. Sometimes she thinks about as many things as others, including the idea that she and Gu Wanqing are together, and the only person who can help Lin Ao is the person who appears on the message board. Then let's start. Lun Yan began to feel excited in his heart. Okay, let's get started. Long Aoshan made a casual pose, meaning it meant something. Chapter 81. Can the general draw his sword from its sheath? You think Nianian can use a few tricks to make Aoshan become serious? Lin Dong pulled Li Wanyu to sit aside, leaving the venue to Lun Yan and Long Aoshan. One move. Li Wanyu smiled slightly, she seemed to be very confident in Lun Yan. Lin Dong nodded, he thought so too. Long Aoshan stood in the middle of the field and made a simple defensive posture. Lu Nianyan took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Here I come, Shabaoshan. Lun Yan took a step forward, his figure was like lightning, and instantly arrived in front of Long Aoshan, delivering a high kick quickly and accurately. Directly hit the vital point of Long Aoshan's middle door. Long Aoshan was shocked, holy shit, who would have kicked him here as soon as the fight started, and the force of this kick looked painful. Long Aoshan quickly bowed and blocked with his hands, trying to block Lun Yan's attack. At this moment, the three people present showed a smile. Who knew that this blow was just a move from Lun Yan's Shu Huang? The kick she just kicked out immediately changed direction and quickly landed on the ground to become a new support point. Then she twisted her body and turned into a whirlwind kick. You're fooled, rookie. As soon as Lun Yan finished speaking, his little foot kicked Long Aoshan hard in the face. He was caught off guard and kicked to the ground. Long Aoshan touched his face with clear footprints on the ground and was stunned. Although the pain was not very painful, his face really hurt and he was beaten loudly. Because of his height, it was difficult for Lun Yan to hit Long Aoshan with a normal attack, so he used a direct attack on Wanglong. The purpose was to make Long Aoshan bend down and use his hands to block. Move, the main thing is to catch him off guard. How's it going? Didn't you say you can defend against everything? Why did you get hit in the first move? Long Aoshan's face turned red from suppressing his anger. He was indeed careless just now, and he was too embarrassed to talk back. He climbed up and his expression became serious. Let's see, is it just one move? Li Wanyu and Lin Dong both looked at Long Aoshan with smiles. This young man was a bit naive. After that, Lun Yan used all kinds of moves, all of which were killing skills. Long Aoshan felt as if Lun Yan had penetrated the weak points of the human body, and every blow was aimed at the vital points, which often made Long Aoshan break into a cold sweat and left an indelible mark on his soul. Until many years later, Long Aoshan felt instinctive fear when he saw Lun Yan. Lun Yan fought her very comfortably, and Long Aoshan, who got serious, blocked all her attacks. Many of the moves Lun Yan couldn't support with his current physical strength. Otherwise, she had many ways to suppress Long Aoshan. It was not like she had never killed a grandmaster in her previous life. An hour later, Lun Yan finally stopped. She finally regained her previous feelings. If she were back to the day she was kidnapped, she would definitely not be so embarrassed. Nian Nian, I'll take you to take a bath, otherwise it will be so cold that you catch a cold. Seeing Lun Yan stop, Li Wanyu immediately went over and hugged Lun Yan. The medicine I ordered is almost here, and the medicine soup will be ready by then. Lun Yan looked at Li Wanyu in surprise and kissed her. Thank you, Grandma. Li Wanyu touched Lun Yan with a kind face. In fact, she did not want Lun Yan to train her. She had the same idea as Lu Mengan, and wanted her to experience life like a normal child. But Lun Yan has her own will. First, Lun Yan insisted on taking this path. The second thing is that Lun Yan said that only they and others can help with Lin Ao's matter. If others intervene hastily, it will only make the situation worse, and there will be unexpected surprises that no one can predict. Li Wanyu was really helpless and felt sorry for this child. On the field, Long Aoshan felt like he was exhausted. If Lun Yan was allowed to grow up for a few more years and then fight him again, with the same strength, he felt that his 9 lives would not be enough. His moves were extremely cruel. How could a child learn them? So many killing skills. Aoshan uncle's hands are itchy, let's play a game. At this time, Lin Dong walked over silently. Long Aoshan looked at Lin Dong with a puzzled expression. Uncle, what do you mean? Long Aoshan still doesn't know the strength of Lin Dong and Li Wanyu. Just have a fight with your uncle and let him teach you. Long Aoshan stood up with doubts on his face. Now he is very conscious in the Lin family. He cannot afford to offend anyone here, especially Lin Ao's family. The question is, so what if you know? Lin Dong already pulled out a belt from nowhere. Ouch. Zhonghai Villa No. 1. Lin Ao fell asleep lying on Ji Wanqing's balcony table. He knew that there would be no surprises when he started to learn Yin Shen Ju, but he just wanted to stay with Ji Wanqing here, just in case. Ji Wanqing closed her beautiful eyes tightly and practiced all night, while the moonlight slowly washed her body. The rising sun was rising in the east, and the sun and moon were alternating. Ji Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, and a faint blue flashed through her eyes. She stretched out comfortably. Her whole body felt smooth and her body had never felt so good. The Yin Shen Ju was really as magical as Lin Ao said, and Ji Wanqing felt like her entire being had been transformed. The pain in my cervical spine caused by long-term work in the past all disappeared at once. Ji Wanqing looked at Lin Ao and found that he had fallen asleep on the table, and couldn't help but smile happily. As soon as she stood up, she sniffed and found that there was an unpleasant smell on her body. She gave up the urge to wake Lin Ao and walked quickly to the bathroom. She urgently needed to wash up. The smell is really not very good. 20 minutes later, a scream came from the bathroom. Ah! It was Ji Wanqing's voice. Lin Ao, who was lying on the balcony, was frightened and jumped up. Before he could figure out what was going on, he ran into the bathroom as fast as he could. As soon as he opened the door, a snow-white figure jumped on him. A scent of fragrance came towards him, and Lin Ao caught the figure steadily. Lin Ao, look, my skin and the flesh from before are gone, ha 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 ha. Ji Wanqing was excited, and her face was flushed with excitement. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. He breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Ji Wanqing's face. He sighed inwardly. Ji Wanqing was already perfect before, but now her skin is obviously more delicate and whiter than before, and her charm is even higher. But he really couldn't see the extra flesh she was talking about. Is there a difference? Wasn't your figure already in good shape before? Look, Ji Wanqing said excitedly, jumped off Lin Ao, and turned her body happily. Only then did Lin Ao realize that she was now a big white sheep. I hadn't paid close attention just now, but I was suddenly shocked by Ji Wanqing. Why should it be so exciting early in the morning? It's a bit hard on the eyes. Lin Ao said he couldn't stand it. Ji Wanqing suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Ao somewhere like a fox. She covered her mouth and smiled. Is the general strong? Can you unsheath your sword? Lin Ao's expression was stern, and his momentum suddenly changed. Why not? This sentence can be said to be very powerful. Ji Wanqing stretched out her white and tender hands, grabbed Lin Ao's collar, and pulled him in. Then the bathroom door closed, but Lin Ao could be heard shouting from inside. Here comes the sword. Chapter 82. I wish you a triumphant return. In the next few days, Lin Ao felt refreshed. While helping Ji Wanqing guide the Yin Shen Ju, he acted like a general on horseback. Of course, in his opinion, the chances of winning the battle are relatively high. From time to time, I would go back and inspect Long Aoshan. Long Aoshan lived directly in the Lin family, and Lin Ao found that he and Lun Yan cooperated quite well. You see, Lun Yan glanced at Long Aoshan for a moment, and he ran off to train. Now Long Aoshan can basically pick up and cross the terrifying line of fire in about 20 minutes, and his results are pretty good. When Lin Ao checked Long Aoshan's body, he felt as if he had accumulated a lot of medicine in his body. After asking, I found out that his father had given him a lot of tonic medicine, and his body would not be able to continue absorbing it unless it exceeded its current limit. Lin Ao gave him a head. Since you have such a good condition, it has been wasted on you, and Xiao Fan is riding on your head. Damn it. Then he ran the Yang Shen Ju to help him digest the remaining medicinal power. In the next few days, Lin Ao finally successfully broke through to the Grand Master. Lin Yan and Lin Ao's mother often disappeared after Lin Ao's breakthrough. Lin Dong kept dragging Lin Ao to do leisure activities, upgrading the belt from 1 to 2, euphemistically saying that it helped him stabilize his realm. Qin Yun and Lu Mengan have been going to Jiyu Wanqing's place recently. It's just that Lin Ao felt that Qin Yun was a little strange. Obviously they were all familiar with reality, but they thought Qin Yun would be restrained online. As a result, good guy, now Qin Yun doesn't have to worry about showing her face. She has completely liberated her nature. There are some videos and JPG every night, which makes Lin Ao's blood boil. But every time we meet offline, it's as if nothing happened to her. They often go to Jiyu Wanqing's villa to spend the night. Sometimes there are 2 or 3 people in the videos and pictures. The 3 of them have become very familiar with each other and feel that they have endless topics to talk about. Usually, the things sent to Lin Ao at this time are dozens of times more exciting. Jiyu Wanqing is a professional photographer, holding a pipa to half cover her face, and her amorous feelings are only in one frame. She has captured the essence. The girl Qin Yun was extremely cooperative, while Lu Mengan was half promising and half accepting. The 3 different styles made Lin Ao want to rush over immediately. Sha Qiange was in a worse situation. Ever since she returned to Kyoto, she seemed to have been detained. Now she can't escape. She can only text and watch videos with Lin Ao every day to comfort herself from the pain of lovesickness. But Lin Ao was also ready to leave, and she wouldn't be able to see many of them in Zhanghai now. Lin Ao took the time to come to the company again today. He and Luo Yanren were both sitting on the sofa, and Luo Yanren looked a little unnatural. Lin Ao looked at her doubtfully. What was this girl doing? Wasn't her attitude very arrogant that day? Why are you so coy when you come here now? Ouch. You're awkward, what's going on? You look like you're constipated, it makes me uncomfortable. Lin Ao looked really uncomfortable. You didn't say anything and just kept dangling in front of him. It made you feel tired just looking at it. Didn't you hear the rumors outside? I don't know who it is, but what happened between you and me in the office that day spread throughout the entire group. Luo Yanren blushed with shame and anger. Lin Ao was confused. What happened? Didn't he scold her that day, pinch her, and then beat her? What else is going on? The company group chat exploded, saying that you and I were playing office games, which caused me I felt unwell and took several days off. Shrimp. How did they know? No, the problem is that I didn't play. Luo Yanren did take a few days off to recuperate. As a result, the whole company looked at her strangely when she came back. If Luo Yanren hadn't been in a high position, those people would probably have gossiped around her. Lin Ao's mouth twitched wildly. He didn't care about this. The main reason he came here today was to ask what Lin Feng's reaction was after Luo Yanren handed over the document. To get down to business, have they contacted you again? Luo Yanren snorted. Wasn't what I just said serious? Isn't my reputation a business? Lin Ao noticed that she was a little moody, so forget it and bear with it for a while. I will take care of it, don't worry, just talk about business first. Luo Yanren turned around. I sent the documents to him as you ordered. They didn't say anything. They just told me to continue and that they would contact me if necessary. Maybe the time was too short, or Lin Feng hadn't returned to Zhanghai yet. Lin Ao thought to himself that he shouldn't be impatient and go out to meet the King of Hell first. Lun Yan's kidnapping completely made Lin Ao determined to take the initiative. But I haven't seen any action from the Palace of Hell in Zhanghai these days. Is it so peaceful? It doesn't look like that person's personality. It is indeed not like Yi Chen's style, because many members of the Palace of Hell were stopped outside Zhanghai city by people from various organizations before they entered Zhanghai. This confused Yi Chen, and things became very strange. People from the sea, land and air were sent to infiltrate, but they were all killed, making him afraid to send more people over for a while. This was all the work of those women. Lun Yan was kidnapped that time because of the net they had just laid out. It was an accident. Later, Qin Yun joined in. It was not that easy for the Palace of Hell to break through the network of Zhanghai. Okay, I understand, just keep going. If you don't understand anything, just call my fiancée, Jiyu Wanqing, and she will tell you what to do. Lin Ao just wanted to get up and leave, but was stopped by Luo Yanren again. Have you dealt with it as promised? Luo Yanren looked at Lin Ao with a fierce face. Why is this man so dishonest in his words? Only then did Lin Ao remember that he took out his phone and called the personnel department. "Hey Mr. Lin, what are your orders?" The HR department was surprised. Why did Mr. Lin suddenly call them? Have any important personnel been laid off? Each and every one of them fought with great energy. "You send an internal company announcement and tell everyone to stop the rumors against Luo Yanran. Don't let it appear in the company again." Lin Ao looked at Luo Yanran and saw a satisfied smile on her lips. "Also, let me add that she is not my woman yet, but I don't want to hear those bad rumors in the company. You know the consequences. That's all." The people on the HR side were buzzing. Wu Sao, that was because Mr. Lin and Secretary Luo had an ambiguous relationship, and they were clearly protecting each other. "What do you mean it's not yet? Aren't you expressing to us that you're woman? We can't say what she means." "Lin Ao, what do you mean?" Luo Yanran's originally satisfied smile suddenly froze. What do you mean? Are you my woman now?" Lin Ao looked serious, staring at Luo Yanran. "No." Luo Yanran answered fluently. "Isn't that enough? Did I say something wrong? Or do you want to be my woman?" Luo Yanran spat lightly when Lin Ao said this, "Who wants to be your woman?" Seeing her reaction, Lin Ao thought that this was right, and his attention was suddenly diverted. "I'm going out for a while, remember what I told you." Luo Yanran suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Ao. "How long will you be going? When will you come back? What if something important comes to you? What should I do?" Luo Yanran asked several questions in a row, which confused Lin Ao. Didn't she make it very clear just now? "Look for my fiancé Gu Wanqing. Did you ignore what I said? Go find Gu Wanqing. As for when I will come back, I don't know. I might not come back," Lin Ao said carelessly. This time he went out to have a head-on confrontation with the Palace of Hell. Who knew when he would come back? Luo Yanran recalled the death of Lin Ao in her memory. Her eyes were red inexplicably. "You come back soon and I will take care of things here. I wish you a triumphant return." She bowed slightly to Lin Ao. Lin Ao scratched his head. Is this woman sick again? Luo Yanran waited until Lin Ao left, then stood up and stared blankly at the open door. She took a deep breath and walked out of the office. Her temperament has returned to that of elite Luo Yanran. Lin Ao walked out of the door of the building and looked at the sky. It's time to set off in a few days. He doesn't know what the consequences will be, but he will try his best. Chapter 83 Protect the Temple, Protect the Pad. Lin Family Manor. 1 month passed quickly. Gu Wanqing has fully mastered the Yin Shen Ju, and Lin Ao has also benefited greatly from her. He estimated his own strength. If the Xiao Fan from before appeared in front of him again, he would be beaten to the ground in a few blows. This gives him great confidence for his next trip. Long Aoshan has also improved a lot these days, and has stabilized at the master level. It seems that Lin Dong gives Aoshan special training every day, and his ability to resist fighting has become much stronger. Lu Nian was the one who surprised Lin Ao the most. Her current movement was like a ghost. Although she was lacking in strength, her speed was already terrifying. "Dad, what kind of exercises did Mom practice before? Did she practice it with Nian Nian during this time?" Lin Ao asked Lin Dong curiously. "Your mother back then, she was nicknamed Cicada. She landed silently and came and went without a trace. No one among the great masters could catch up with her. Her attainments in body skills were superb. Anyway, don't mess with her. Also, Nian Nian's talent is very, very strong." Lin Dong recalled the days when he and Li Wanyu traveled around the world, showing a nostalgic smile. Lin Ao squinted and looked at his mother in the distance. What was she talking to Lu Nian about, holding a cicada? Li Wanyu raised her head and glanced at Lin Ao. Goosebumps aroused all over his body. It was so terrifying that he didn't know how powerful it was. "By the way, Dad, what's your nickname?" Lin Ao couldn't help but become interested in Lin Dong's nickname. His mother's name was Shanshan. So what elegant nickname would Lin Dong have to match his mother? When Lin Dong heard Lin Ao's question, he turned his head away stiffly and did not answer. "Dad, just tell me, as a son, how dare I make fun of you? I'm just curious and want to know more about Mom and you." Lin Ao was really curious and kept asking Lin Dong to tell him. In the end, Lin Dong couldn't resist Lin Ao and reluctantly uttered 2 words. Lin Ao thought he was hearing something. Dog King. In fact, Lin Dong really didn't want to say this title. Back then, he was a super licking dog when he licked Li Wanyu everywhere. People in the world called him Brother Dog. But in the end, he succeeded in licking him, and they called him King of Dogs instead. Dog King. Ha 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 ha, a cat and a dog are a perfect match, Dad, ha 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 ha, your title is not in vain, ha 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 ha, Dog King. Lin Ao couldn't stop laughing at the title Lin Dong, and even patted Lin Dong on the shoulder while laughing. As expected of Daddy, he is indeed the King of Dogs. I'm the jade-faced young master Lin Ao. I've met His Excellency the Dog King. Ha 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 ha, I can't do it anymore, Dad, your title is too powerful, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao didn't see that Lin Dong's face was as dark as ink, and it was about to drip. Lin Dong's eyes flashed red, and dozens of belts appeared in his hand. Lin Ao's laughter stopped suddenly. Ouch! A scream spread throughout the manor, and the little animals were frightened and hid back home, trembling. Lin Ao's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was tied up with dozens of belts and was swinging skillfully in the air. Uncle Lin Ao, take me with you this time. At this time, Lu Nian came over and poked Lin Ao, who was hanging in the air, with a serious look on his face. No, I'm going to get revenge, not out for fun. Why should I take you with me? Lin Ao immediately retorted. Lu Nian turned his head unhappily and looked at Li Wanyu and Lin Dong with red eyes. He is cruel to me. 4 rays of red light swept towards Lin Ao, and after a burst of violent screams, they finally stopped. Dad, Mom, why do you still support her doing this? Lin Ao looked helplessly at Lin Dong and Li Wanyu. We originally disagreed, but I was persuaded by Nian Nian. She knows the Palace of Hell better than you. Her current skills are no problem against ordinary warriors, and she can even escape in front of the Grand Master. Originally, Li Wanyu was very opposed to Lu Nian's talk about going out with Lin Ao before, but she couldn't resist Lu Nian. She made it clear that if Lin Ao failed, they would also die, and she knew the Palace of Hell so well that she would definitely help. It's thanks to Lin Ao's help. That's why Li Wanyu helped Lu Nian with special training, while Lin Dong was responsible for training Long Aotian. That's it. Mom and Dad can't take action directly. We're worried that something will happen to you this time. Lin Ao looked stunned. Do her parents know about Rebirth? Dad, Mom, you all know. Lin Ao looked at Lu Nian. Couldn't it be this little girl who said that? Well, Mom didn't believe it at first, but there were too many facts before her eyes, so she had to believe it. So, kid, let it go and fight. If it doesn't work, we will forcefully intervene. If there is any backlash in the future, soldiers will come to stop it, and water will come to cover it up. Li Wanyu touched Lin Ao's face with a distressed look on her face. If what Lu Nian said was true, then her child would really have a hard life. Lin Dong didn't say anything, but his eyes looked very scary. Lin Ao lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. Okay, I agree. He raised his head and found that he was already sitting on the sofa. The corners of his mouth twitched. Dad, don't do this when you are moved, okay? You can just let me hang out for a while to digest my emotions. After hearing this, Lu Nian went over excitedly and hugged Lin Ao. Nian Nian, have you thought about it? Lin Ao touched Lu Nian's hair and looked at the child who still looked immature. Uncle, my mission this time has begun. I hope to hear you congratulate me on completing the mission again. Lu Nian's smile was like a little sun, shining on Lin Ao's heart. Will do. Lin Ao and the 4 of them exuded a warm atmosphere, surrounded by warm-colored lights. They didn't pay attention at all. There was another person standing next to them. It should be said that he was directly ignored. Long Aotian stood beside him from beginning to end, like a transparent person. He looked at the scene in front of him and thought, should I say something at this time? Brother Lin, there's still me, I'm here. Nian Nian, do you know where the 10 guardians of the Palace of Hell are? Probably. Lin Ao wants to break all of Yi Chen's wings. There are 10 palace guardians in the Yama Palace. They are the 10 subordinates that Yi Chen values the most. They help him select talents from various places, control local subordinates, assign tasks, and financial sponsors. Transactions and more. Cushion Man. This name is quite unique, and it's right. It protects the master from bleeding. It has a good meaning. Be very filial. Hehehehehe. Ah. Long Aotian said this unexpectedly, finally attracting everyone's attention. Li Wanyu and Lu Nian looked at him dangerously, and the scene fell silent for a while. Long Aotian shivered all over after being stared at, and he quickly ran behind Lin Ao and hid. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at the Dragon Sect Master. Well, if my memory is correct, I know their approximate location. After all, I have been in contact with them a lot before. Lun Yen asked someone to get a map and prepared to mark it. Lin Ao nodded. In this case, let's set off tomorrow. I don't know how long I will be out this time. Just go over and say goodbye to Yu Wanqing tonight. Thinking of Yu Wanqing, Lin Aoyang's divine art went berserk, and he could no longer suppress his sword intention. Chapter 84 First Stop. The next morning, Lin Ao with sunken cheeks appeared at the Lin family manor. Followed by Yu Wanqing, Lu Mengan and Qin Yun, they were talking and laughing, their faces full of joy. The three of them became a beautiful scenery. Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao with a puzzled look. Why does he look so bad, brother Lin? Lun Yen, on the other hand, was sighing at sister Wanqing's fighting strength, but she didn't know if her aunt and Qin Yun were involved last night. Judging from their posture, they probably weren't. Lu Nianzai felt a little disappointed for his aunt. Brother Lin, did you become a thief last night? Why did you look so bad all night? Lun Yen rolled his eyes at Long Aotian angrily. Isn't this child Aotian really still a child? Lin Ao ignored them and dragged his tired body with them to say goodbye to Lin Dong and Li Wanyu and prepare to set off. Remember to be careful, no one will know that you have left Zhonghai. Several of our families will work together to help you hide the news. Through some connections, we have forged an identity certificate for all of you. Li Wanyu touched Lin Ao's face, her eyes were slightly red, and she really wanted to follow him. The women next to him looked at Lin Ao with the same worry. Lin Dong came out, hugged Lin Ao gently, and patted his back. I know, wait until we come back. Yu Wanqing gently patted Lu Mengan and Qin Yun. The two women blushed and walked up to Lin Ao with some trepidation. Lin Dong walked away knowingly. Lin Ao looked at the two women with a smile and opened his arms generously. The two looked at each other, then slowly walked over and entered Lin Ao's arms. Lin Ao, you must come back safely. When you come back I want to practice Yin Shen Ju. Protect you. After saying that, Qin Yun buried her whole head in Lin Ao's neck. Me too, I want to protect you. Lu Mengan was exactly the same, blushing all over her pretty face. They saw that Yu Wanqing's skin had become very good today, and even they couldn't help but envy her when they saw it. So they began to wonder what could make her skin look so good. Yu Wanqing also openly disclosed the matter of practicing Yin Shen Ju with Lin Ao. So they knew the Yin Shen Ju. If it didn't take too long, they would want to practice it now, because only with the strength can they stand better behind Lin Ao. Lin Ao was stunned when he saw the two women looking like this. He raised his head and looked at Yu Wanqing. Yu Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Ao charmingly and made a mouth gesture to him. It's easy for you, bastard. Lin Ao smiled awkwardly, but thinking about it, he felt a little excited. Since Wanqing was like this, it would be better to obey orders than to be respectful. They also gave Lin Ao more confidence in this trip. Not long after, Lin Ao said goodbye to them one by one, and embarked on the journey with Lun Yen and Long Aotian. Zhonghai, don't worry, we are here, and my strength is not bad now. The girls nodded seriously and gave each other a sweet kiss. In a RV, Lin Ao was lying on the bed and playing some music to rest. Long Aotian was driving, and Lun Yen was sitting in the passenger seat to accompany him. Nianian, call me when you arrive. Lun Yen glanced at Lin Ao, who was acting up as soon as he got in the car, and thought to himself, it's a good thing that you are a master, so you can just lie down and watch some music now. Lun Yen was carefully recalling the location of the stronghold of the Palace of Hell in Pengdong City and its main personnel. This is a Yama Palace stronghold they randomly selected. It is more than 700 kilometers away from Zhonghai City. It takes more than 7 hours to drive and will probably arrive at night. The 10 guardian halls of the Yama Palace are distributed in 10 different cities. They do not interfere with each other and have a strong sense of territoriality. The system is implemented internally where the weak and the strong take advantage of each other. The people at the bottom only have one chance to challenge the people above. If you have the ability, then you should be the boss. The loser will pay the price with his life. So you only have one chance. The Palace of Hell is basically all killers and marginalized people, and what they value is absolute strength. Lin Ao and the others planned to use their rule to directly control the management of the Palace of Hell in a certain place. Anyway, Yi Chen and Lin Ao have never really faced each other in this life, except for Lun Yen's incident, but it is not aimed at him. He plans to give Yi Chen a big surprise. That's the benefit of hiding in the shadows for now. With Lu Nian leading the way, Lin Ao began to secretly look forward to meeting the King of Hell as soon as he arrived at the destination. Nian Nian, do you have a favorite song? It's rare. I'll take you to sing karaoke tonight. Long Aocean was humming good luck while driving and talked to Lu Nian. Call me Lin Lu. My current identity is the daughter of single father Lin Bei. You are his brother through life and death, Long Yaren. You must remember it from now on, otherwise you will make mistakes by shouting randomly. Lu Nian put down the map in his hand and looked helplessly at Long Aocean, really afraid that he would call the wrong name as soon as he arrived. Long Aocean looked reluctant. Why is his new identity called this? Can't I just follow Lin? I remember, let's get back to the topic, shall we sing K tonight? Brother Lin, will you start walking tonight? Long Aocean shouted towards Lin Ao behind him. If you want to continue to follow us, I advise you to stop now and avoid accidentally injuring friendly forces. Lin Ao replied angrily to Long Aocean, I have said before that I will not go out with you to engage in such activities until I die. He put down his phone and regained his energy. Last night was really too much. He never thought he would stay up all night, but Gu Wanqing became more energetic. This world is really unfair between men and women. It really made Lin Ao know what unlimited refills are. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they finally arrived in Pengdong City, checked into a hotel, and ordered some food to be delivered to the room. Brother Lin, what are you going to do next? Long Aocean ate big mouthfuls of food. He was really hungry after driving for a day. Pengdong City, the headquarters of the Palace of Hell, is in a large bar called Sicily. Lu Nian said slowly while taking small bites of food. The person in charge of the bar is Joanna, one of the 10 Godians. She is of Chinese and American descent. She is born with peak strength. She is unstable and hates men. It is said that she is a lesbian. I did not go into details about this. According to my previous understanding, there are about 1,300 members in total. Now I am not too clear about the exact number. She has 5 innate masters under her, and the other strength is uneven. These can only be used as a reference. After all, that will be revealed later. The information that will appear, it is estimated that there will be a lot of variables now that it is so far in advance. Lin Ao nodded. He knew what Lu Nian meant. The information she obtained was a few years later. It was really hard to say the current specific situation. After all, the timeline was not at that point and could only be used as a reference. Let's sneak in first. When dealing with these small characters, Lin Ao really doesn't feel any pressure. Long Aocean had a big mouthful of rice in his mouth. He looked left and right. Are you two the Riddlers for me again? Speaking of how Lu Nian knew about the situation in the Palace of Hell, he had always wanted to ask this question, but he had been distracted by other things and had no chance to speak out. Aocean, let's go to the bar for a drink tonight. Just like now, Long Aocean was about to speak, but his attention was diverted by Lin Ao's mention of drinking. Long Aocean nodded vigorously. This was the first time he went out drinking with his good brothers. It was another day worth remembering. You guys drink, I'll go around and check out the situation when the time comes. Lu Nian said it casually, but Lin Ao was a little worried. Nianian, why don't you stay in the hotel? Lu Nian gave Lin Ao a reassuring look. Uncle, I am Yi Heron, don't worry, I don't have absolute confidence and I won't act rashly. After all, I have a brain, unlike someone else. As Lu Nian spoke, he quietly glanced at Long Aocean. Long Aocean had rice in his mouth, his eyes looking at the dishes, and his mind thinking about drinking. If you can do 3 things at once, you can be considered a genius. Lin Ao also glanced at Long Aocean and nodded in agreement. Chapter 85. You can trust me, Yaren, to do the work. Lin Ao and the other 2 rested for a while in the hotel and then went out to buy a second-hand car. Arrived at the Sicilian bar around 11 p.m. The luxuriously decorated door has flashing lights. The characters Sicily can be seen from a long distance away. They got out of the car, and Lin Ao looked at the little Lolita who was wearing dark sportswear and carrying a small bag. Nian Nian, is it really okay? Lin Ao was still a little worried. Don't worry, I'm going to take the first step, and I'll find you when the time comes. After Lu Nian finished speaking, he disappeared with a whoosh. Long Aocean patted Lin Ao's shoulder. Brother Lin, look at this speed, I can't even catch up with you. What's there to worry about? Let's go have a drink. Long Aocean dragged Lin Ao into Sicily. He knew very well what kind of strength Lu Nian was now. He had suffered a lot this month. Lin Ao slapped Long Aotian's hand away. Haha, if something goes wrong with Nian Nian, I'll sell you to gay. Not long after the bar opened, soothing music was playing inside. There was a dance floor in the middle, and some young men and women were already dancing in the middle of the dance floor. Lin Ao and Long Aotian found a table and sat down. A waiter wearing a bunny girl costume came over to receive him. Lin Ao took a look and asked, "Are the waiters here so stylish?" "Two handsome guys, what would you like to drink?" The waiter's eyes lit up. The two men in front of her were much more handsome than the celebrities on TV. One was more handsome than the other, especially the man with a calm face. His temperament was so attractive to her. "Hey, give me 2 glasses of Blue Goblin, and a dozen beers by the way." Aotian looked at the menu and ordered for Lin Ao. Tonight was the first time he and brother Lin came to a bar, so he was a little happy. The waiter hated that he didn't have enough eyes. The handsome guy who took the order had such a bright smile. "Okay, wait a moment, you two, we will make arrangements immediately. Does the guest need to sit with you?" "We are afraid that the guests will feel bored here, so we have a seat with you. I can do that too." The waiter's meaning is obvious, there is also a business of accompanying wine here. "Okay, help me find 2 people to come over and have fun. By the way, let me introduce your bar. I'm new here and I'm not familiar with it yet." Lin Ao asked her to arrange for the 2 of them to come over and explore their voices. The waiter responded happily and turned around to help Lin Ao make arrangements. "Brother Lin, why did you call these 2 people over? It's not convenient to talk. Can you get any information about them?" Long Aotian was a little puzzled. What could such a small character know? If you want to catch the big one, tie him up and ask directly, like the Joanna Lu Nian mentioned. "Okay, it's only the first day now, don't be so impatient. Remember to help find out the news when the time comes." Lin Ao rolled his eyes at the eldest young master. Small characters are often the easiest to open their mouths and know the most gossip. The purpose this time is to sneak into the palace of hell, and it's not like they come here to find someone to kill and then leave. "Don't worry, I'm Aotian." "No, Yaren, don't worry." Long Aotian patted his chest, looking confident. After a while, the bunny girl from before came over dragging another bunny girl. They both have their own characteristics, both look good and have good bodies. All the drinks were served. "Handsome guy, my name is Da Mi, this is my sister Xiao Mi." Dami greeted Lin Ao and Long Aotian enthusiastically. Lin Ao glanced at it and saw that it was really a big pussy, but a small pussy wasn't really a small pussy either. Lin Ao and Long Aotian moved their positions. They sat down one by one and directly held Lin Ao and Long Aotian's hands. Lin Ao didn't react, but Ao Tien stiffened a little. He wanted to pull out, but his body didn't want to. "It's fate that we met each other. Let's have a drink." Lin Ao poured 2 glasses of wine to the 2 girls beside him. They looked at each other and smiled, and the 4 of them raised their glasses and clinked them. "My name is Lin Bei, and the one opposite is my brother, Long Yaren. Oh, elegant Ya, benevolent and righteous Ren." The 2 girls almost choked when they heard Long Aotian's new name. Is it so unique? Don't his parents feel sad for such a handsome face with such a name? After a few people were introduced, they slowly started playing games and drinking. Long Aotian has been forced to the corner of the seat by Xiaomi, and he doesn't know whether he is blushing from drinking or from other reasons. "Dami, who is your boss? I think your bar is the biggest in Pengdong. You must be very powerful, right? After 3 drinks, it's time to get down to business." "Haha, the boss is a middle-aged uncle. He has a bad face all day long and doesn't come to the store often. Now our store manager is managing everything in the store. Our store manager is very good, he is very good to us girls." Lin Ao thought to himself, indeed what he guessed before was right, Joanna is not the person in charge here yet. "Oh, is it right for boys to be gentle to girls?" Dami covered her mouth and smiled. "Ha ha ha, our store manager is a girl and she's a big beauty. She's mixed race. Brother Lin, you probably won't be able to walk after seeing it. Could it be Joanna?" Later, Joanna challenged for the top position and then obtained the management rights here. "Really? Are you prettier than Damia? Then when can you let me see you?" Lin Ao hugged Da Mi, and Da Mi hugged Lin Ao wisely. Da Mi also enjoyed it. She couldn't imagine being hugged by a handsome guy of this level. "Our store manager doesn't like boys, but you can see her. The boss will come to the store every night after 12 o'clock. You'd better not provoke her. If you provoke the store manager, you will be thrown out. He, I am different." No, I only feel sorry for my brother. Sure enough, it was just like what Lin Yan said. She probably really had misogyny. I don't know if it was lace or not. Brother Yaran is so bold, his muscles are so strong. At this time, Xiaomi's voice came over. Lin Ao looked at Lin Ao. What was he doing? What are you doing? Ah. Lin Ao actually huddled in a corner, being drunk by Xiaomi while reaching into his clothes and touching his chest muscles with a silly smile on his face. What did you just promise me? Didn't you agree to find out the news? You even patted your chest to ensure that you were being touched on your chest now. Lin Ao was really speechless. He didn't expect this bastard anymore, so just let him act as a thug. Later, Lin Ao was dealing with Da Mi by himself, drinking and asking other questions. The current boss here is Chen Hao, who is about 40 years old and does not often appear here. The store is all managed by Joanna, who is now the second in command in the store. As for when and how she will come to power, it is unclear. What is certain is that Joanna hates men and will come to the store after 12 o'clock every night. She will say a few opening words on the stage and the whole store will be in DJ mode. Lin Yan was in a secret room at this time. She used the jammer to temporarily lose the function of the surveillance camera, and the picture was kept in the present. She turned on the computer and inserted a USB flash drive. Chapter 86 exposed. How can it be? Tisk tisk, luckily I came prepared and have the password. Lin Yan fiddled with the keyboard and entered the system interface. After finding the file and copying it, there was some noise outside. Lin Yan quickly turned off the screen and quietly jumped up to the air conditioning access hole on the ceiling. Click. The door to the room was opened, and there was the sound of high heels walking on the ground. Mr. Chow, that old guy Chen Hao is still refusing to back down. He is staying here and won't leave. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? A female voice sounded, and Lin Yan thought to himself that Chen Hao had died long ago, and he was still alive now. That means Joanna hasn't taken over yet at this time, right? No rush, Chen Hao still has a few people on hand. During this period, the Palace of Hell has been hit by Zhonghai. It is not suitable to make any big moves internally now. The old guy will die later. The female voice that spoke was very pleasant, and there was a kind of sassiness in it. It seemed that she was Joanna. Lin Yan recalled Joanna. She was the woman Yi Chen couldn't get even if he lived or died. A single-parent family, the father is from the beautiful country. He abandoned his wife and daughter and returned directly to the country, and there has been no news since. So she has hated her father and men since she was a child. Because of her good looks, her mother was spotted by Chen Hao of the Palace of Hell and took her as his mistress. Joanna was only 12 years old at that time. Like Lin Yan, Joanna was arranged to be trained in the Palace of Hell. In the past 2 years, she was arranged to return to Pengdong City to help Chen Hao, becoming the second in command of the stronghold. When she returned, she learned that her mother was dead. Chen Hao said with a light face that her mother died of illness, but Joanna would not believe his lies. Joanna kept her anger and hatred buried deep in her heart. If it hadn't been for her damn father, she and her mother wouldn't have lived like this, and she wouldn't have been exposed to such a terrifying place as the Palace of Hell. Chen Hao, she must kill him with her own hands. In the days after she came back, this old guy actually had an idea for her. Fortunately, Joanna had good strength, otherwise this bitch would really succeed. This old guy is obsessed with women all day long. This is Joanna's opportunity. After 2 years of accumulation, Chen Hao is gradually marginalized by her. At this time, Joanna's cell phone rang. She asked her assistant to go out first, answered the phone, and lit a cigarette. Hello, Palace Master. Lin Yan hid above and pricked up his ears. It was Yi Chen. Well, I will pay attention during this period. Thank you, Palace Master, for your concern. I'm fine. I'm going to get busy. If there's nothing else to do, I'll hang up first. With a click, Joanna hung up the phone. Lin Yan was a little speechless, so fast. Ah man. Joanna looked at the phone number on her phone with disdain, finished her cigarette quietly, and then went out to start tonight's carnival. Yi Chen, who was on the other end of the phone, was not annoyed by Joanna's behavior of hanging up the phone, but instead had an intriguing look on his face. Only this kind of woman can enter Yi Chen's eyes. There are more important things to deal with at the moment. Since Zhonghai's defeat, I received sudden news today that several strongholds around Kyoto were jointly destroyed by the military and police. The military dispatched many masters, causing the Yama Palace to lose several palace masters. Hateful. It was obviously so secretive, but who betrayed the information about the Palace of Hell? He was going to start a strict internal investigation, and this time he really suffered heavy losses. Yi Chen's eyes were full of murderous intent. Lun Yen stayed on it for another 10 minutes before jumping off. She went to the computer, opened the screen and checked. She had completely copied it and it was time to retreat. In the bar lobby, Lin Ao and Long Aotian were still chatting with Big and Little. They had finished asking about the news. This time it was just entertainment. Long Aotian was kept drunk by Xiaomi. It felt like he was drunk, and he kept his unique smile on his face. "Dad, what are you doing?" At this time Lun Yen's voice sounded. Long Aotian felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. He woke up and suddenly distanced himself from Xiaomi. Big boobs and small boobs also restrained their flattery and sat down in their seats seriously. Why do two men come out to play in a place like this with a child? Whose daughter is she? Weirdly cute. Ahem, you go and do your work. Lin Ao scratched his head in embarrassment and asked am I and shall am I to leave first? They covered their mouths and left with a chuckle. This was the first time they saw someone drinking with their daughter. Nian Nian, have you gained anything? Lin Ao carried Lun Yen to the sofa and sat down. Lun Yen glanced at Lin Ao and Long Aotian without saying a word. Long Aotian was sitting on pins and needles, being stared at by Lun Yen so unnaturally. He was very puzzled. Why should I act so unnaturally? I am already 20 years old. Can you handle it? Then Long Aotian relaxed his body, picked up the wine glass and was about to take a sip. Sit down. Yes. Long Aotian's relaxed body immediately tensed up, put down his wine glass, and sat upright like a primary school student in class. Lun Yen rolled his eyes at Long Aotian and showed Lin Ao the USB flash drive in his hand, waiting to talk about it after he goes back tonight. Lin Ao nodded. He didn't expect that this little guy Lun Yen was so reliable, much better than Long Aotian. He also rolled his eyes at Long Aotian. What are you two doing? And Lun Yen, you have double standards. It's obvious double standards. I'm proud of it, but I won't say it. Snort. At this moment, the lights in the venue changed. The music was also replaced by a DJ with a strong rhythm. The stage lights hit a person. Good evening everyone, the carnival time is coming tonight. The men and women in the audience cheered loudly. Joanna. Lun Yen told Lin Ao's ear the identity of that person. Lin Ao looked at Joanna seriously. She wore high heels and a sexy black hip-hugging dress, which showed off her curvy figure. She was not wearing stockings, and the skin on her long white legs looked gleaming under the light. Joanna has a typical fox-like appearance, with a narrow and long face, a long and sharp jawline, and very three-dimensional facial features, delicate and cool with a bit of glamour. Her facial features are thin, her eyes are narrow and long, and her lips are thin. Her upper lip is thinner than her lower lip, and slightly upturned, making her feel charming but a little weak. The brow bone is three-dimensional, the bridge of the nose is straight, the tip of the nose is round, small and slightly upturned, showing a soft yet aggressive look. At the same time, it can be seen that her face is folded very highly, and her three-dimensional and exotic facial features are not abrupt at all. What's wrong? Dad, you are so fascinated. Do you have a crush on someone else? Lun Yen's words interrupted Lin Ao's appreciation of beautiful things. Ahem, how come? Isn't this understanding the enemy's situation? The more you understand, the better it is for you. Lin Ao took a few sips of wine awkwardly. Brother Lin, is that the leader here? Long Aotian also came over at this time. How is it? Is it beautiful? Lun Yen asked Long Aotian lightly. She is beautiful, but her smile always feels so fake. Lun Yen thought to himself that this idiot could also tell whether a woman's smile was real or fake. Brother Long, look at how I smile. Lun Yen showed a sweet smile to Long Aotian. It's a bit scary. Long Aotian shuddered when he saw everyone's smiles. Really? Take another look. Lun Yen's smile did not change, and his voice came out from between his teeth. It's very sweet, sweet from the bottom of my heart. It's like I drank a cup of honey, and it's sweet to my heart. Long Aotian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lun Yen sitting back. He turned to look at the stage again and said something bad to himself. Brother Lin, don't turn your head. I noticed that Joanna has been looking this way. Long Aotian noticed that Joanna on the stage glanced here from time to time. He was sure that their group must have caught her attention. Lin Ao was full of doubts, is it true or false? He actually obeyed Long Aotian's words and did not turn around to look over. So I wish you all a good time tonight. The carnival time begins now. After saying that, the lights in the hall began to change again, the DJ's voice became louder, Joanna walked off, and a group of young men and women ran to the dance floor to sweat. Brother Lin, it's terrible, she came over here. Just do it, how about it? Long Aotian's face was full of anxiety and excitement at the same time. Joanna is really coming this way. Are they exposed? Impossible. Chapter 87 I know Dad is lying, Mom will not come back. Lin Ao signaled Long Aotian to stay calm. Joanna's graceful body was so close that she walked gracefully to their table. Lin Ao pretended to be chatting with Long Aotian, but he was alert in his heart. Joanna suddenly walked to their table, without saying hello to them, and actually hugged Lunyan directly. Lin Ao's eyes flashed, and he and Long Aotian were ready to explode at any time. Joanna's actions plunged the scene into a tense atmosphere. Lin Ao didn't know what her purpose was, but he decided to stay calm and observe the development of the situation. When Lunyan was picked up by Joanna, there was a trace of surprise on her face, but she quickly calmed down and did not show any panic or anxiety. Lunyan gave Lin Ao and the others a look to calm them down. Beautiful sister, who are you? Lunyan turned into a normal 5-year-old child and asked Joanna doubtfully. Haha, little kid, who brought you here? This is not a place for children to play. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ao and Long Aotian with cold eyes. She noticed Lunyan when she was on stage. A child appeared in the bar, which had to draw her attention. This lady. Long Aotian stood up at this time. As soon as he said something, Joanna cut him off. I'm talking to this child, sir, can you please stop interrupting? Who are they to you, children? You can rest assured to tell your sister if it's someone you don't know, my sister will protect you. Lin Ao felt relieved when he heard what Joanna said. It turned out that Joanna had misunderstood. However, there is no such place where someone would show up with a child. Sister, this is my dad, this is my uncle. Lunyan pointed at Lin Ao and Long Aotian. When Joanna heard that Lin Ao was his father, a dangerous aura flashed in her eyes. This kind of dog man again. Damn it, he actually brought his daughter to a place like this. Kid, where is your mother? Joanna looked at Lunyan distressedly, as if she saw herself when she was a child. And sir, do you think it's appropriate to bring your daughter to a place like this? Joanna looked at Lin Ao with a frosty expression. Just as Lin Ao was about to speak, Lunyan interrupted him. Dad said that Mom went to a faraway place, and as long as Lulu is obedient, she will come back to see Lulu. After hearing Lunyan's words, Joanna's eyes narrowed. This was obviously a lie told by an adult to a child. Joanna opened her mouth and was about to say something to Lunyan, but was interrupted again by Lunyan. Lunyan was interrupting one on the left and the other on the right, controlling everyone's rhythm. But Lulu knows that Dad is lying, Mom will not come back, never come back. Lin Ao. Long Aotian. Joanna. Sister, don't blame Dad, it was my uncle and I who forced him to come here. It was very stressful for him to bring me alone, I was not in good spirits all day long, so I wanted Dad to come here and relax. I'm on the TV series One Learned It, am I smart? When Lin Ao heard what Lunyan said, his pupils were shaking and he looked panicked. How should I take the role? What should I do? What should I do? Lunyan's sudden addition of the scene made him freeze in place for a moment. A feeling of wanting to speak but being unable to. When Lunyan saw Lin Ao in this state, he gave Lin Ao a thumbs up in his heart. As a single father, the feeling of being hesitant to speak, the sadness that cannot be expressed, the feeling of having all the pain choked in the throat and not being able to be released, was vividly performed by Lin Ao. Joanna was stunned, her heart was touched by Lunyan's words. This kid Lunyan is too sensible. Lulu is very smart. Joanna smiled softly and stroked Lunyan's head, her face full of distress. Didn't she want to make her mother happy? Two unkind encounters turned their mother and daughter's lives into hell. What do you call this, gentleman? Joanna's attitude softened slightly. I'm Lin Bei. Before Lin Ao could recover, he almost revealed his real name. Hello, my name is Long. Hello Lin Bei, I'm taking Lulu to play in my office. You can play here without worries. Just ask someone to bring you over to me when you leave. This is not a place for children. Please be careful next time. Joanna smiled formulaically at Lin Ao, turned around and left with Lun Yen in her arms. Lun Yen was held by Joanna and gave Lin Ao a reassuring look. Lin Ao was stunned. This was different from what he expected. Long Aotian looked even more depressed. He didn't say anything during the whole process, and was ignored when he wanted to introduce himself. Brother Lin, how do you deal with this? Nyen Nyen is not in danger, right? Long Aotian had no choice but to give up thinking and wait for Lin Ao to take command. No, it's just that I don't know how Lun Yen will act inside. I will adapt accordingly later. Just stop talking. Lin Ao was afraid that Long Aotian wouldn't be able to take on Lun Yen's role. The problem was that he himself couldn't take on the role. Okay. Long Aotian was very happy to accept this kind of thing without thinking. Lin Ao took out his mobile phone and opened a certain sound. How to be a single dad. Bah, that's a typo, how to be a single dad. We must hurry up and make up lessons. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to be asked when the time comes. Ding. Lin Ao opened it and saw that it was from Lun Yen. She went to the bathroom. I sent you your profile. This is the fastest opportunity. Lin Bei, an orphan, 25 years old, currently single. You and Long Yaren are senior brothers. You were young and frivolous, and Chen Yafan gave birth to a daughter at the age of 20. The daughter is named Lin Lulu, who is 5 years old. Chen Yafan abandoned us and ran away when I was born, and there is no news yet. You were forced to end your studies to take care of your daughter, and you went out to work all the time. You just lost your job, and you brought me to Pengdong City to start a new life in a new environment. Always be single, that's all. For the rest, just adapt to circumstances. She's ready to come out, so let's do this first. Lin Ao stared at the message from Lun Yen in shock. Long Aotian also came closer. Brother Lin, am I just an introduction to your junior brother? Lin Ao rolled his eyes at this fool. Just remember that your name is Long Yaren and that you are my junior brother. Remember what Nyen Nyen said above and adapt accordingly when the time comes. Long Aotian stared at the screen seriously, thoughtfully, and his eyes slowly lit up. Junior brother, good brother. I understand. Half an hour later, they asked the waiter to lead the way, and they went to find Lun Yen. The lessons that should be made up have almost been made up. I just didn't expect that I would have to fight such a hardcore battle when I arrived today. Along the way, Lin Ao told Long Aotian to remember his name, as well as Lun Yen and his persona, and never reveal the truth. Long Aotian patted his chest again and assured Lin Ao. When Yaren is doing something, please give me 10,000 peace of mind. Lin Ao was scared when he heard him say this. They were about to say something, but unfortunately they were already there, and the waiter knocked on the door of Joanna's office for them. Chapter 88. It's been 5 years. Do you know how he spent these 5 years? Come in. Joanna's cold voice and Lun Yen's joyful laughter came from the room. Joanna, who was still sitting on the sofa playing with Lun Yen, stood up and suddenly put away her smile. She likes the child Lun Yen very much. He is cute and like a little adult. What happened to her was very similar to what happened to Joanna when she was a child. But Lun Yen was not like her, who hated every man in the world. On the contrary, Lun Yen acted very dependent on Joanna. This cute little girl hit Joanna's heart and made her unable to put it down. Lin Ao walked in with Long Aotian. Sit wherever you like. Joanna's tone was a little cold, but this was the greatest tolerance her man could show. I heard what Lulu said. I misunderstood before, but as an adult, can't you stop a child? Who will take care of her when you are drunk? Can you take this responsibility if something goes wrong? How can you? Are you a father? The more Joanna talked, the angrier she became. Lin Ao was confused. Is this your daughter or mine? Why is she training like her mother? Sister, you promise me not to scold my father. Lun Yen came over and pulled the corner of Joanna's clothes, looking up at Joanna with big watery eyes. Joanna was melted by Lun Yen all of a sudden. She lowered her head, hugged Lun Yen, and kissed her little face. Then he turned his head and looked at Long Aotian, who was still snickering. Why are you helping a child to drag others to the bar? Why take the child with you when you go? What are you thinking? Don't you know how dangerous the outside world is? How many kidnappers are there? You don't know that such a cute child can be at any time. Will people keep an eye on me? Long Aotian was stunned. Why did he catch me and squirt like crazy? What does this have to do with me? Lin Ao quietly moved his body and put some distance between himself and Long Aotian, leaving enough space for Joanna to spray him. This time Lun Yen didn't shout to stop. Long Aotian lowered his head with a look of despair. When did I, Long Aotian, get trained like a grandson like I am now? In addition to Lin Ao, Jiyu Wanqing, Lun Yen, Lin Dong, Li Wanyu, and his old father. It was almost over. How dare anyone else lecture him like this? But they are doing it for Lun Yen's good, and they stand at the highest level of morality. It's hard for you to refute. This loss can only be taken hard. After a full 5 minutes, Joanna stopped. Long Aotian had long been petrified, and Lin Ao was sitting next to him with a face of shame. It always felt like Joanna was criticizing Waihui. Why do the people in the Palace of Hell have such high moral standards? Joanna may be ruthless or unscrupulous in other matters, but when it comes to Lun Yen, Joanna has purely good intentions. She is someone who has been exposed to rain and always wants to hold an umbrella for Lun Yen. Lin Ao and the others don't feel any guilt at the moment. Lun Yen's story is equivalent to unraveling Joanna's biggest scar buried in her heart, which is why she reacted so strongly. It was also because of this accident that things developed into something else. Sister, take a break and don't be angry. Lun Yen held Joanna's delicate face with her chubby little hands, and then stretched out a hand on Joanna's chest to help her breathe. Lun Yen's actions caused a bright smile to appear on Joanna's cold face. Lin Ao was stunned by this, and his charming smile confused Yangcheng and captivated Kai. Okay, I'm not angry. Joanna replied to Lun Yen and turned to look at Lin Ao, who had been silent. I heard Lulu say you were looking for a job. Lin Ao nodded blankly. What will you order? Lin Ao hadn't thought about it yet, so Lun Yen answered for him. My father and uncle are both good at fighting. After hearing this, Joanna was a little surprised. Why did Lun Yen say they were good at fighting? Did he take Lun Yen out to fight again? Thinking about it, I was getting angry again. Lulu was almost captured before. It was my father and uncle who drove them away. The two of them beat many bad guys. My father and uncle are both warriors, very powerful. Lun Yen said and gave Lin Ao a look. If Joanna arranged for Lin Ao to do those clerical jobs, he would not be able to enter the Palace of Hell at all. He could be a security guard, a thug, or a waiter. It is easy to get drunk in a bar. There are also some local gangs who will cause trouble. In this way, you can properly show your force value. In the Palace of Hell, force value is very important. Lin Ao nodded quickly. Well, I haven't asked what I should call you yet. Lin Ao scratched his head pretending to be embarrassed. Just call me Store Manager Chow. Okay, Manager Chow, our brothers may not have much other abilities, but we think we have some strength. We have practiced martial arts with our master since we were young. We have also been doing some physical work before. Joanna nodded, but what she was thinking about now was not that Lin Ao was a warrior, but that they, as warriors, couldn't even look down on such a lovely daughter like hers. Were they really almost caught by human traffickers? Then you guys can be waiters here first, how about that? Lin Aogong wanted to agree. As a result, Long Aotian ran out and protected Lin Ao behind him. Lin Ao was confused. Brother Tien. Hello, Brother Tien, what are you doing? No. Tell me, what do you mean by being a woman? My brother has been injured all over by women, and nothing you women say is true. What are your plans? Long Aotian looked excited, turned to look at Lin Ao, and winked at him. How about it? Is your brother Tien good at acting? Finally I found an entry point. Lin Ao's mouth twitched wildly, and Lun Yen shot Long Aotian's murderous gaze. What? Can I have any evil intentions against him? I want money, but I don't want money, and I want looks. Well, I don't like men either. What else do you have that I can use? Joanna became more interested instead. Manager Chow, I just don't want my brother to be hurt again. My brother is miserable. Do you know 5 years? How did he spend these 5 years? Long Aotian was so emotional that he even shed a few tears. He was moved by his acting skills. For 5 years, he worked day and night to take care of Lulu. If you are like those rich women, I hope you let him go. He will never be able to experience any setbacks again. Lin Ao and Lun Yen both had to applaud Long Aotian, he is such a fucking talent. On the contrary, Joanna was a little moved. She couldn't really be impressed by Brother Tien's acting skills, right? Is this a mistake for him, or is it a fool's blessing? Okay, you can work as a waiter here first, with a monthly salary of 6,000, including food and accommodation. Joanna's tone was not as cold as before, and her eyes towards Lin Ao were also softer. Thank you, Manager Chow. Let's go back to the hotel to pack our luggage first, and then come back. Lin Ao quickly pushed Long Aotian away, who was blocking him. He was afraid that if he were slower, he would cause some trouble. Lulu, let's go back first and don't disturb store manager Chow. Lin Aogong stretched out his hand to take Lunyan away. As a result, Joanna took a step back. You guys go back and clean up. I'll just take Lulu with you. Also, Lulu will live with me from now on. What's going on with you two stinky men? Joanna seemed to really like Lunyan, otherwise it would have been like this for the first time when they met, working and taking care of the children. Lin Ao was stunned. I still haven't taken the USB flash drive. Sister, I want to hug daddy. Joanna smiled slightly and placed Lunyan on the ground. Lunyan ran towards Lin Ao in a hurry. Lin Ao immediately squatted on the ground and opened his hands. He saw Lunyan wink at him. When Lunyan rushed into Lin Ao's arms, he quickly stuffed the USB flash drive into Lin Ao's clothes without anyone noticing. Dad, remember to come back soon. Chapter 89 The Witch, the Rabbit and the Fierce Baba. Lin Ao and Long Aotian walked out of the door of Sicily Bar. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aotian, who was still in the play, and took a deep breath. Before he left, he actually added some drama to himself. It was impossible to guard against Long Aotian's desire to act. Manager Chow, I trust you, so I hope you won't break my brother's heart. I will leave my brother to you. It's really outrageous. Her mother opened the door for outrageous things. It's outrageous. Lin Ao forcefully pulled him away. He felt so tired and regretted bringing this guy out. They drove back to the hotel, and Long Aotian kept talking about how superb his acting skills were, how well he performed, and how precise the timing of the tears was. Lin Ao didn't stop him from talking, but his fists were a little stiff. He looked at Long Aotian with a fatherly smile. Bear with me for now, he is driving, haha. Soon they returned to the hotel, and Lin Ao quickly closed the door and locked it. Aotian, come here, I'll show you this big baby. Long Aotian walked over curiously. What is this? When did brother Lin hide a big treasure? Look at my fist, is it big? Lin Ao had a smile on his face. Brother Lin, to be honest, I don't think it's very big, it's quite white. What are you doing? Ouch. Before Long Aotian could finish his words, he was punched by Lin Ao. Not big, I just want to hurt you. For a moment, the room was full of chaos and screams. The surrounding tenants were all frightened. Why are young people playing so wildly now? In those days. Long Aotian had blue eyes and huddled on the bed with a look of resentment on his face. Lin Ao felt completely refreshed now. He inserted the USB disk into the computer in the hotel room and checked it out. What is recorded in it are all the bar's account books, and many of them are remitted to several accounts. Moreover, the amount is not the turnover that the bar can achieve alone. There must be some amounts of great transactions mixed in. Lin Ao has no interest. If he can really bring down the Palace of Hell with these things, it would be really fantastic. Below is information about some important members. The information of some high-level personnel was recorded, including Chen Hao's, and a big skull was added after Chen Hao's name. Joanna has a grudge against him. Lin Ao can make good use of this information when the time comes. This information is not nothing. He flipped through it quickly, memorizing some information in his mind so that he could make good use of it after he went to Sicily. He unplugged the USB flash drive, greeted Long Aotian, who looked like a harem, and went back to Sicily. On the way, he called home and told Lunyan about the general situation to Li Wanyu. Because Lunyan added a character, he had to ask Li Wanyu to help them prepare the information. Otherwise, it would be bad if they found out there were deviations. At the same time, take advantage of the time to do some daily work. They just left today, and they must be thinking about him. Then Lin Ao sent a message to everyone. Zhonghai No. 1, Gu Wanqing, Lu Mengan, and Qin Yun, their cell phones rang at about the same time. They looked up at the same time and smiled. Shall we read it? Ha 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 ha. Gu Wanqing knew it was from Lin Ao without having to guess, and suddenly she felt a bad taste in her heart. Lu Mengan and Qin Yun were a little shy when they heard Gu Wanqing's suggestion, but they were both curious about what Lin Ao would send to each other. They all nodded, looking expectant. Gu Wanqing looked at the message sent by Lin Ao and her face turned red. How come this man's text message style has changed since he became a general several times? But she still read it openly. Ji Yu Yaun, when this general returns in triumph, remember to host a banquet. I will fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights to determine the outcome. Lu Mengan and Qin Yun both looked at Ji Yu Wanqing dumbfounded. What were they playing? A witch and a general. Next, let's go to Mengan. Lu Mengan came back to her senses, picked up her phone and looked into Lin Ao's heart. A sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She softly recited Lin Ao's message. Little rabbit, wait for me to come back. Nian Nian is fine here. Don't worry, I won't let go this time. Lin Ao officially recognized their relationship. Ji Yu Wanqing thought to herself, why didn't she dare to drive the car when she came to Lu Mengan's side? Are you really afraid of scaring this little rabbit? It's Eunuch's turn next. Qin Yun's face turned red and she suddenly regretted it, because neither of them was as crazy as her, and she really didn't dare to read it, it was too embarrassing. When Ji Yu Wanqing saw Qin Yun's coyness, she walked over with a smile and took her phone. Qin Yun panicked and wanted to take it back, but Ji Yu Wanqing grabbed her chin. What? Are you shy? Qin Yun's heartbeat accelerated, and her head was about to smoke. No, just read it. Ji Yu Wanqing let go of Qin Yun and looked at her phone. The content really shocked her jaw. Sister Wanqing read it quickly. Lu Mengan also looked curious when she saw Ji Yu Wanqing's expression. Ji Yu Wan cleared her throat. Ahem, fierce Baba, I miss you so much. I miss your black stockings, lace, hair, and the trace of love you have for me. Ouch, I'm sorry, I can't help it, I didn't mean it. Ji Yu Wanqing retched in the middle of reading, it was really hard to swallow. Qin Yun was already digging into the villa. Because this has always been her and Lin Ao's style, it's sweet when you watch it, but it's like a public execution when everyone sees it. If Lin Ao, who is thousands of miles away, knew about it, he would probably bury himself where he was and never go back, or use the time skill directly. Baba, I want you to moan and groan every day. Boo boo, ouch, I'm sorry, I can't bear it any longer. After reading the last sentence, Ji Yu Wanqing still couldn't hold it back. She and Lu Mengan looked at Qin Yun strangely. Have you always chatted like this? Ji Yu Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Qin Yun blushed and nodded shyly. So your name is Ji Baba. Lin Ao is screaming. Puff puff. Ji Yu Wanqing and Lu Mengan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. They went over together to hug Qin Yun, raising and lowering their hands. The contrast was too great. Qin Yun was so ashamed that her pretty face was almost dripping with water. Ji Yu Wanqing took out her mobile phone, hugged the three of them together, took a photo and sent it to Lin Ao. Ding! Lin Ao turned on his phone and read it. It was a message from Ji Yu Wanqing. He thought to himself that this enchantress did not go to bed so early. When he opened it, it turned out to be a photo of the three of them. In the photo, the three beauties were smiling broadly, like a beautiful work of art. Why are they holding a girls' meeting again? Getting together again? Ding! At this time, another message came from Lin Ao's cell phone. He looked back and saw that it was from Sha Qianj, a little girl. He hadn't seen her for a long time and missed her. Lin Ao, I miss you so much. I have done something big recently. I will keep it secret for now. I will tell you when we meet next time. It is really a big thing. Remember to reward me, Lin Ao asked Sha Qianj why she suddenly returned to Kyoto. She said she missed his parents, and now she said she had done something big. Could it be that we had a showdown with his parents about my relationship with her? Just playing with their phones, they returned to Sicily. The employees inside took Lin Ao and Long Aotian to the staff dormitory and said that store manager Chow had told them. The bar was still very busy at this time, and Peng Dong's nightclub didn't close until 5 a.m. After Lin Ao put his things away, the phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. Lin Ao picked up the question in confusion. Lin Bei, put your things away and come to my office. I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 90. Lu Nian was arranged to go to school again. It was Joanna's voice that rang on the phone. Why does Joanna have my phone number? Thinking about it, it should have been given by Lu Niangong. Okay, store manager Chow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ao said something to Long Aotian and walked to her office. Lin Ao knocked on the door, and Joanna's cold voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Ao pushed the door open and walked in, only to find that Lu Nian was no longer in the office, and Joanna was sitting on the sofa, crossing her slender legs, smoking a cigarette, raising her chin, and motioning for Lin Ao to sit down. Mr. Chow, where is Lulu? Lin Ao couldn't help but wonder where Joanna put Lun Yen, but it should be safe. Lun Yen didn't even send a message to Lin Ao. Lulu, I've asked someone to take her to take a bath and rest first. The child needs to go to bed early. Joanna put out the cigarette, crossed her arms on her chest, and looked a little serious. Lin Bei, have you ever thought about Lulu's future? Lin Ao was confused. What's wrong? We've only met for a few hours and you're talking to me about the future of my daughter. Have you ever thought about letting Lulu go to school? At her age, she should be in kindergarten, right? Joanna had a serious look on her face, and she looked at Lin Ao with a look that said, you don't know how to raise children, you are an unfit father. Manager Chow, that I. Joanna looked at Lin Ao Tuntun and thought he had no money. She was in a dilemma, and her expression softened. She heard that Lulu said that the two brothers had no academic qualifications and had been relying on temporary jobs to make a living, working as supermarket pickers or something like that. It is indeed a bit difficult to support a child. In fact, Lin Ao stammered because he didn't know how to answer. He didn't expect that Joanna would suddenly grab him and ask Lun Yen about going to school. He was really more worried than her mother. Don't worry about the money. I'll help you pay it. You and your brother will just work here honestly from now on. I won't treat you badly. Joanna just made the decision and arranged for Lun Yen to go to school again. Lun Yen was probably overjoyed. My heart is bursting. Exploded. Got it. Forehead. Lin Ao didn't know what to say. Anyway, you made the arrangements in one go. I was still running my brain cells to see how to answer, so you just made the decision. Come on, just make your decision. You don't have to be embarrassed. Just because you don't have money now doesn't mean you won't have money in the future. Don't say that you have wronged Lulu for the sake of a man's dignity. Do you understand? Good guy, Lin Ao is just a good guy, just to let him experience the feeling of being supported by a rich woman. Okay, I understand, store manager Chow. Lin Ao agreed. Well, prepare Lulu's information and your information for me to record. Tomorrow I will help her contact the school and go through the admission procedures. Lin Ao also made preparations before coming over and asked his family to help him update his identity information. I put those things in Zhonghai's hometown. If I have to come out in a hurry, I will have someone send them to me. I'll ask Li Wanyu to send it over tomorrow, and it will probably arrive in one day. Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. Look at you, you haven't thought about how to arrange for your child to go to school. Hurry up and have someone send it over. There's nothing else. You can go back first. I will find someone to take you for training tomorrow afternoon. Joanna gave the eviction order, and Lin Ao nodded and went out. Lin Ao felt something was wrong as he walked out of the door. No. Lun Yen's identity is my daughter. How come this night, after coming here, the custody rights will become yours? Lin Ao returned to the staff dormitory. It was already 3 o'clock in the evening. He found that Long Aotian had the door closed and was probably asleep. Lin Ao went to take a shower, sat in the living room for a while, and thought about the next plan. The dormitory arranged by Joanna was in pretty good condition, with a layout like 2 bedrooms and 1 living room in a community. Now that they have successfully sneaked in, it depends on how they can show their value later. As for Chen Hao, they should make good use of the grudge between him and Joanna. Since Joanna gave Chen Hao a, there must be a story in the skeleton. The question is how to find out about it. Let Lun Yen give it a try then. Lin Ao woke up at 10 o'clock the next morning. He walked out to wash up and found Long Aotian coming back with breakfast. Good morning, brother Lin. What did store manager Chow want to see you for last night? Long Aotian originally wanted to wait for Lin Ao to come back and ask, but he fell asleep after a while and had a dream that he became the best actor. Hee. It's nothing. She said she would arrange a school for Lun Yen and asked me to give her information. Lin Ao took the soy milk and fried dough sticks and ate them. He was also very puzzled. He just came here and wanted to find out the news, but he accidentally became an employee, and even his daughter was rushed to raise him. Then what are we going to do next? Do you have any plans? Long Aotian found it very exciting. This kind of plot of lurking as an undercover agent had only been seen in movies. Now that he participated in it personally, he even showed off his acting skills last night. This feeling was simply not very satisfying. Let's check the situation first. There will be a job training in the afternoon. Remember that you have to play the role of Long Yaren well. Wait for an opportunity and we will show our strength. Lin Ao didn't dare to say too much to Long Aotian. He was afraid that this guy would do something outrageous without thinking. Okay, you can completely rest assured about my brother Tian's acting skills. Long Aotian patted his chest again, and Lin Ao felt dizzy when he saw Long Aotian's action. They went out for a walk after breakfast and found that most of the employees didn't get up. They probably started working in the afternoon. After all, the bar was open until 5 a.m. But they met two acquaintances, Da Mi and Xiao Mi from last night. Brother Lin, brother Long, we meet again, why are you here? The two women looked at them with the same surprise, because the appearance conditions of Lin Ao and Long Aotian were really impossible to ignore. Why did they appear here? We are going to become colleagues, boss Chow gave us a job. Lin Ao said it openly and directly. Fortunately, he didn't behave badly last night, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Ah, really? You actually work here? By the way, whose child is the little girl last night? Both Da Mi and Xiao Mi were very surprised. They didn't expect that after not seeing each other for one night, their guests turned into colleagues. However, from last night's observation, Long Yaran was definitely a junior brother. Lin Bei, who was well-behaved and relatively calm, was thinking about what to do. Couldn't it be Lin Bei's child? Haha, it's good luck to be appreciated by store manager Chow. Lulu is my daughter. Sure enough, her guess was correct, she was Lin Bei's daughter, no wonder she was so cute and beautiful. Then where is your wife? Da Mi couldn't help but ask. She ran away, you must never mention this in front of Lulu. Lin Ao pretended to speak in a low tone, with a face full of helplessness and sorrow, which made Da Mi and Xiao Mi look sympathetically. When Long Aotian saw Lin Ao showing off his acting skills, he couldn't help but run out again. Well, he stepped forward and held Lin Ao in his arms. Lin Ao's body stiffened, his expression was frozen, and the corners of his mouth twitched. My brother has a hard life, raising his daughter by himself. Do you know how he has lived these 5 years? It's hard, but I will always stay by my brother's side and never leave him. After listening to Long Aotian's words, Da Mi and Xiao Mi's eyes became red. I didn't expect that Lin Bei was so miserable, and brother Long Yaran was also very good. Lin Ao's fist involuntarily became hard again. Okay, Long Aotian, just wait for me. Chapter 91. Brother Tian drags brother Ao into the sea. At this time, a crisp cry sounded from behind. Dad, Uncle Long. Lu Nian walked in. She changed into a cute Lolita skirt and had a bun on her head, like an elf. She ran towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao took advantage of the situation and pushed Long Aotian away. Is this hug enough? Lin Ao knelt down, showed a warm smile, and opened his arms to welcome Lu Nian. Da Mi and Xiao Mi looked at Lu Nian at the same time. Isn't this the little girl from last night? Too cute. Everyone had the urge to hold her in their arms. Lulu, don't run so fast, be careful of falling. Joanna slowly walked through the door, holding a small packed bag in her hand. Today she wore a casual outfit, matching a short t-shirt and a pleated skirt, showing a relaxed style. Her black stockings added a touch of elegance and sexiness to the look. Da Mi and Xiao Mi were a little nervous when they saw Joanna come in. It seemed that they had a close relationship with the store manager. They quickly said hello to Lin Ao and the others and said they had work to do and left quickly. Lu Nian fell into Lin Ao's arms, and she secretly pinched Lin Ao. Lin Ao came back to his senses instantly, feeling a little embarrassed. He had indeed looked at Joanna in a daze just now. Uncle, do you want me to help you get Joanna? Lu Nian whispered this to Lin Ao in his arms, making Lin Ao even more embarrassed. Ahem, I'm just admiring it, I have no other thoughts, haha. However, Lu Nian's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light while he was in Lin Ao's arms. What's wrong? Are you chatting so animatedly with the employees in my store so early in the morning? Joanna walked up to Lin Ao, her tone was a little cold, and Lin Ao wasn't surprised. This was her usual attitude towards men. Hello, store manager Chow. Lin Ao and Long Aotian both said hello to Joanna. Today I took Lulu to buy some clothes and daily necessities. I saw that she didn't even have any clothes that looked good. Why are you guys so bad at aesthetics? Joanna called an employee and asked him to put the big and small bags in her hand back into her office. Bring Lin Ao and Long Aotian to a booth and sit down. Did someone send the information? I have already made arrangements for the school. Once the information arrives, you can arrange admission. It's not far from here, only 2 kilometers. Lun Yan was a little curious. What school? Didn't we agree to let them be waiters? Why are they being sent to school now? When he raised his head, everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Lun Yan. Only then did she realize something was wrong. Something is very wrong. Could it be that this school was arranged for me? Lun Yan raised his little hand in disbelief and pointed at himself. That the school you mentioned was arranged for me. Her eyes were so wide that she couldn't hold herself any longer. Why was it school again? Joanna felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when she saw Lun Yan's expression of disbelief, seeing how excited the child was. Let me just say that Lulu must be eager to go to school and play with some peers. She will definitely be envious of others for being able to go to school and being picked up and dropped off by their parents. Joanna held Lun Yan in her arms distressedly. Yes baby, you can go to school, you are not dreaming. Lun Yan felt a thunderbolt hit his head. I wish this was just a dream, my god. Am I going to those brat schools again? Don't worry, my sister will pick you up every day, and your father will not let other children look down on you. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will help you overturn their Tianling cap. Joanna decided that she would pick up Lulu every day. She must not let other children look down on Lulu, so she would take this incompetent father with her. Lin Ao couldn't help but twitching when he heard Joanna's words. Is your education model right? I thank you. Oh. Lun Yan's soul was no longer in his body, and his whole body was about to be shattered. Why can't I escape the bad luck of going to school even after I come here? It's okay Lulu, don't be too excited. There will be many children to play with you in the future. You are the best. Joanna thought Lun Yan was so excited when she heard that she could go to school. Look, the child is so eager to go to school. Then she turned to look at Lin Ao, her tone a little cold. Did you hear that? I'll pick up Lulu with me every day. Lin Ao nodded stiffly. Okay, after lunch I will arrange for someone to come and take you. I took Lulu to the office to play. After speaking, Joanna hugged Lun Yan, who looked desperate, and left. Lin Ao saw that the color in Lun Yan's eyes had disappeared. Now I have wronged you, the great cause is important. At noon, someone took Lin Ao and Lin Ao to the staff canteen to have lunch. Joanna and Lun Yan were in the office and did not come out to eat. Not long after eating and resting, the person who took them for training arrived. What people didn't expect was that it turned out to be a big microphone. She smiled and greeted them. At noon, Da received an order from Joanna, asking her to take Lin Bei and Long Yaren with her. She didn't gossip about the relationship between Joanna and them. She would naturally know some things that she should know, and she knew it clearly. Otherwise, it is impossible to stay here for a long time. She took them around the store and taught them how to use the changing room, how to order and get products, how to use the intercom and menu iPad, including placing orders for customers, etc. Da also explained it in great detail, and it seemed that the work was just that much, very simple. That is to take the guests to their seats, help them place their orders, and notify the backstage to make arrangements if they need to accompany them. Of course, there are male and female escorts here, and they are all voluntary, so you can do whatever you want. However, it is inevitable that some customers will have unclean hands and feet and will take advantage of the situation, so you must be mentally prepared for this. This kind of work is highly profitable, and many employees are willing to do it. However, if a customer goes too far, the store's security guards will be dispatched, and the store will not let its employees suffer. Sicily does this pretty well. That's basically it, no difficult moves at all. The bar didn't open until 8 p.m., so they were idle all afternoon. They simply went back into the room. Lin Ao is full of interest in this professional experience. Lin Ao found that Lin Ao brought a fresh energy wherever he went, which was very good and energetic. It seems that what happened in the morning has not taught this idiot a lesson. Remember in your mind first, when you have accumulated enough, give him a big one. Hee. Lin Ao lay on the sofa boredly and said to Lin Ao excitedly. Brother Lin, how about we compete? Let's see who has the best performance tonight. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at him. What achievements? What? Do you really want to end up drinking with me? Is that appropriate? Master Long, aren't you afraid that your father will take you back to Longmen and hang you up and beat you if he finds out? Lin Ao would sometimes be defeated by Lin Ao's thoughts. He actually wanted to be a bartender. With your drinking capacity, how dare you do this? What does this mean? Experiencing all kinds of life is also a kind of growth, isn't it? Brother Lin, why don't we compare? Lin Ao didn't say anything and didn't even bother to talk to him. Brother Lin, this is all for your character. Look, a single father has no money and can't even pay for his children's tuition. Is he in a hurry for money? Will he choose extra money with a higher commission? If you don't do this, you will make people suspicious. After listening to this, Lin Ao found that what Lin Ao said seemed to be like this, and it seemed to make sense. It stands to reason that with this condition, he can get more money. The poor Lin Bei will definitely want to make money quickly. When did this guy's brain suddenly light up? Did he think of all this? Seeing Lin Ao hesitate, Lin Ao quickly stepped up his efforts. Look, you're just accompanying me, not selling yourself. This way you can establish your character in Joanna's eyes, as a father who works hard to make money for his children. Look, right. Lin Ao nodded subconsciously. Seeing that Lin Ao finally agreed, Lin Ao couldn't help but look forward to it. Lin Ao didn't just have an idea. He just wanted to grab someone to go experience it with him. What he said by mistake hit Lin Ao's target. Soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ao and Lin Ao both changed into waiter clothes, looking like the top cowherds of an island country, which made all the employees look askance. When did these two men come? Let's go, Yaren. Okay. Chapter 92 Start of Business. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sicily opened for business. There were not many people in the store at this time, and soothing music was playing. Hello, what do you need to order? Several white-collar girls looked up and found that it was a super handsome guy. He has a handsome face with clear and three-dimensional lines, and a pair of deep eyes that exude confidence and warmth. His slender and straight eyebrows are slightly raised, his nose is straight but not ostentatious, his lips are clearly defined and slightly upturned, and he has a natural smile, exuding charming charm. His skin is fair and delicate, exuding a healthy luster, which makes people fall for him involuntarily. Overall, this handsome waiter has a sunny appearance, and people can't ignore the charming charm he exudes. This person is Lin Ao. Several women's heartbeats accelerated, and they took the iPad in a panic and clicked hard. Okay, please wait a moment, do you need a companion service? Lin Ao gave them a bright smile, and they nodded vigorously like chickens pecking at rice. That handsome guy, are you accompanying me? One of them asked uncertainly. Yes, this beautiful lady. Hearing Lin Ao's answer, everyone exclaimed. Lin Ao watched from the side, and now he regretted agreeing to Lin Ao. Why is this guy so skilled? How can he be so comfortable? It must be the magic of a certain audio. Since Lin Ao agreed, Lin Ao has been checking the guide. Since he wants to cosplay, he must show the most professional attitude. Brother Tien is a man who does what he says. That handsome guy, I will order 2 cocktails and wait for my friends to come. The female guest on Lin Ao's side looked at him with a blushing face. This waiter is too aggressive. This kind of cold and arrogant temperament is simply her bullseye. Okay, wait a moment. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he picked up the iPad and turned to leave. The woman wanted to ask if she could accompany him to drink, like the next table, but Lin Ao turned around and left. However, that cold face was so killing her. Lin Ao returned to the backstage and looked at Lin Ao again. He found that he was having fun. Why not just leave him here after this job? At this time, Mi came over. Brother Lin, are you used to it? I think Brother Long got the hang of it pretty quickly. He got at least 1,000 yuan in commission for this order. Seeing that he was alone, Mi couldn't help but want to go over and say a few words to Lin Ao. My brother has a good personality, so he got used to it quickly. So much commission. It seems that I have to work harder. Lin Ao was chatting casually with Mi. At this time, someone on the second floor of the bar was always paying attention to the situation below. Seeing that there were customers coming, Lin Ao continued to work. Another hour passed, and the number of customers in the store gradually increased. Brother Lin, no way, no way. You didn't try any table, did you? Brother Tien was so arrogant now, as if he had done something incredible. He accompanied the table for an hour. Seeing that Lin Ao was always welcoming customers and taking orders, he couldn't help but come over to show off. The people at that table wanted to let Tien stay for the whole night, but he declined. The guide said that he should try to get to know more customers on the first night, so that he could increase his popularity. He sat there for so long because there were not many people in the store now, and there would be a table every 20 minutes at most. He was indeed someone who had checked the guide. Lin Ao's fists were about to harden again. Where is the little notebook? Remember it first. Being provoked by Lin Ao, he felt a little unconvinced. Men's desire to win or lose is so strange. I'm afraid that you can't even see my taillights when I start, so just wait. After saying that, Lin Ao went out to look for prey. Aoshin followed closely and started his journey. He must beat Lin Ao tonight. Lin Ao glanced at the people in the venue. He also had a request in his heart. Not just anyone could let him go out and drink with him. First, look at the crowd. Observe whether they come alone, or if they are all female friends, and whether their appearance is up to standard. Second, taste. The taste of clothing and grooming can very much reflect a person's heart. Aloof, hot, innocent. It can be judged by clothing. Although it is not 100%, at least 60% can determine the basic personality or personality. Third, emotions. Drinking is nothing more than to have fun or to vent emotions. Of course, there are also simple parties. This category can be ignored. People who are looking for fun and those who vent their emotions are better targets. Fourth, talk. Speak human words when meeting people, and tell ghost stories when meeting people. Appropriately obey the guest's topics to express your agreement, and provide some chicken soup for the soul on the side. She can complain to you. What she needs is not a life mentor, but a bucket needs a container to pour emotions into. That's it, don't add anything more. Fifth, distance. Keep a distance from your guests. You should always remember that the best is what you can't remember. Lin Ao glanced at Lin Ao. Little trash, are you the only one who knows how to look up strategies? Lin Ao waited for a long time, and a beautiful woman with good temperament came in at the door. She was about 28 years old, with long wavy hair and extremely good looks. Wearing a low-cut black dress, she has good taste. The jewelry on her neck and hands should be quite expensive. She doesn't have a wedding ring. Her eyes are a little sad. She doesn't have any friends of the opposite sex behind her. She drinks alone. Lin Arrogant walked up slowly. Hello, do you have a table reservation? The girl looked up and was immediately struck by Lin Ao's appearance. Is she so good looking as a waiter now? It would be a pity not to be a star. No. She looked at Lin Ao, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a cold temperament, and deep and charming eyes, with a wild and unruly temperament, just like a little wolfdog. Lin Ao then brought the girl to a booth. What do you need to drink? Lin Ao handed the iPad to the girl to order. He accidentally touched the girl's finger and he took it back naturally. The hook is lowered. The girl couldn't help but lift her hair, revealing her slender neck. She seemed to be looking at the menu intently, but in fact she glanced at Lin Ao from time to time. Her heartbeat was a little faster. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. That's all. Lin Ao took the iPad and smiled. If the guest needs someone to chat with him, he can tell me. I can let the guest relax and pass the time. I will go and place the drink order for you now. Lin Ao didn't explicitly say that he could come down to chat with her. After saying that, he left with the menu in hand. Lin Ao smiled slightly and turned around. Can I order you? The girl spoke a little embarrassedly. She was worried about something and wanted to come to the bar for a drink today. She unexpectedly found that the waiter at the bar was so handsome. She just said that she could chat with him, so she asked boldly. Okay, I'll place the order for you and then come over. Lin Ao smiled and nodded, then went to the bar to hand over work, brought 2 cocktails to the girl's table and sat down. Hello, my name is Lin Bei. What should I call you, beautiful lady? The girl looked a little embarrassed and shy, obviously it was her first time enjoying this kind of service. Just call me Xiying. Lin Ao smiled slightly and handed over a glass of wine, and inadvertently touched the girl's finger again. Xiying, don't be nervous. We are just chatting. You can treat me as a friend and you can talk about anything. I will belong to you for the rest of the time. When Xiying's little sweetheart heard Lin Ao say that the next time I belong to you, she couldn't help but jump up. She slowly relaxed, and after a few glasses of wine, she became more relaxed and even dared to hold Lin Ao's hand and speak. As long as girls open their hearts, they are sometimes bolder than boys. There was a person sitting in the booth on the second floor. She looked at Lin Ao off the court, her brows furrowed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. But Brother Tian was laughing, and he was having fun himself. Chapter 93. Please allow me to be greedy and selfish, just for a while. Sister Chow, what are you doing here? Lun Yen walked towards Joanna, and Joanna immediately stood up and hugged Lun Yen. Didn't I tell you to sleep? What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Joanna didn't want Lulu to see her father doing these things, for fear of affecting the children's values. She would come out from time to time to see how Lin Ao was doing, and found that he was quite quick to pick up and was very good at greeting guests. However, she did not expect that he would end up serving as a hostess, but after thinking about it, it was probably because of lack of money. Now I want to seize the opportunity to make money to support my daughter. She frowned not because Lin Ao went to drink with the guests, but because she recalled her mother, who agreed to Chen Hao for her own sake, which led to her own tragedy. In her eyes, Lin Ao now went out to drink with Lun Yen to make money to support Lun Yen. I couldn't help but think highly of Lin Ao. This man was not considered useless. And Brother Tien really wandered around the tables, as free and easy as a fish in water. Many female clients are impressed by this sunshine boy. Customer at table 08, open a bottle of Louis XIII. Exciting music sounded in the bar. Everyone looked at table 8, which was Lin Ao's table. Everyone else focused on Lin Ao. This handsome guy was too high-end. Some female regular customers in the store were secretly thinking about this opportunity for Lin Ao to come and sit down. The sunny guy is very fragrant, but Lin Ao is more fragrant, mature and calm, with a hint of unruly. Lun Yen was attracted by the excitement below and urged to take a look. When Joanna was not paying attention, he slipped down and ran to the fence to look down. Joanna was startled. It was too bad that Lulu would see her. She hurriedly walked over, wanting to pick up Lun Yen and go back to the room again. Is that Dad? Sister? Joanna sighed inwardly. She was still seen. Just when she was about to explain something, Lun Yen's voice came again. Is Dad helping me find my mother? Huh, I don't want any mother. Lun Yen looked at Lin Ao below. He was smiling and helping Shihan pour wine. She pretended to be angry and stamped her feet. Only then did Joanna hug Lun Yen. Your father is at work, why doesn't Lulu want his mother? Joanna carried Lun Yen to the room, thinking about letting her go back to sleep. Children couldn't stay up late. I don't want a mother like that, I want a mother like Sister Chow. Lun Yen's words silenced Joanna. She was thinking about whether she should leave her father and keep her daughter. Just let Lulu be her daughter. Anyway, she doesn't like men and will definitely not get married and have children in the future. Joanna soon brought her thoughts back and hugged Lun Yen tightly. This child was so lovable. Why do you want me to be your mother? Lulu. Joanna looked at Lun Yen in her arms with a gentle look on her face, her maternal aura almost blinding her surroundings. Because my sister is a good person, she takes good care of me and my father, and loves Lulu very much. Only mothers in the world can love their daughters so much, so my sister is my mother. I don't want anyone else. Lun Yen looked serious and talked about her reasons like a little adult. Her words filled Joanna's heart with love, which was about to overflow. She decided that she would be Lulu's good mother. She didn't want Lulu follow in his footsteps and let her have a happy childhood, a childhood full of love. Lun Yen and Joanna had not been together for a short time, but he could tell that Joanna really liked her. He didn't even know how much of what he just said was a lie and how much was true. Lun Yen leaned gently on Joanna's body. At this moment, she relaxed all her mind. Now she just wanted to feel this embrace. Joanna's delicate face gently rubbed against Lun Yen, and said softly, from now on, Lulu will be my daughter. Lun Yen's young body trembled slightly, her small hands unconsciously grasped Joanna's clothes, and her head was buried deeper. Mother. Lun Yen was buried in Joanna's arms, her voice trembling with a hint of crying. Now she put aside all distracting thoughts, just be greedy, selfish, let herself have a mother for a while. How? Then my good daughter, please sleep well and don't run around again. Joanna felt the excitement of the person in her arms, and she gently stroked her back. Well, I listened to my mother. It's almost 12 o'clock, and the carnival time will begin in Sicily. Lin Ao and Long Aotian were already having fun below, chatting endlessly about various bottle opening reports. Of course, customers who can't finish their drinks will keep their drinks in the bar, and their viscosity towards the bar will naturally increase in the future. Other employees will treat them as gods and come to worship them. On the first day of work, they get along like a duck in water, and the customers are satisfied. 100%. There is a tendency for customers to become fans. At this time Joanna came to the stage. It is officially announced that the carnival time will begin tonight. The music and lights changed immediately, igniting the emotions of everyone present, and the cheers filled the venue and almost drowned out the music. Lin Ao and Long Aocean were pulled onto the stage, surrounded by a group of pretty drunk women. Aocean was having fun inside, while Lin Ao found an opportunity to sneak out and return to the bar to rest. It's too tiring to keep wearing a mask to deal with people. Although they are all beauties, Lin Ao is not a teddy, and he just hits on everyone he meets. And Long Aocean must have unleashed his natural instincts. He didn't feel tired at all, as if he had infinite vitality. What? Aren't you going to maintain a good customer relationship? Lin Ao turned around and saw that Joanna was slowly walking over. She gave up the stage after the performance, and there was nothing else to do with her after that. Haha, Manager Chow. Joanna asked the bartender to make 2 cocktails and handed one to Lin Ao. I see you got a good harvest tonight. I looked at the bill and saw that tonight's commission is over 100,000. Indeed, none of Lin Ao's customers sell wine for less than 50,000 yuan, while Long Aocean casts a wide net and has no so-called target users. Thank you, Manager Chow, for the opportunity. Lin Ao didn't know what to say. He always felt a little awkward talking to Joanna. Without Lu Nian as a lubricant, he would get stuck on every sentence. Okay, I won't disturb your work. By the way, I want to tell you one thing. I accept Lulu as my daughter. Don't get me wrong, I just like her. Joanna didn't stay long. After she finished speaking, she drank all the wine in her hand and turned around to leave. Lin Ao was petrified on the spot. Did you just hallucinate? Lu Nian found a mother. Joanna becomes a mother. Let me go, will you be able to play Dafa now? Joanna left in a hurry, her fast pace slowly slowing down. She smiled from the bottom of her heart, and her world burst into a little color. It began to slowly spread in Joanna's black and white inner world. She was like an adolescent girl, her steps became brisk and cheerful, but also a little uneasy. She was afraid that she could not play the role well. All this seems to be developing towards a better future. Chapter 94 Okay, since you are unkind, then I am unjust. Time flies in Sicily. Lin Ao and Long Aocean were busy seeing their guests off. Those girls, one by one, took advantage of their drunkenness and rubbed against them crazily. Some of them were even bolder and asked about the price directly, but they were all sent away mercilessly. Lin Bei see you tomorrow night. Lin Ao's first customer, Shi Han, took Lin Ao's hand and buried them in that soft place. She was obviously drunk. Okay, see you tomorrow night. Lin Ao felt the temperature and softness with both hands. This was a dilemma. Shi Han smiled charmingly. The driver of the family had already driven the car over. She gently kissed Lin Ao's face and got into the family car, looking back every few steps. Lin Ao saw her leave and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally sent off the last wave of guests. He was startled when he turned around. He saw that Joanna stood behind him at some point and was looking at him coldly. How is it? How does it taste? Joanna squinted her eyes and looked at him. Lin Ao didn't know why she asked this question. It was a bit inexplicable. Manager Chow, they are customers. I can't refuse too obviously. Joanna didn't reply, but nodded gently. For a while, the atmosphere became awkward again. Lin Ao thought, should I go back? Or go back? You should speak quickly. Hey Manager Chow, why did you come out? Long Aocean came over with a smile. He really had a lot of fun today. His white collar was covered with lip prints of various colors. Lin Ao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have Long Aocean to mix in. Otherwise, Lin Ao didn't know how to break such a stiff atmosphere. Joanna ignored Long Aocean and didn't say anything. She turned around and went back to the store. This made Lin Ao look inexplicable. Manager, take care. Long Aocean completely ignored Joanna's coldness and still said goodbye to her enthusiastically. Lin Ao put a hand on Long Aocean's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. It has to be Brother Tien, no one else can do it. When the two of them returned to the store, the employees looked at them like idols. Brother Lin, Brother Long, you are so awesome. Yes. Your commission is as high as more than 500,000 yuan in one night, which is really outrageous. Long Aocean became interested when he heard this. Who is higher, me or Brother Lin? The cashier girl turned on the computer and took a look. Brother Lin's commission is more than 350,000 yuan, and Brother Long's commission is more than 150,000 yuan. Lin Ao glanced at Long Aotian and gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Long Aotian was not depressed. Anyway, this night opened the door to a new world for him. It turned out that it could be so fun. I'll treat everyone to a meal after I get my salary. We'll go back first. Thank you for your hard work today. Lin Ao smiled at them and everyone cheered. Da Mi and Xiaomi's eyes were shining, and their gazes were firmly fixed on Lin Ao and Long Aotian. They returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and lay on the sofa in the living room. Lin Ao had been busy tonight and had not replied to Ji Yu Wanqing and the others' messages. I sighed in my heart that it was still exciting to look at their pictures. Now I finally know what it means to miss someone so much. Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian and found that he was smiling in a mean way, his eyes were shining, and his fingers were clicking on the screen. Aotian, who are you chatting with so passionately? He looked at him with some curiosity. Not that person, you should ask which group of people. He. Lin Ao walked over and was very surprised to find that there was a steady stream of messages on Long Aotian's mobile phone. They were all girls. It must be that all the guests tonight had added his fichen. Is this guy going to wake up in one night? Brother Lin, it turns out that girls are quite easy to get along with. I even made an appointment with a few people I can talk to sing karaoke. Brother Lin, do you want to come with me? Lin Ao was shocked after hearing this, singing K. It's over, it's over. The newly opened orifice of Ao Tian will probably be forced back, sewn up, and blocked with several layers of cement. Haha, I wish you a good time and have fun, I won't go. Lin Ao chuckled. He thought he had forgotten about singing karaoke, but now he actually dragged a group of girls over. How persistent he is about this. I'll just wish you silently here. Brother Tian, have a good journey. After lying down for a while, they went back to their rooms to sleep. Lin Ao didn't get up until noon the next day. A warrior's sleep was usually enough for a few hours a day, but today Lin Ao just didn't get out of bed. He stretched out and went out to wash up. Before going out, he knocked on Long Aotian's door. No one responded. He must have gone out to start his hellish KTV journey. Not long after I walked out, I heard that there was a courier from Lin Ao. It should be the identity information sent by Li Wanyu. He ate something in the cafeteria and called Lu Nian. Lulu, where are you? The call was quickly answered. Save me, I was taken to visit the school. Dad, come and save me. Lu Nian was nervous at the beginning, and his soft words startled Lin Ao, making him think something had happened. At this time, Joanna's voice came on the phone. Lulu, is it your father calling? Then Joanna picked up the phone. When will the information arrive? Joanna's voice was cold and her words were concise and clear. Well, I just got it. Lin Ao looked at the information in his hand and spoke truthfully. Go and change into decent clothes and take the materials to Pengdong No. 1 Kindergarten. Lin Ao had to say that Joanna's speed in doing things was simply amazing. On the first night she came here, she said she would find a school for Lu Nian. On the second night, she became her daughter. Now she is going to go through the admission procedures. Rockets are not as fast as her. Lin Ao had no choice but to comply, went back to the room, changed into a suit, and straightened his hair a little, but he couldn't stop the boss's temperament. Pengdong No. 1 Kindergarten is only 2 kilometers away from here. It only takes a few minutes to drive and can be reached on foot. Lin Ao simply walked there by himself. After a while, Lin Ao arrived at Pengdong No. 1 Kindergarten and dialed Lu Nian's number, but the person who answered was Joanna. You just come in, we are in the playground of the kindergarten. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ao registered his identity and went into the playground to meet them. Lu Nian saw Lin Ao from afar and immediately ran towards Lin Ao. Dad. Everyone around looked at Lin Ao and Lu Nian. Lu Nian and Joanna were very eye-catching. It seemed that everything around them was black and white, but they were in color. A group of male parents kept talking, peeking at Joanna. Now everyone focused their attention on Lin Ao. They wanted to see who married such a beautiful woman, whose back molars were almost broken. It turned out that the man who was called Dad was not comparable to them in terms of height, temperament and appearance, so that was fine and there was no need for jealousy. All the men still have to say, pretty boy, I don't care anyway, they are just pretty boys. Save me. I don't want to go to school. You don't know how old I am. Why should I go to school? It's torture. Lu Nian was smiling, but the words coming out of his mouth were full of anxiety and helplessness. Lin Ao also smiled. I know, but the question is, does Joanna know? You just have to suffer these days. I'm here to deliver the materials, so you can go to school well. Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao and showed an even brighter smile. Okay, since you are unkind, then I am unjust. Chapter 95. Not everything in this world is so bad. Before Lin Ao could react, Lu Nian turned around and shouted to Joanna. Mom, Dad is here. Lin Ao was stunned by Lu Nian's shouting of mom, and even Joanna became stiff and blushed. It seemed that Joanna's psychological defense could not resist Lu Nian's mom. Lu Nian left Lin Ao's arms and ran towards Joanna. Her two pink little hands grabbed Joanna's palms and pulled her towards Lin Ao. Dad, let's visit the school with Mom. Lu Nian grabbed one while smiling sweetly, and Lin Ao looked at Lu Nian stiffly. What are you doing again? Don't you see Joanna's murderous eyes locked on me? That manager Chow, Lu. Before Lin Ao finished speaking, Joanna glared at him. She got close to Lin Ao, and a faint fragrance flowed into Lin Ao's nose. Here, you call me Anna. I don't want others to know that Lulu has no mother, and now I am her mother and you are her father. Do you understand? Lin Ao nodded blankly. Lu Nian, how charming are you? Let Joanna treat you like this. Be more natural, don't make people suspicious. Have you brought the information I asked you to bring? Give it to me. Lin Ao handed over a bag of documents. Okay, you stay here to accompany Lulu, I'll go to handle the formalities. After she finished speaking, she took the information and left. As soon as Joanna left, Lin Ao picked up Lu Nian and stared at her with a bad face. Tell me, what's going on? Lu Nian smiled and hugged Lin Ao. Dad, isn't this helping you find a wife? What's wrong, do you look down on my mother? Lin Ao looked at her helplessly. Do you have any plans? Tell me while Joanna is away. Lu Nian's eyes flashed with a wise light. I have a perfect method that can take down Peng Dong without any risk and disgust Yi Chen, and it is a method with only benefits and no harm. Lin Ao was intrigued by Lu Nian's words. What method is so powerful? Tell me quickly, what method is so magical? Lu Nian whispered a lot in Lin Ao's ear. Lin Ao's face changed from full of interest at the beginning to full of horror. Damn, Lu Nian, what method do you have? It's really amazing that you can think of it. You are going to sell me out. Why don't you sell Long Ocean? Brother Tian is in the K room. I didn't expect that his brother still misses him so much. Lu Nian showed a very disgusted expression. Haha, can that fool count on him? I will call him Dad if he can get within 2 steps of Joanna. She looked at Lin Ao excitedly. Dad, listen to me, take down Joanna obediently. Peng Dong can take her down easily, and she is the woman Yi Chen has always loved but cannot get. If you take her down, wow, this will be a lot of fun. Lu Nian's eyes were twinkling with stars. She saw that Yi Chen was very upset when he saw Lin Ao holding Joanna's hand and kissing her. Don't make trouble. You see, she has been cold all the time. I am your father now, so she is relatively gentle. If I dare to touch her, will she still think about this? It is possible to shoot me. Lu Nian poked Lin Ao's head and rolled his eyes at him. This is your advantage, you know. What is love for the house and the dog? I dare to say that you are the only one in the world who has the best chance of picking her up now. Lu Nian saw that Lin Ao was unmoved and decided to put in some real effort. Dad, recall how Yi Chen treated you before. How did he treat the Lu family and me? Lin Ao's brows slowly frowned. Don't you want to take revenge quickly? Yes, I dream about it. Lu Nian nodded, just respond. Don't you want Yi Chen to experience the pain of being alone and helpless? Lin Ao's eyes gradually became fierce. Think about it now. Don't you want Yi Chen to be tortured internally? Think, I wish I could kill him right now. Very good, Dad, for you, for me, for Sister Wanqing, Aunt, Sister Yun, yes, and Sister Qiange. I picked up Joanna. Lin Ao paused for a while, feeling a little strange. Do you want to? Think, would you like to soak or not? Bubble. Lu Nian nodded happily, children can be taught. Why does Lin Ao feel that this conversation is so familiar? He was about to speak. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? At this time, Joanna's voice appeared behind Lin Ao, almost frightening his legs. Why did this person make no sound when walking? Wasn't he wearing high heels? Ahem, no, Lulu said she wanted to play with bubbles, and I agreed to her. Joanna did not doubt her presence, took Lu Nian from Lin Ao, and smiled at her. Let's go, Mom will take you to buy some. Then, she carried Lu Nian and walked straight to the kindergarten shop. However, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lin Ao, who was still standing there. Let's go together. Why are you standing there? Didn't you say you want to buy Lulu some bubbles to play with? Lu Nian kept signaling Lin Ao with his eyes while in Joanna's arms. Ahem, okay, I'll be right over. The back views of these three people are enviable, warm and pleasing to the eye, like a beautiful oil painting. Two people were sitting on a bench under a tree outside the shop. Lu Nian was playing like a child in front, blowing bubbles in his hands. Lu Nian was smiling all over his face, but he was a little broken inside. He was so ashamed, so ashamed. Lin Ao sat awkwardly next to Joanna. I have completed the procedures for Lulu, and I will be able to enroll in the school in 2 days. Joanna looked at Lu Nian blowing bubbles in front of her and smiled. Looking at Lu Nian, she seemed to see herself. She seemed to see her former self running and having fun carefree, instead of the dark room and the cruel training. It was the first time that Lin Ao saw Joanna's relaxed smile, and he was fascinated by it. Don't go to work tonight, don't worry, your salary won't be deducted. Let's go to the mall with Lulu later to buy some things for school, and have a good meal by the way to celebrate Lulu's start of school. Joanna was talking to herself, not only to celebrate Lu Nian, but also to celebrate herself. There was finally something in her world that made her worth caring about. Joanna always had a smile on her lips, sitting on the bench, holding the bench with both hands, and her slender fingers seemed to be happily playing a cheerful piece of music. She looked at Lu Nian, at the sky, and at the shadows of the trees. He narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Not everything in this world is so bad. She unconsciously whispered her inner thoughts. Lin Ao suddenly came back to his senses when he heard Joanna's words to herself, and his face became a little serious. He looked at Joanna at this moment, feeling inexplicably guilty. Lu Nian, it's not easy to deal with now. You really gave me a huge problem. Did we do something wrong? Chapter 96 Dreamy Bubbles. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Ao silently followed Joanna and Lu Nian around the mall. He was already carrying various large and small bags of things in his hands. Women are still women after all, and shopping is really out of control. No matter what kind of beauty you are, you will always have an instinct to go shopping. Especially Joanna today, she was very excited. She took Lu Nian to buy dolls from the clothing area. After shopping for dolls, she went to buy small school bags, learning toys, etc. She wanted to buy all the good things to Lu Nian. Just because the more Joanna behaved like this, the heavier Lin Ao's mood became during the journey, and the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart. Although Joanna was from the Palace of Hell, Lin Ao had no grudges with her in her previous life and had never met each other. Because of this, Lin Aoshin began to feel a little guilty. If she was like Yi Chen's right-hand man, she repeatedly said in front of Lin Ao, if you jump horizontally, Lin Ao won't have to worry so much. The more miserable I make you, the better. Well. Lin Ao's mind was in a mess and he sighed unconsciously. What's wrong? Are you tired of shopping? After buying this little headband, let's go have a meal. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. I was obviously very quiet, but did she hear this? In fact, Joanna had always paid attention to Lin Ao. This was also the first time she went to a shopping mall like this, and she took her daughter, and husband, with her. Although the whole audience did not say a few words to Lin Ao, but I still can't help but pay attention to his reaction. Just like just now, Lin Ao sighed subconsciously, very quietly, but she could still hear him. Joanna thought Lin Ao was tired from shopping. After all, it was almost 7 p.m. I walked around for more than 5 hours. The things that should be bought have actually been bought long ago, but this kind of time is very rare for Joanna, so she can't help but be greedy and let this time last longer. No, actually I'm okay. Lin Ao smiled. He was not physically tired, but mentally tired. I can't tell you this. Haha, Dad probably isn't used to it. He doesn't usually have the chance to go shopping. In fact, Lu Nian, like Joanna, also enjoys the time now, as if she really has a father and a mother. Joanna treats Lu Nian with great care, and she will ask for Lu Nian's personal attention when buying everything. She wanted Lu Nian to have everything, including the identity of this mother. She wouldn't force things on Lu Nian. This might be the first time she was worried about being a mother, and that she wasn't doing enough. She only picked up and paid for everything with Lu Nian's consent. Lu Nian forgot for a moment that this was a big lie she told. Both she and Joanna were wrapped up in this colorful soap bubble. Everything looked very beautiful. What will happen when it is broken? Don't hold on, I'm a little tired too. I made a reservation at a restaurant. Let's go eat. Joanna's tone was not as cold as before, and seemed more humane. Lin Ao nodded and followed them carrying something. Lin Ao also saw Lun Yan's state, and he probably understood Lun Yan's thoughts. Along the way, Lin Ao observed the relationship between Lun Yan and Joanna. She seemed to regard Joanna as her mother. Lin Ao felt a little distressed when she looked like this. Recalling Lun Yan's previous experiences, Lin Ao couldn't blame her. They were two people who had the same problem and were trying to warm each other up, but one didn't know it and the other did it intentionally. Unfortunately, everything will be in vain. The longer it lasts, the greater the harm will be caused to them. Lun Yan, how can uncle help you? Lin Ao shook his head and temporarily put these thoughts behind him. The matter had just begun. There should be a way to save it, there must be. Joanna asked the staff to come and take the things back to Sicily. Because there are so many of them, it's not very convenient to take them with you to eat. Then Joanna drove Lin Ao and Lun Yan to a family restaurant. This was something she had booked since she got up early this morning. Lulu, how's it going? Do you like it? There are a lot of delicious and fun things in it. Lun Yan nodded happily and kissed Joanna's face. For a moment, both of them burst into smiles as warm as the spring sun. People in the store turned their attention to each other. This mother and daughter were so eye-catching. The father behind him must be the little girl's father. He was also so handsome, and even more dazzling than the celebrities. This family became the focus of the audience. Lin Ao followed him bravely, trying to act as natural as possible. Lulu, what do you like to eat? Just order whatever you like. I'll let your dad pay for it today. He made a lot of money last night. Joanna made a rare little joke, and it seemed that she was in a really good mood at this time. Yes, Lulu, feel free to do whatever you want. Your father and I can be considered a rich man now. Lin Ao cooperated with Joanna's words, making the atmosphere more harmonious. From now on, I will take Lulu to and from school every day. You can go with me to pick her up from school in the evening. After all, you don't have a break until 5 in the morning. Joanna lowered her head to play with Lun Yan and did not raise her head to look at Lin Ao, but her ears turned a little red. This was the first time she invited a boy to do something. What Lun Yan said to Lin Ao at noon was right. With her here, Joanna's attitude towards Lin Ao would be different. Okay, it's not far anyway. I can get up at noon and take her to school with you, and then pick her up from school together. Joanna didn't reply and nodded silently. She seemed to have thought of something and added another sentence. Just do what you can, and rest well. Anyway, I usually have nothing to do, so Lulu can rest assured to leave it to me. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Is this Joanna's attitude towards men? I beg you, please be colder, and crueler to me. Don't make me feel more and more guilty. Lin Ao had the urge to run away with Lun Yan and Long Aocean overnight. Go directly to another stronghold, no more lurking, just start fighting. The food was served, and the atmosphere across from Lin Ao was in color, while he himself was in black and white. My mind is full of how to deal with the aftermath. I don't even know whether the food is delicious or not, it's like chewing wax. Seeing Joanna and Lun Yan smiling so happily, he sighed unconsciously. The two beauties, big and small, turned their heads and stared at Lin Ao with doubtful eyes. Haha, I'm a little full and bloated. I'm going to get some drinks. Lin Ao was frightened by this and quickly found an excuse to hide. Lulu, what's wrong with your father? Joanna was a little confused. She didn't know what those boys thought sometimes. She was obviously sighing just now, but she didn't expose it. Dad is probably sighing at the sudden happiness. I never thought before that I would actually have a mother one day. I feel like I'm dreaming. Because it's too real. Made me not want to wake up. Isn't this too selfish, Mom? Joanna didn't notice what Lun Yan's last sentence meant, and just thought it was some weird thoughts of a child, which was not surprising. But Lun Yan's words really touched her. Joanna hugged Lun Yan tightly. This is not a dream, baby. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up. Lun Yan felt the warmth that Joanna brought to her, and her eyes closed involuntarily. I sighed silently in my heart. Uncle, I'm counting on you in the future. I don't want to lose this mother. Chapter 97 Ambush. Lin Ao returned to the table with a few drinks and found Joanna and Lun Yan talking and laughing. He let out a breath, relaxed his body, and returned to the dining table. Hey, a big cup of Coke, one for each person. Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. Don't you know that children can't drink too much of this drink? How do you become a father? Joanna immediately asked the waiter to bring a cup of freshly squeezed juice to Lin Ao. Lin Ao was a little embarrassed. He really didn't know how to be a father. I've only been on the job for 2 days. In this way, the three of them finished their dinner happily. Joanna picked up Lin Ao and prepared to go back. Lin Ao frowned when he followed them to the underground parking lot. 10 people. More than that, it should be more than 15 people. He noticed that there were many hidden auras in the parking lot. He reached out and grabbed Joanna's forehead and pulled her behind him. Joanna's body instinctively resisted the boy, and she wanted to struggle away, but Lin Ao was too strong, and she was confused by Lin Ao's movements for a moment. Lin Ao was also frightened in Joanna's arms, but then his face became serious. Uncle Lin Ao must have discovered something to be like this. There was an ambush here. Joanna stabilized her figure and seemed to notice the change in Lin Ao's momentum. He stood in front of her with a serious look on his face. Lin Ao didn't look back. He said softly, "You guys go to the door and wait for me, soon." Joanna didn't reply. She followed Lin Ao's instructions and went back to the door. At this time, she also realized that someone probably wanted to kill her. It's not that Joanna doesn't want to help, she just feels that she needs to protect Lin Ao in her arms at this stage. After returning to the door, Joanna immediately dialed the phone and asked someone to come over here. While comforting Lin Ao, she called for someone to come over. Lin Ao had nothing to be afraid of. She knew clearly that Lin Ao would definitely handle it. Lin Bei, why don't you come back and hide with me first? I've already called people, and they are already on their way. Joanna reopened the door, hoping that Lin Ao and her would go back up there and hide there until they were safe. Lin Ao didn't reply. He kicked his feet and used the bunker and the master's perception to find the enemy's location. It was a rare opportunity to show the value of his own force. How could Lin Ao miss it? This time was a shortcut for him to enter the Palace of Hell, so how could he let it go? Joanna felt that Lin Ao suddenly disappeared from her eyes. She had heard Lin Ao say before that Lin Ao and Long Aoshan were both warriors. She thought they were just ordinary minions. As a result, it is now discovered that Lin Ao's strength is stronger than her innate Zochan, at least in terms of speed. A group of people were hiding in various corners of the parking lot, and the cameras were destroyed by them. I obviously saw them preparing to come, so why hasn't there been any movement yet? One of them poked his head out curiously, wanting to see what was going on. Lin Ao didn't know when he appeared behind him, looking at him with a funny look on his face. He activated the Yang Shenju and punched him in the head, quietly solving one of them. Well, it should be discovered next, but it doesn't matter. After solving one, quickly move to the location where the next chi machine appears. As he expected, there were 7 or 8 people gathered here. His arrival was soon noticed. Who? A cry of surprise appeared, and everyone here took out their guns at once. Tisk, 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 how about setting off some firecrackers to celebrate the success of your performance tonight? For a moment, the gunshots here were really like firecrackers. Bang 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 bang. The remaining people on the other side were also alerted and quickly rushed to the side where the gunshots were heard. There are a few who have a relatively calm temperament and are full of tendons. These people should be warriors. Joanna naturally heard a noise in the parking lot, and she couldn't help but worry about Lin Ao. Even a Grand Master has to guard against cold guns, let alone other warriors, unless you are a 9th level Grand Master or a true martial artist. She hugged Lin Ao tighter. Why are these men so competitive? Why don't you hide with me and wait for our people to come? Later, Lulu will lose his father as soon as he has a mother. Joanna's lips were bitten fiercely. She couldn't leave Lin Ao. She didn't know if there were other people ambushing nearby. The only thing she could do now was to pray that Lin Ao would be fine. Their people would arrive in 2 minutes. Arrive. Lin Ao took care of the 7 or 8 people very easily, using the surrounding cars as cover. After a while, these people were lying on the ground. Sample, the gun line of my defense system is much stronger than yours, haha. Lin Ao looked up and found that the last few people had already run over to support him. He picked up a few pistols on the ground, removed them from his waist, and quickly changed positions, hearing another burst of firecrackers. Now there are only the last 3 people left. These three people, judging from their speed and movement skills, should be in the innate realm. The three of them are hiding behind the pillars. They should be sent here by Joanna's enemies. Who could they be? These brothers are warriors at first glance, how about we practice? After Lin Ao finished speaking, he threw a gun and it slid onto the aisle to show his sincerity. Upon seeing this, the three men also threw away the guns in their hands. Lin Ao walked to the aisle easily, waiting for them to come out with a smile on his face. When those people saw Lin Ao coming out, they also walked out together. The three of them walked out with their muscles moving, and they will see if we don't beat you until you call mother. Do you dare to offend three innate combat powers by yourself? Brother, I didn't expect you to be pretty good. Who is Joanna? Why haven't I seen her before? One of the men with short hair looked at Lin Ao with contempt and curiosity, and licked his tongue as he spoke. The other two people looked at Lin Ao curiously. There was no such person in the information as Lin Ao, who was so powerful. When did he appear next to Joanna? I am her husband. All three of them were shocked and stunned for a moment. It was impossible. Joanna had a man-hating behavior. How could she have a husband? Lin Ao showed a strange smile. The distance is enough, I don't need to go to all the trouble of chasing you around. The three of them looked up. What did he say? Bang bang bang. Lin Ao pulled out a gun from nowhere and fired 3 times, hitting the three of them in the thighs. Lin Ao immediately ran over, punched one person, and the three of them curled up on the ground with their stomachs covered. You don't follow martial ethics, you are despicable. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at that person. You talk about martial arts, so many people ambushed a woman. You still talk about martial arts in life and death. You deserve to be lying here now. If you don't die, remember this lesson. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he kicked one of the children, and they were all knocked unconscious by him. Lin Ao then skillfully took off their belts and tied them up one by one. The injuries sustained by those people were not fatal, and they were all knocked unconscious by him, leaving them for Joanna to interrogate and deal with. As for Lin Ao, why did he take off his belt so skillfully? Don't ask, just ask because you have seen too much and experienced too much. Lin Ao walked back to the door he came in from. As soon as he opened it, he was attacked by a figure from behind the door. Lin Ao tilted his head and hid, grabbing the man's hand and preparing to throw him over his shoulder. Just a familiar scent penetrated his nose. Joanna. Then he immediately let go and distanced himself from her. It's me. Chapter 98. Do you want to hear my story? Joanna was shocked that she was discovered by sneak attack. This person's strength should be that of a master. She wondered how Chen Hao could invite a master to deal with her. Just as she was about to fight a tough battle, the man inexplicably let go and Lin Bei's voice rang out. She looked up and saw that it was really him. Lin Bei was actually a master warrior. Is this what Lulu said about being very good at fighting? This person is simply too good at fighting. At this time, Lun Yan also walked out from another side. Everything is packed. I don't know who made such a big scene. Let's go out and take a look, manager. Lin Ao smiled. Call me Anna from now on. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Isn't that only in school? Joanna picked up Lun Yan and walked out. Lun Yan gave Lin Ao a thumbs up. He scratched his head and followed. Joanna made a phone call and looked at the 16 people tied up in fancy ways on the ground with a surprised face. She turned her head and looked at Lin Ao strangely, looking serious. Why is this binding technique so fancy? Lin Ao looked at Joanna in confusion. Why is he looking at me like that? This little look is weird. Lun Yan looked at the familiar binding technique and sighed in his heart. It is indeed passed down from generation to generation. Soon Joanna's people also arrived, because this place is a distance away from Sicily. This speed is fast. Joanna was secretly shocked. 16 people, each with weapons, and 3 masters of the Shantian realm. Chen Hao was going to tear his face completely. Because Joanna recognized those masters of the Shantian realm, they were Chen Hao's right-hand men. At this time, one of them woke up and found that he was tied up tightly. He immediately looked around to find a certain person's figure. Where is that damn liar? He had a fierce look in his eyes, full of anger and unwillingness. You little rubbish, you actually lied to me. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. The person he scolded was Lin Ao. Joanna looked at Lin Ao strangely. How could a congenital master have such a big emotional fluctuation? What did you do? Joanna, your husband is not a human being. He is a liar, born. Joanna and her younger brother were slightly stunned and looked at Lin Ao with strange eyes. The younger brothers pricked up their ears. When did the boss have a man? Damn, today is a big melon. This trip tonight is not in vain. Lin Ao smiled awkwardly. He just said it casually just now. I didn't expect this idiot to yell it out as soon as he woke up. Joanna's eyes were slightly cold, but not directed at Lin Ao. She took a gun from her younger brother, asked Lin Ao to cover Lun Yan's eyes, walked to the front of the person who was talking, and pulled the trigger without nonsense. Bang! A small pit appeared on the ground under the man's crotch, and green smoke was coming out. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The men present, including Lin Ao, could not help but clamp their legs together. If you dare to say that again, I will shoot you without hesitation. The man was sweating all over his head, his mouth was dry, and he swallowed unconsciously a few times. His body was trembling slightly, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I don't know why Joanna told him not to say anything nonsense, but he agreed anyway. Joanna returned the gun. She seemed to glance at Lin Ao with a little anger. Lin Ao didn't notice Joanna's eyes. Now he was just frantically mumbling in his heart that he must settle accounts with him. Now he was still cold down there. I know who did it. I was thinking of trouble him later, but I didn't expect him to be so impatient now and sent so many people. Joanna didn't pursue Lin Ao's nonsense. Her eyes became sharp and her body was covered with frost. Then the ice dissipated, and she hugged Lun Yan like a spring breeze. Baby, you're not scared, are you? Lun Yan shook his head, hugged Joanna tightly, and rubbed her face. Nah, who is this person? I can help. Lin Ao found the right moment and quickly asked Joanna. Joanna lowered her head and pondered for a while, wondering whether Lin Ao should be involved in this matter. After all, if she was involved, she would not be able to escape unscathed. For Lun Yan's sake, she should not let Lin Ao get involved. If something goes wrong, Lun Yan still has Lin Ao who can take care of her. Joanna was about to refuse. Mom, just tell Dad. You can see his strength and he will definitely be able to help. I don't want Mom to be hurt. Lun Yan held Joanna's delicate face with her two small hands, with a worried look on her face. She had to help Lin Ao get involved. After all, Lun Yan's current plan is to let Lin Ao capture Joanna, help her succeed in taking over Pengdong, and turn Joanna into one of his own. Lun Yan's mother's great career depends on Lin Ao. Joanna didn't agree immediately, but she didn't explicitly refuse because she still had some scruples in her heart. Let's talk about it when we get back. Let's go back to Sicily first. Joanna asked her men to take these people back, and leave the rest of the parking lot to them. When the group returned to Sicily, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the bar had already opened. Lin Ao accompanied Joanna as they passed by the bar hall. Several people were already squatting guarding Lin Ao. The waiters said that he had asked for leave today, but when they saw him coming in from the door, they all ran over and tried to stop Lin Ao, but Joanna was stopped by him. With a glare, they all scattered. Lin Ao laughed along and expressed his apology. It was a bit strange, why didn't you see my brother Tien? Have fun outside. Then he followed Joanna back to the office. You're quite popular. While walking on the road, I suddenly heard Joanna's teasing voice. Ahem, the guest is just giving me face. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment and answered Joanna casually. There is only one daddy and mommy, and I won't allow you to mess with those sisters outside. Lun Yan got up from Joanna's arms and said angrily to Lin Ao. Lin Ao didn't reply. He rolled his eyes at Lun Yan. Now you want me to get along with Joanna right away, right? I didn't even agree to it, so the afternoon doesn't count. I originally thought Joanna would retort or something. As a result, she didn't say anything and walked straight to the office. Lun Yan turned his eyes thoughtfully. Is there something going on? Lulu, do you want to take a shower and go to bed first? It's so late, okay. Joanna gently put Lun Yan on the sofa. Lun Yan nodded. Don't think about it. Joanna wanted to distract herself. She probably had something to talk to Lin Ao. Joanna called her assistant and asked her to take Lun Yan back to the room to take a bath and sleep. Joanna and Lin Ao were the only ones left in the room now. Joanna took off her jacket, raised her hands, and stretched. The tight white shirt was about to burst. Fortunately, it was of good quality and full of elasticity. There was no button explosion. She walked slowly. Go to the window and look at the moon. Lin Ao, a gentleman, must not have looked away. He stared at Joanna's charming moment and swallowed unconsciously. Lin Bei, do you want to hear my story? Joanna looked at the sky outside the window, her voice was no longer cold, but full of fatigue. Good. Chapter 99. Because you are her mother. Joanna stood by the window and spoke slowly. I am also a single-parent family. My father abandoned his wife and daughter when I was 11 years old. When I was 12 years old, my mother was attracted by the boss here, who was the person in the shopping mall who wanted to kill me. This woman with no power and only a bit of beauty compromised for the sake of her daughter and committed herself to Chen Hao. She hopes that her children can live a good life in the future. As a result, he sent me to a place where there was no light. I stayed there for 6 years and lived an inhuman life. Maybe God was looking after me and gave me a chance to come back here. When I thought I could see my mother again, God played another joke on me and she died. Joanna took out her cigarettes and lit one. She took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions. Lin Ao didn't interrupt. He let Joanna digest her emotions. Joanna paused and continued. You don't need to guess. Chen Hao was tired of my mother and abandoned her casually. The woman he didn't want would not end well. Although I was always on guard against him when I came here, he still gave me a chance. Joanna's eyes showed a trace of murderous intent, and she looked out the window fiercely. He has been marginalized by me. Now Sicily is basically my product. I don't go out much. This time he finally found an opportunity. After tonight, I think he will fight back even more crazily. Joanna turned her head and looked at Lin Ao seriously. Lin Bei, my organization is called the Palace of Hell. It is a killer organization. This is one of its strongholds. Do you still want to get involved after knowing this? Chen Hao and I belong to the internal affairs of the Palace of Hell. Once you get involved, it's the same as joining this organization, you know. Joanna was directly showing off her cards to Lin Ao. Even the organization directly told them that if Lin Ao was involved in the internal affairs of the Palace of Hell, then he would have to join the Palace of Hell, that is, join Joanna's command. Lin Ao nodded. He had never expected Joanna to be so direct. It was probably because of Lu Nian. She explained the key points simply and clearly, letting Lin Ao weigh it himself. She didn't want him to get herself into trouble because of her hotness. Some things were not so easy to get out of. After all, in Joanna's eyes, he still had a daughter to take care of, and he was a father. Lin Ao kept sighing in his heart. Lu Nian, you are really going to create problems for me. I know about the Palace of Hell. I've heard about it. My strength is already at the master level. I have confidence in myself. I can help you. Joanna secretly thought to herself that Lin Bei's strength was indeed at the Grandmaster level. She was right. He knew about the Palace of Hell. Joanna was not surprised. After all, this organization was well known in the circle of warriors. You are a Grandmaster, so your junior brother is probably about the same strength, right? Why are the two Grandmasters so miserable? Joanna asked the biggest question in her heart. How could two strong men with such high combat prowess get along so miserably? Lin Ao was shocked. He had already thought of a reason when he decided to reveal his strength tonight. Because his previous plan of entering the game with a master was changed by Lu Nian, he had to think of a new one. We senior brothers have been practicing martial arts with our masters since we were young. We didn't read many books, otherwise there wouldn't have been the birth of Lulu. Therefore, we only have martial arts skills and we have to be security guards in society. How about doing some hard work and part-time work, because in the early years I was depressed for a long time because of Lulu's mother. Lin Ao had no choice but to tell a lie, and you have to keep lying. We don't want to be those people's thugs, because once we accept other people's money, we have to do things without conscience. I don't want Lulu to see such a father, so as you can see, our brothers can barely make it by working part-time. Alive. Joanna nodded. She would ask people to check what Lin Ao said. She didn't believe everything, but she believed it at least partly. The main reason was that Lin Ao was Lu Nian's father. Why are you willing to get involved in this matter again this time? Joanna couldn't help but ask, since you said that, why do you still want to get involved in this matter? It has been said clearly that this is an internal matter of the Palace of Hell, and if you get involved, it is equivalent to joining the Palace of Hell. Lin Ao's mind was spinning rapidly. Why? A reason suddenly came to his mind, and he said it directly without thinking about the consequences. Because you are Lulu's mother. For a moment, the whole room could hear the drop of a needle, and Joanna stood blankly in front of the window, letting her cigarette burn slowly. Because you are good to Lulu, I will be good to you. Your business is my business, now and in the future. A word similar to a confession came out of Lin Ao's mouth. He looked at Joanna seriously. Since it has come to this point, let's take it. How to tell her the truth in the future will be discussed later. Lu Nian was right. This road was a shortcut. He could quickly get involved in the Palace of Hell, and it would also make Yi Chen disgusted later. Why not do it? It was unfair to Joanna. Lin Ao still wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, otherwise he wouldn't have so many opportunities to stir up this stagnant water. Okay, let's stop talking here for today. You can go back and rest first. Joanna turned around and continued to look out the window. Lin Ao had no choice but to stop and say nothing. He knew that if he went too far, it would have the opposite effect. He would see later. He got up and opened the door and left. Joanna heard the closing sound and looked back at the door in a daze. She was not at peace inside. It seemed that Lin Ao had really caused ripples in this stagnant water. She took a deep breath and put out the cigarette in her hand. Can you still trust men? Joanna murmured to herself, lingering in her mind about Lin Ao's words just now. Her thoughts were racing for a while, sometimes frowning and sometimes thinking deeply. Lin Ao didn't go to the bar, nor did he go back to the dormitory. He walked to a secluded corner and looked at the moon in the sky like Joanna. I made a call to Li Wanyu and asked her how Zhonghai's information was being prepared and whether it would reveal any flaws. At the same time, I reconfirmed the settings with Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu repeatedly warned Lin Ao on the phone to pay attention to safety, but if it didn't work, there were still them. Lin Ao smiled warmly, dissipating a lot of the sadness he just felt. He hung up the phone and murmured Joanna's name, then turned and walked towards the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed something was wrong. The room was dark and all the curtains were drawn. Lin Ao clearly remembered opening those before going out. His expression was solemn, and he sensed a breath inside, which was still a strong warrior breath. That Chen Hao had someone come to his door so quickly. He has this ability and let Joanna suppress him like this. Lin Ao walked in carefully without turning on the light and then closed the door. At this time, the room was dark and silent. Lin Ao thought to himself that since you dare to come, don't even think about going back. Suddenly, he vaguely heard a faint sobbing coming from the direction of the breath. Can't you beat me and pretend to be a ghost? But after listening carefully, I found that it seemed a bit familiar. Lin Ao listened carefully again, rolled his eyes, and was speechless at the same time. He turned off all the lights in the room with a snap. Chapter 100. My son finally has some of the demeanor I had back then. Lin Ao walked to the sofa helplessly. He sat down slowly and poked the man covered in sheets. The man twisted around but didn't speak or lift the sheets. Aoshin. Lin Ao shouted helplessly. The person hiding inside was Long Aoshin. No wonder he was not seen in the bar. It turned out that he was hiding in the room alone. It seems that my brother Tien received a big blow in one afternoon. Lin Ao patted Long Aoshin, and his sobbing voice became louder and louder. Lin Ao lifted the quilt off, glanced at Long Aoshin, and immediately put the quilt back on him. Hurry up and run away. This guy seems to have been really hit. Not to mention the tears, his nose is running all over the floor. Hurry up and leave. Just as Lin Ao was about to run away, Long Aoshin behind him lifted the quilt again and threw himself on Lin Ao's back with a cry. Brother Lin he. The brutal howl gave Lin Ao goosebumps all over his body. Lin Ao seemed to feel something wet on his back. He grabbed Long Aoshin's hand with his backhand and completed the over-the-shoulder throw that he had not completed today. Bang! Long Aoshin was thrown to the ground hard. Lin Ao quickly took off his shirt to check. Sure enough, the hairy nose was stained with snot. It wasn't because of your sadness. Now it's not just as simple as throwing you. He just turned around and wanted to throw the clothes into the washing machine, but he felt an extremely high level of resentment behind him. Lin Ao rolled his eyes, threw away the clothes in his hands, turned around and did a roundhouse kick. This is the dividing line between time. At this time, Long Aoshin was huddled in the corner of the sofa with his face bruised and aggrieved. How are you? Have you calmed down? Lin Ao wiped his hair and came out. He had just exercised and taken a shower and felt comfortable. Brother Lin, are you too cruel? I've already been like this and you still hit me so hard. Long Aoshin stared at Lin Ao with resentment. He received a lot of blows when he went to Sing K today. He was happily shopping and eating with a few girls. The atmosphere was harmonious. He wanted to make friends here too, friend. After eating, we went straight to the theme and sang K. As soon as Brother Tien opened his mouth, it was really unpredictable. He was completely immersed in his own singing. When the song ended, there was still one person who fainted in the box. When Aoshin woke her up, she screamed in horror and ran out of the box. Then ding, ding, and ding, messages came from the phone one after another. Aoshin opened it and took a look, and everyone said that he had left beforehand. Originally, Aoshin was like this, and he had a lot of fun in the KTV alone. Just when I was getting ready to go back to work, I was playing a certain music in the car, and it hit the push button in the same city. What appeared was his KTV singing figure, hanging on the hot list. The window God gave him appearance was open, but it was a pity that he used the door. Caught his throat. In the video, Long Aoshin was singing. The owner of the video was probably shaking. The video kept shaking. After a while, the phone fell to the sofa and turned black, but Aoshin's voice was still heard. He was probably the one who fainted. Recorded by girls. She is so ruthless. She is already famous for being able to insist on recording such a scene. The video had 100,000 likes. When he clicked on the comment area, Aoshin's psychological defense completely collapsed. Listening to your singing reminds me of a car accident involving 10,000 people and injuring 1,000,000 people. This song is a bit difficult for you. You can start with some simple songs, such as Two Tigers, or something like that. If someone else sings, I have to pay the copyright fee. If you sing, please pay the medical expenses. You should sing to the people who hurt you. No, I'm hallucinating after listening to it. Mom, I can't tell the difference, I can't tell the difference. When did my brother Tien feel so wrong? He immediately responded, saying that my brother praised me for singing well, and suddenly his certain music account gained 100,000 plus followers. He still insisted on it. Just start a live broadcast and stop singing. They are still happy to see a beautiful vase. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. When he returned to Sicily, several colleagues looked at him strangely, probably because they had seen his videos. Brother Tien angrily took a leave of absence and went back to his dormitory to recover from his injuries. Aoshin, when you look for a wife in the future, look for someone who can support you in singing. At least she can live with you until you grow old. Lin Ao is not used to him. This is the first time the eldest young master faces life. In the past, he was surrounded by many people who knew his identity and flattered him. Now it is good to face the reality as soon as possible. I just don't know if his father will use a certain sound. It's exciting just thinking about it. Long Aoshin went to take a bath, and then the sun became bright again. He didn't expect that he could adjust his mood so quickly. Brother Lin, I thought about it while I was taking a shower, and you seem to be right. From now on, I will keep inviting those girls over to see who can sing with me, and I will chase them. Lin Ao was relieved just now. After hearing what he said with a serious face, the corners of his mouth kept twitching. What kind of brain circuit is this? Who first drags her to sing karaoke when looking for a girlfriend? Lin Ao could only pray for the girls who would meet Aoshin in the future. Next, Lin Ao told Long Aoshin about Lu Nian's plan in detail. Including what happened to him tonight, how he wanted to help Joanna get to the top, etc. So we can fight soon. Long Aoshin couldn't wait to get some exercise. After all, he had been trained by Lin Dong for so long and had been promoted to Grandmaster. He couldn't fight Lu Nian with all his strength, and it was useless to fight Lin Ao with all his strength. He longed for the moment when he was cruel. Now the opportunity finally came. He didn't care how Lin Ao ran away from Joanna or how he controlled the stronghold here. He just had to obey their orders, whether they were fighting or singing. Lin Ao sometimes really wonders how Brother Tien has such a long brain, and his focus is so novel. He stopped wasting more brain cells on Brother Tien and went to bed after explaining the main points. Tonight in Sicily was incredible. 80% of the people in the venue were women, and they all named Lin Ao and Long Aoshin. As a result, both of them asked for leave. The waiter persuaded them to leave reluctantly, and threatened the waiter to explain. God must see them. In a villa, Chen Hao angrily smashed everything around him. He was extremely angry. Damn you bitch. Damn it. Damn it. Just as bitch as that bitch who committed suicide. Damn it. Chen Hao went to check the news and found that the entire army had been wiped out. Obviously she didn't take anyone out today, only a man and a little girl, and he asked 3 Shantian realm people to follow him. How could the whole army be wiped out? His eyes were full of fierceness, and losing several Shantian realms now was really a fatal blow to him. I can only endure it for now. Come on, check the identities of that man and that little girl and see what their relationship is with that bitch. Keep an eye on her 24 hours a day. Chen Hao took a deep breath and showed a cruel smile. In the Longmen, the old sect master was drinking tea with Mr. Hong and talking about the mountains. Suddenly, Mr. Hong's expression changed and he wiped his eyes, a little in disbelief. He handed the phone to the old door owner with a weird look on his face. The old door owner took the phone and looked at it. It was obviously Lin Ao's singing video. He looked stunned. Why is Aocean so popular in a certain music channel? A certain music is really popular. Someone probably bought it secretly. I can't let myself get hurt. Such a perfect work must be pushed out. The old door owner opened it in surprise, and the sound coming from the phone shocked the people around him. But the strange thing is that the old door owner actually squinted his eyes, turned up the volume to the maximum, and gently tapped the table with his right hand in time with the singing. How did you catch such a weird rhythm? Hello. Mr. Hong and the others looked at the old sect master with increasingly strange eyes. My son finally has some of the demeanor I had back then. The people around him unconsciously sat far away from some of the old sect masters, and used exercises to seal their ears to block the singing voice coming from Lin Ao on the mobile phone. Chapter 101 Joanna, the Homely Beauty. The days passed peacefully for a few days, but they weren't really peaceful at all. Sicily is now crowded with those girls every night, and the biggest purpose is to see Lin Ao. His video has completely gone out of the circle, and many people came here to see this handsome face and devilish voice. Lin Ao can be said to be a one-man force, constantly breaking Sicily's daily performance. Some people even wanted him to sing a song. Many people were making noises. Brother Tien really almost went up, but fortunately Lin Ao held him down. If you don't want to die in society again or pay a lot of medical expenses, just stop. Lin Ao returned to the rest area and saw Joanna. She seemed to be waiting for him. Lin Ao walked towards her. Tomorrow is Lulu's first day of school. You come with me in the morning. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Is Lun Yen's execution date tomorrow? Okay, I'll get up early tomorrow and go with you. Joanna said nothing more, stood up and prepared to leave. Joanna has yet to give him a clear answer to Lin Ao's request that night. You should get off work early tonight and get up early tomorrow. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao, turned around and left. Lin Ao looked at Joanna's back, and then the sound of a big microphone came from behind. Brother Lin, that guest appointed you again. Mi has been very enthusiastic about Lin Ao recently, and she feels like she wants to be Lun Yen's stepmother. Lin Ao has been shying away from her. Lin Ao has clearly rejected her, but he still hasn't dispelled her enthusiasm. With such good appearance, strong earning power, and a child, I would be the most suitable candidate in my mind if I married him without even having a child. Lin Ao nodded. There was no need to think that it must be a poem letter. Since Lin Ao chatted with her on the first day, he came here almost every day and named him several times a night. Lin Ao became a little scared as he became more and more arrogant every time. She is the boss of a technology company in Pengdong City. She has a net worth of tens of millions and her family is also in business. She is not short of money. She even bought gifts for Lin Ao, but Lin Ao declined them all. As a result, she became more and more entangled. Lin Ao. Lin Bei, come and sit. Before Lin Aorin arrived, Shihan enthusiastically went over to hold his arm and pulled him to the booth. Lin Ao had no choice but to smile politely and let her be pulled away. At this time, on the second floor, Joanna watched this scene, frowned slightly, turned around and walked to the office. Lin Ao got up at 6:30 the next morning, dressed up, and walked to the third floor of the bar, where Joanna lived. This was his first time setting foot there. Because he received a message from Joanna in the morning asking him to go up and have breakfast with them when he was ready, and then set off together. He came to the third floor and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door was opened. Lin Ao's eyes lit up with Joanna dressed at home. She tied a single ponytail casually, with a few strands of hair falling from her forehead, revealing her snow-white neck. She wore an apron around her waist and held a hand in her hand. Hold a spatula. At this time, Joanna's usual cold and desolate temperament was greatly reduced, and there was a hint of fireworks. Come in, I'm still frying the eggs. They'll be ready to eat in a moment. Lin Ao walked in. The room was decorated in a modern and simple style, with white and warm colors as the main colors. At this time, Lun Yen walked out, rubbing his little eyes. He must have just gotten up. Dad, you are here. Joanna heard Lun Yen's voice, and quickly put the eggs in the pot on a plate, wiped her hands in her apron, and then naturally went over to pick up Lun Yen and took her to the bathroom to wash up. For a moment, Lin Ao seemed to really see his wife and daughter. Everything was so natural and warm. He walked to the dining table and sat down. Lun Yen's laughter and Joanna's scolding sounded in the toilet. Lin Ao's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. There is a trace of longing in the eyes. Soon Lun Yen finished washing, and was expertly carried back to the room by Joanna to change clothes. After a while, Lun Yen with a ponytail appeared in front of Lin Ao. Joanna returned to the kitchen and made breakfast. Do you enjoy such royal treatment every day? Lin Ao whispered to Lun Yen. Otherwise you would think that I recognize this mother correctly. Lun Yen looked proud. Lin Ao didn't say anything to hit her and make you proud. When I ask you to turn over the cards, I'll see if you are still proud now. Soon Joanna walked out with 3 breakfasts. Each person has a sandwich with an omelette and a glass of milk. Lin Ao's portion was also specially increased in size, fearing that he would not be full. Joanna sat down naturally and ate her breakfast. By the way, she cut Lun Yen's sandwich into small portions for her convenience. It seems that Joanna has adapted to this new role in the past few days and is extremely skilled. Lin Ao also observed that the 90-degree right angles on the left and right, tables, chairs, and corner walls were all covered with anti-collision strips, and the floor was neatly filled with children's toys and storybooks. It can be seen how caring Joanna is. Lun Yen is really pampered like a little princess here. Is the portion enough? If not, I can make another one for you. Joanna saw that Lin Ao had finished eating, worried that he had not eaten enough, and she was a little nervous inside. Lin Ao was Lun Yen's father and the first boy to enter the room. No, that's enough for breakfast. Joanna nodded silently. She wanted to chat with Lin Ao for the rest of the day, but she didn't know what to say. She kept thinking about what to ask. Say something. In the process of thinking, the time came to 7:30 unknowingly. School started in half an hour, so they were silent with each other in the cafeteria for almost half an hour. Lun Yen kept looking at the two of them. The milk in the cup was gone. He even poured it into his mouth, but there was no one left. Ahem, Mom, it's almost time. Lun Yen reminded her, and Joanna seemed to wake up suddenly. Huh, oh, go pack your things for school, and then we'll set off. Joanna stood up in a hurry, picked up Lun Yen's small school bag and some paintbrushes, and then picked up Lun Yen and went out with Lin Ao. The school is very close. You can reach the school gate within 10 minutes by car. Joanna looked at the little dudin in front of her, telling her what to do in school, just like a mother sending her child to school for the first time. Lun Yen didn't dislike Joanna's nagging, but instead looked like he was enjoying the nagging. Little did they know that someone in a car was facing the 3 of them and pressed the shutter of the camera. I think Lulu knows. Lin Ao watched those students go in and couldn't help but remind them. In exchange, the 2 beauties, one big and one small, looked at each other with blank eyes. Okay, I'm superfluous, thank you. Finally, Joanna finished speaking and asked Lun Yen to follow the teacher into the school. She watched Lun Yen being taken into the teaching building before turning around. Joanna asked several people to keep an eye on the school nearby to prevent unnecessary things from happening. She was a little afraid that Chen Hao would go crazy. Let's go back. Joanna called Lin Ao and returned to the car. After Lin Ao got in the car, he couldn't help but bring up what happened that night again. Anna, how do you think about what you said that night? When Joanna heard Lin Ao's question, she took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ao seriously. Are you sure you want to participate? Lin Ao nodded. Good. Joanna finally agreed, and she felt relieved at the same time. Because she has been thinking about this issue these days. Now that I have finally decided, I feel a lot more comfortable. If something unexpected happened, she would definitely let Lin Ao take Lun Yen away. Chapter 102. Has this iceberg melted? You said she and this man took this child to school today. Chen Hao stared at the photo handed over by his younger brother with a look of disbelief on his face. Joanna, could he not know that she had misogyny? Normally, there would be no members of the opposite sex around her, and there were rumors that she was a lesbian. Now, a man and a little girl suddenly appeared next to them. Could it be that you were just pretending before? There was a wild man outside a long time ago, and he gave birth to a bastard. Now that I am powerful, I will take them back, right? Chen Hao's eyes flashed fiercely, and he thought about it for a while. He imagined the whole plot. Boss, her people have been squatting around, as if they were guarding against us. The younger brother told Chen Hao what he saw today. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to go into the school to find out the news, but found that Joanna had arranged many people around the school. The more this happens, the more it proves how nervous Joanna is. That child is indeed her bastard. Unexpectedly. Chen Hao lit up a cigar with a gloomy expression on his face. It was not that he had never thought about Joanna back then. Thinking of that face that brought disaster to the country and the people, his heart rate involuntarily accelerated. However, Joanna was very cunning and had strong force. I regretted sending her to the palace of the King of Hell. If I had known, it would be better to keep her by my side like this. After her damn mother committed suicide, there was a replacement. The more Chen Hao thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. Go ahead and continue to monitor them. If you have the chance, take action immediately. Chen Hao squinted his eyes. He didn't believe that there was airtight protection in this world. As long as he was patient, there would always be a chance. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had already imagined how Joanna would beg for mercy in front of him after kidnapping the child. Thinking of this, he was filled with evil fire and called his younger brother to bring a few people over to vent. In the evening, when the kindergarten was over, Joanna called Lin Ao and went to the kindergarten to pick up Lun Yan. Why don't you just go to work tonight? My commission for the past 2 days has been almost 1 million. When she was approaching kindergarten, Joanna said something incomprehensible. Haha, is store manager Chow reluctant to give up the commission? I still need more money to buy a house and a car. Lin Ao didn't quite understand what Joanna said. What does it mean to simply go to work? So I made a little joke. What? Are you uncomfortable living here? Can I change you to a larger room? Joanna continued driving without looking away. No, isn't this because I want to save more money to support my daughter and wife in the future? Squeak. Just as Lin Ao finished speaking, the car suddenly came to a sudden stop, which startled Lin Ao. What happened? Joanna calmly continued to start the car. No, there was a dog just now. Joanna's face was calm, but the thick fat could not stop the frequency of her heartbeat, and her breathing was relatively rapid. She thought about what Lin Ao meant by that sentence. Is he going to remarry? Are you going to take Lun Yan away in the future? Or the wife he mentioned refers to me? No. Waves of messy thoughts hit Joanna's mind, and a few minutes' walk felt like hours. No, it's nothing. Don't take what I just said to heart. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Why is it so weird? What does it mean? Why did you become a riddler? The car stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten and they got out of the car. The parents around her raised eyebrows. Joanna attracted the attention of all the male parents, while Lin Ao attracted the attention of all the female parents. I was shocked in my heart. Why did such a golden boy and girl suddenly appear and come here to pick up the child? At this time, a young man came over to Joanna to report the day's situation. Joanna nodded and waved her hand to let them leave first. At this time, the kindergarten door opened, and soon she saw Lun Yan's dejected face, but when she saw Joanna and the others, she immediately became full of energy and ran towards them. Joanna was very attentive. She caught Lun Yan as soon as he appeared and noticed that she looked a little tired just now. Dad, Mom. Lun Yan rushed over and hugged Joanna's thigh. Joanna hugged Lun Yan. Let's go home, Mom made delicious food for you. You can also eat with us. Lin Ao didn't even say anything, but Joanna arranged it again. They returned to Joanna's cozy nest. Joanna put on her apron and went to the kitchen to get busy. Lun Yan and Lin Ao were sitting on the sofa and playing around. Joanna looked at the father and daughter on the sofa, with a smile on her lips, as if the glacier was melting under the warm winter sun. She subconsciously hummed a nursery rhyme and started busy in the kitchen, her eyes seeming to have more color. Joanna agreed to my participation in the Palace of Hell. Lin Ao hugged Lun Yan and talked about today's content with Joanna. I believe that soon, I will be able to help Joanna completely control Peng Dong's part of the Palace of Hell. Lun Yan nodded. Unexpectedly, the speed was quite fast. In less than half a month or faster, Chen Hao would completely disappear from Peng Dong. Then there is only one goal left. Uncle, Mom, you have to get it quickly. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Lun Yan. You took this thing down as soon as you said you would. And have you ever thought about how to explain it to her after you take it down? Lun Yen also had a headache with this problem. It was impossible to lie for a lifetime. Lun Yen actually didn't want to lie to Joanna all the time, because Lun Yen had already included Joanna in his list of important people. Lun Yen is indeed a little more selfish these days, and he hasn't thought much about the consequences, or he doesn't think about it subconsciously. Uncle I. Lin Ao patted her little head. Okay, Uncle will find a way, just stay well. Lin Ao knew what Lun Yen was thinking about her. The little girl was also pitiful. It shouldn't be the case that both of them were pitiful. They were both born in the palace of hell and had similar experiences. Now they have fulfilled their own regrets. After hearing about Joanna's life experience, Lin Ao finally understood why Joanna was so kind to Lun Yen. Lin Ao's eyes gradually became firmer. Since he has the ability, he will support them and them. If you meet the sect master, kill the sect master. If you meet the palace master, kill the palace master. You will not give up so easily in this life. Now I have more responsibilities, so please work harder, Lin Ao. It didn't take long for Joanna to bring out the food, and Lin Ao quickly went into the kitchen to help get the bowls. As a result, Joanna slapped her angrily. Have you washed your hands? Your hair is frizzy. Go and wash your hands quickly. I'll just take it. Lin Ao's mind was buzzing. Joanna had just unlocked a new expression. Did she scratch me? Did you even take a photo of me? Why are you still standing there? Wash your hands and eat quickly. Joanna's cheerful voice came out of the restaurant. Yes, it was cheerful. Incredible, incredible. Lin Ao hummed in a daze, then went out and sat down after washing his hands. Looking at Joanna, who was busy coming in and out, Lin Ao saw another side of her. Chapter 103. Long Aotian is extremely smart. Joanna was in a good mood, and these small actions were done subconsciously, without even her noticing it. She made 4 dishes and 1 soup today, including chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed eggs, steamed sea bass, fried vegetables and lotus root soup. It was enough for 3 people. Anna, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Lin Ao looked at the delicious dishes on the table and couldn't wait to taste Joanna's cooking. It's really good. He didn't expect someone who is usually so cold to cook such delicious food. This morning's breakfast surprised him, and he didn't expect that dinner would be even more surprising. It really goes with the old saying that if you can walk in the hall, work in the kitchen, and you are 100% patient and attentive to your children, you will be the best choice for your wife. I'm used to it. I usually do whatever I want. Today I'm celebrating Lulu's admission, so I did a little more. Now Joanna finally no longer had dinner alone, with only 1 lamp, 1 table, and 1 chair. She looked at Lun Yen and Lin Ao. He showed a satisfied smile, and his eyes turned into a beautiful crescent shape. Lin Ao was very satisfied with the dinner. Joanna's cooking is really good, but she accidentally ate too much. Joanna watched Lin Ao stretch out in the chair, smiled and cleared the dining table. Okay, thank you for the treat Anna, it's delicious, I like it very much, and I have enough time to prepare for work. Lin Ao looked at the time, stood up, said hello to Joanna and was about to go out. Joanna poked her head out of the kitchen, looking like she was hesitating to speak. In the end, she didn't speak and nodded towards Lin Ao. Lin Ao smiled at Joanna, opened the door and walked out. Lun Yen stood at the door of the kitchen and looked at Joanna. Mom, don't you want Dad to deal with those little goblins? The plate in Joanna's hand was so frightened by Lun Yen's words that she almost dropped it. Lulu, who taught you the little fairy? She glanced at Lun Yen angrily. Uncle Yaren taught me this. He told me that the people around my father are little goblins who will suck away all his energy. Lun Yen would always think about Long Aotian if he had any good things. Joanna listened to Lun Yen's explanation, her temples bulged a little, and her eyes flashed with a hint of evil. She thought why Lin Bei, the brother, said everything to children. He must have taught Lulu a lot of bad things before he came here. Long Aotian shivered in the changing room. The weather was a bit cold today. It seemed that he would need to add more quilts tonight. He looked at Lin Ao's changing wardrobe and hummed an unknown song. The night is too long, brother Lin abandoned me. Aotian's cold despair in the changing room. Shut up. Suddenly Lin Ao's voice interrupted Long Aotian's mage chanting. I'm taking the test, brother Lin scared me to death. Where have you been? I can't see you all day. Lin Ao opened the cabinet and took out his clothes. He looked around and found no one. He pulled Long Aotian over and whispered in his ear. Aotian, are there people from your Longmen here? When Long Aotian heard that it was time to get down to business, he nodded seriously. When he came here, he contacted the people in Longmen and could take action at any time if necessary. Have your people look up Chen Hao, the current nominal boss of Sicily and one of the 10 guardians of the Yama Palace, and find out where he lives. Lin Ao was preparing to give Joanna a surprise. Okay, I'll arrange it in a moment. Long Aotian nodded excitedly. Come to live, come to live. Brother Lin, let me tell you something, an incredible thing. Long Aotian and Ilian were so mysterious, the corners of his mouth were tilted to the base of his ears, and even AK couldn't hold it down. What's up? Seeing him like this must have made Lin Ao very happy, you could tell by the way he grinned. He, my dad and my mom called me to compliment me on how good I sang. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. What is this? The old door owner called him and said he sang well. My dad also showed it to my relatives and acquaintances, and they all praised me for singing well. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth gradually twitched. It was too abstract. It was really too abstract. He couldn't imagine how much psychological shadow it had on the hearts of those who received the old Dragon King's video. If it were him, he would have uninstalled the video. I have to report that video. Ahem, that's good, not bad, keep it up. This greatly increased Aotian's confidence in singing. Originally, he was clearly aware of his shortcomings, but now he is fine. His father took the lead in giving him sugar-coated bullets, but now he is completely confused again. Long Aotian scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Lin, can we go together one day? Take Lulu and the others with you. Lin Ao was so shocked by his words that the hairs all over his body stood up. He didn't notice that one of Long Aotian's hands reached into his pocket, fiddling with something. Ahem, let's wait until Chen Hao's matters are settled before we go. Business is more important now. Lin Ao casually dismissed Long Aotian and put it off first. It wouldn't be that fast anyway, and he would probably forget it by then. Brother Lin, once you say something, it's hard to catch up. Yeah, hard to follow. You promised not to go back on your promise. If you go back on your promise, your Pennius will lose 5 inches. No regrets, no regrets. Lin Ao agreed wholeheartedly, and it would be over after all. Long Aotian's eyes flashed, he took out his mobile phone and wrote in the memo. Brother Lin on March 22, 2025, 9 p.m. Promise to go sing K with me after I deal with Chen Hao. Then I posted the recording just now. He listened to it several times to confirm that it was correct and clicked save. Lin Ao stared at Long Aotian's operation in stunned silence, his face already twitching. Where did you learn that? A certain sound. How long have you been studying? The first time you rejected me. Okay, this is how you play, right? Do you still want to lie to me? 6. Lin Ao's temples jumped suddenly, and he gave Long Aotian a thumbs up. Absolutely, this operation was perfect for Long Aotian. Lin Ao was not wrong this time. Long Aotian also saved a cloud backup in front of Lin Ao, and this time he stopped Lin Ao's idea of destroying the body and eradicating traces. This time I really got full marks. After doing all this, Long Aotian immediately called the person in charge of Longmen here and told him the general situation. It is estimated that the results will be available in the next 2 days. Lin Ao looked exhausted and was pulled out by Long Aotian to prepare for tonight's business. As soon as they appeared, the girls cheered. They are all regular customers of Lin Ao and the others. Lin Ao put on a professional smile and started to walk over. The carnival night is about to begin again. Chapter 104. Everyone's thoughts are racing. Ever since Lin Ao and the others arrived, Sicily has become more and more lively. The 2 brothers have also become the treasures of the store. The 2 of them were already walking around many women with ease, causing bursts of laughter like silver bells to ring out. Time flies so fast, it will be 12 o'clock soon. After Joanna put Lu Nian to sleep, she came to the first floor and prepared to start the carnival tonight. Many male customers in the store chose Sicily just to see Joanna's beauty. Although I couldn't talk to her, it was worth seeing Joanna for more than a minute every night. Joanna said the opening words as usual, but tonight she was obviously a little absent-minded. As she spoke the words, her eyes drifted to the other side. On a booth, Lin Ao's hands were imprisoned in that soft place by Shi Ying again. I don't know why Joanna's eyebrows twitched unconsciously. The tone of the opening couldn't help but become a little heavier. Then, the carnival time begins now. After Joanna finished speaking, she threw the microphone to the waiter aside, turned around and left. She came to her exclusive seat on the second floor, holding a glass of red wine and looking at Lin Ao's table. She originally wanted to go back to the house, but she always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, so she couldn't help but come here again and look at Lin Ao downstairs. It must be that Lin Bei is afraid that he will be unkind to others. The girls who come to the bar are just to vent their emotions. They are definitely not sincere, and they will definitely not be kind to Lulu in the future. She was talking to herself while drinking, as if she was trying to convince herself of something. Xiying and Lin Ao seemed to be chatting happily. Suddenly Xiying kissed Lin Ao's face, but Lin Ao pushed her away with a smile. Crack! There was a crack in the glass in Joanna's hand. Tisk, you are really a little fairy. Joanna dropped the wine glass in her hand on the table, stood up, turned around and left, leaving a fragrant breeze behind. Her temperament at this time seemed to have changed back to the iceberg that rejected people thousands of miles away. Lin Ao was smiling happily below, as if he was being watched. He raised his head and looked around, scanning Joanna's position on the second floor. He didn't find anything unusual. Is it an illusion? Bei, what's wrong with me now? Are you still looking at other people half-heartedly? Let's continue drinking. Xiying took Lin Ao's hand and said sweetly. Lin Ao smiled, picked up the cup, and prepared to take another 2 sips. Ding! At this time, his cell phone rang with a message notification tone. Lin Ao was a little confused. It must not be Gu Wanqing and the others, because they knew that Lin Ao was probably not free at this time. They all chatted with him at 7 to 8 p.m., or from time to time during the day. We'll find him. He put down his wine glass and opened his phone to look at it. I'll deliver Lulu myself tomorrow, you don't have to come. It was from Joanna. He was confused. She had obviously sent a message to Lin Ao after dinner and said that she would finish work early tonight and that she would send Lunyan to school together tomorrow. How could she change it? Bei, you're not paying attention again. Lin Ao put away his phone and showed a professional smile. He would check it out later when he went back. Joanna had returned to the room at this time, opened Lunyan's door and saw that the little thing had fallen asleep obediently. She quietly walked to Lunyan's bedside, lowered her head and kissed her forehead gently, smiled, and then quietly exited the room. She picked up her clothes, went to the bathroom to take a bath, and lay quietly in the bathtub with her eyes closed to relax. From time to time, I opened my eyes and looked at the mobile phone lying aside. The screen did not light up and there was no notification sound. She checked to see if she had muted the sound and turned the ringtone to maximum volume. Joanna put down her phone and continued to lie back. Time continued to flow, and her originally soothing face and eyebrows twitched a few times unconsciously. Her breathing seemed to be a little faster. The pair were full, and every time she moved up or down, she felt full. Her breathing drove the water in the bathtub, forming ripples like waves. Damn it! You won't reply to the message after seeing it. Don't you know why? Joanna opened her eyes with a sulky look on her face, which was completely different from her appearance outside. She herself paused in astonishment. Why am I angry? Why should you care if he replies to the message? Joanna's head was buzzing at the moment, and she immediately dipped her head into the bathtub. Gulu 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 gulu. Joanna kept spitting bubbles in the water, like a little goldfish. Huh. After a while, he sat up and exhaled a long breath. She had just sorted out her thoughts. Maybe it was because of Lunyan that she cared about this man. Today she was confused and confused. She had to have a correct attitude in the future. She patted herself gently. Face. Ding. Just when she decided to do this in the future, her phone rang at this time. She immediately took it over and quickly opened the screen. She clicked on the chat window. I finally got rid of that guest, what's wrong? Didn't we agree to meet tomorrow? Joanna looked at the message and unconsciously smiled. She typed a few words in the chat window and then quickly deleted it. There was a hint of cunning in Joanna's eyes. Since you ignored me just now, I won't ignore you either. What about the correct attitude you just promised? This is to make things right, right? If you ignore me, I will ignore you. A woman's heart is really a needle in the sea, and you never know what she will do in the next second. Lin Ao looked at the messages on his phone and turned off the screen. He decided to go to her place early tomorrow morning, although he didn't know the reason yet. He quickly spoke to the girl at the front desk and sneaked back to the dormitory, otherwise Xiying and the others would get tangled up in him again. Now they were becoming less and less concerned about anything. No one around them expected that Lin Ao would have been eaten to pieces long ago. Lin Ao, the male guests around him, was so angry that his back molars were almost broken. Every time Lin Ao left those people, he wanted to go up and get acquainted with this beauty. She seemed to be a lonely person, otherwise how could she find someone to chat with? Who knows how Shi Ying would like people who have eaten ashes and are used to eating delicious food from all over the world. Lin Ao sneaked back to the dormitory and took a shower. He came out and looked at his phone. He lay on the bed and looked at his phone and found that Joanna had not replied to his message. Asleep? So early? Shouldn't it? After asking 3 times in a row, Lin Ao didn't understand at all for a while. Why? He replied to the message only about 10 minutes apart. Why didn't he reply to the message? Joanna, who was also lying on the bed, opened Lin Ao's chat interface, pursed her lips and smiled, then turned off the screen and went to sleep. Lin Ao waited for a while and reluctantly turned off the screen and put the phone aside. It was better not to question others. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Boom. Brother Lin, sneak away without calling me brother. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened by Lin Ao, and he rushed towards Lin Ao on the bed. Lin Ao turned over and kicked him out. Roll. Chapter 105. I need to vet now. Zhonghai City, Zhonghai Villa No. 1. Ji Wanqing, Lu Mengan and Qin Yun were sitting on the balcony, drinking wine while looking at the moon. There seems to be no movement from the people in the Palace of Hell recently. Ji Wanqing took a sip of her wine and felt very happy. Their Zhonghai aristocratic family had united together and had begun to bear fruit. The boundaries of Zhonghai had become a piece of iron. Well, is there any news from Lin Feng? Lu Mengan lay lazily on the couch, like a cat. It's interesting to talk about this. Guess who contacted me? Ji Wanqing showed an intriguing smile, while a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Who is it? Could it be Lin Feng himself who contacted you? Ji Wanqing smiled and patted the blushing Qin Yun lovingly. You are so imaginative. You are Luo Yanran from Lin Ao Company. Qin Yun has let herself go since she joined Hongyan Pavilion, especially after Ji Wanqing and the others saw the chat records between her and Lin Ao. When she is alone with Lu Mengan, she will show her truest side. This little girl sometimes has some bolder ideas than Ji Wanqing, while Lu Mengan is relatively conservative and can easily become shy. Lin Ao, you are really capable. I'll tell you some news. I'm going to bring Luo Yanran into Hongyan Pavilion. I've been investigating her during this period, and she basically meets the conditions. I'll bring her over to meet you in a few days. I believe there will be a lot of new things to talk about. Ji Wanqing had met Luo Yanran in private and also confirmed the marks on her body. Anyone with a mark will either be brought to his side or killed. Back to Lin Feng, Luo Yanran gave Lin Feng a false information under Lin Ao's instruction. He contacted Luo Yanran a few days ago and said that he was going to set up a company here and started to intercept the Lin family's orders and projects. Probably in half a year. Our operations can begin now. Ji Wanqing shook the red wine in her hand and looked at the moon with a murderous expression. If she had the chance, she would like to kill Lin Feng with her own hands. After all, her strength has now reached the level of a grandmaster, and her strength is increasing little by little every day. Lu Mengan and Qin Yun's eyes also showed unkindness. Lin Feng, who was overseas at this time, didn't know that he had been targeted by several people. Pendong, Sicily. Lin Ao got up early like yesterday. He walked to Joanna's door and rang the doorbell. After waiting for a while, no one opened the door. He couldn't help but press it again. Still no one opened the door. He thought he wouldn't go out so early, right? Or stayed in bed. Just when he wanted to go back, the door was opened. Come in. Joanna's voice was completely different from yesterday. Lin Ao seemed to have been showered with cold water early in the morning and couldn't help but shiver. Why does it feel like she is angry? I didn't do anything, did I? Wasn't it fine yesterday? Lin Ao smiled awkwardly and followed her into the house. Joanna was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron just like yesterday, but the temperature of her aura was a little low today. Suddenly a flash of light flashed through Lin Ao's mind. He cheered secretly in his heart, I know. My aunt must be here. No wonder you should mess with her less today. Women on this day are the most deadly. Lin Ao immediately sat down on the table in an upright manner. He nodded, so that there shouldn't be any fault. Lu Nian walked out of the room at this time. She had already changed her clothes and looked at Lin Ao with a strange look on her face. "What are you doing?" She sat next to Lin Ao and asked quietly. "Aunt Joanna is here, don't mess with her." Lin Ao gestured with his head to Lun Yen and looked at Joanna, who was busy in the kitchen. Lun Yen rolled his eyes at Lin Ao. Didn't he have a fever today? How does he know whether Aunt Joanna is here? If Lun Yen really came, would he know? Just as Lun Yen was about to say something, Joanna came out with breakfast, but only for 2 people. "Place one of them in front of Lun Yen. If you want to eat, go get it yourself," Joanna said lightly to Lin Ao and started eating by herself. Lin Ao chuckled, walked into the kitchen, and winked at Lun Yen crazily. "Look, I guessed it right, the aunt's woman has such a bad temper." Lun Yen's head suddenly hurt. This was obviously because Lin Ao had done something to offend Joanna. "Who would make breakfast for you when your aunt is here? It's okay if I don't blow the basin on your face." Lin Ao came out with breakfast and started eating silently with his head down. "Look, the portion is smaller than yesterday, that's what I'm saying." Joanna secretly glanced at Lin Ao from time to time, but was caught by Lun Yen. She looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. Was there something going on that she didn't know? They just finished breakfast in silence and went out. Joanna told Lun Yen to pay attention to safety just like yesterday. Then get back in the car and return to Sicily with Lin Ao. Go somewhere with me later. Lin Ao nodded and did not ask where he was going. It was not a good time to ask random questions today. Joanna was silent all the way. They drove for more than half an hour, and several vans followed them quietly. After more than 10 minutes, Joanna drove to a cemetery. She originally planned to come over today to visit her mother and sweep her grave, because she wanted to tell her mother about Lun Yen. This was the only happy thing for her in so many years, and she wanted to share it with her mother. As a result, by some strange combination, he brought Lin Ao with him. Joanna took Lin Ao to a tombstone. The photo on the tombstone was of a beautiful middle-aged woman. The appearance is somewhat similar to Joanna. "Is this your mother? Did Chen Hao bury your mother here?" Joanna looked sad and shook her head. "This is where I buried her. It's an empty tomb." Chen Hao didn't even tell Joanna where her mother was buried. He just said she died of illness and buried her somewhere. Back then, she didn't have the capital to resist Chen Hao, so she couldn't pry his mouth open at all. There were some things that she simply couldn't imagine. She had also investigated the cause of her mother's death, but found nothing. Everything had to wait until Chen Hao was killed to force him to tell him. She wanted to get back her mother's bones. She wanted to torture him slowly in front of her mother, leaving him dead without any body parts. Joanna clenched her fists tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably. Lin Ao could feel the anger in Joanna's heart. "Soon, I will help you take revenge in 2 days, Anna." He slowly walked forward and gently patted Joanna on the shoulder. Joanna suddenly turned around and rested her head on Lin Ao's shoulder. "Let me lend you your shoulder and I'll be fine soon." Joanna just leaned on Lin Ao's shoulder and trembled. Lin Ao raised his right hand and wanted to pat Joanna's back gently, but he hesitated whether this move would annoy Joanna. Lin Ao gritted his teeth and patted Joanna's back gently and slowly. Joanna's trembling body slowly stopped, her hands that were hanging down slowly raised, and gently pinched the corners of Lin Ao's clothes. She works hard but is not greedy. Just a little bit of clothes is enough, just a little bit. Time seemed to have stopped. The 2 stood silently in front of Joanna's mother's grave. Her mother's photo looked at them with a kind smile. Lin Ao suddenly frowned. Some people are looking for death. Joanna raised her head gently after hearing this, with an unprecedented expression on her face, but her eyes were slightly red and moist at this time. She took out a silk scarf and gently wiped the corners of her eyes, then reached back and wiped Lin Ao gently. Her clothes were soaked. His eyes suddenly changed, and a fierce anger filled his whole body. "Half for you and half for me." She looked at Lin Ao, her voice cold and cold. "How about I do it all? No, I need to vent now." Chapter 106 Joanna unlocks new expressions. Lin Ao nodded helplessly. They separated at the same time and got into the surrounding woods. Lin Ao sensed the location of the visitor and walked through the trees. When the group of people saw Lin Ao and Joanna suddenly moving, they dispersed. They clenched their guns and divided into 2 waves to chase after them. I saw them getting into the forest and suddenly losing sight. How did they find themselves? It's obviously still about 50 meters away. 1, 2, 3, 6 people, this is too underestimated of me, I don't know how many there are in Joanna's side. Lin Ao jumped down from the tree. Hey! The few people below heard the sound coming from above. They were startled and quickly raised their guns and found that no one was there. I'm here, idiot. Suddenly, the sound just now came from behind, and Lin Ao came quietly behind them at some point. The man closest to Lin Ao wanted to turn around and shoot, but it was too late. He felt a severe headache, then his vision went black and he passed out. At the same time, on the other side, several gunshots were heard, and the exchange of fire between them and Joanna had begun. Lin Ao frowned, worried about Joanna's safety. He used the Yang Shenju with all his strength and quickly rushed towards the other enemies. Joanna snatched the gun from the corpse in front of her, kicked him out, and then quickly looked for other bunkers. The man who had just been alone was knocked down by her sneak attack, and the others quickly responded. Joanna lifted this man up and used it as a cover, which worked very well and helped her block a lot of bullets. Joanna hid behind a tree and wandered around, making it impossible for those people to target her. She seized the opportunity and fired at several enemies. One of them was hit in the crotch and let out an unprecedented scream. Several other companions felt a stinging pain in their lower bodies and goosebumps all over their bodies. I don't know if this woman did it on purpose. It seems that this guy didn't read the almanac when he went out today. The remaining few people were easy to deal with. Joanna took advantage of their panic and moved to other places. After a few people reacted, they found that she had disappeared. Panic sets in, and the hunter becomes the prey. They were back to back, thinking that this would protect them from Joanna's sudden attack. Joanna smiled cruelly after one surgery. It's really ridiculous. Isn't this a living target? She raised the gun and aimed at that location again. Boom! A gunshot sounded, and they were all frightened into a cold sweat. Another friend covered his crotch and let out a violent scream. The remaining two people looked at the two people who fell on the ground with their livers and gallbladders broken. This kind of mental torture was really terrible. They immediately separated and fled. It didn't matter whether he had a mission or not. The little brother was about to explode. Who dared to stay here? Do you need my help? Joanna quickly turned around and pointed the gun behind her. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she breathed a sigh of relief when she realized it was Lin Ao. Stop one for me. After saying that, Joanna and Lin Ao chased in two directions at the same time. After a while, several gunshots rang out. After a while of calm, another fierce roar sounded in the forest. Lin Ao dragged a fainted man back, while Joanna came back satisfied. Lin Ao looked at the people on the ground and was shocked. You should mess with your aunt's woman. He couldn't help but shudder. He glanced at Joanna secretly and found that there was a smile on her face again. But this smile made Lin Ao shudder. Oh my god, Nian Nian, I'm a little scared now and even want to quit, is it okay? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that Lu Nian was alone in school and just wanted to communicate with Joanna. Her cell phone rang. Joanna frowned as she listened to the call, and was visibly relieved when she finally hung up. It's the Lulu side. Lin Ao believed in Lu Nian's strength, but was just afraid of those extremely low probability things happening. Joanna nodded and then spoke. I had arrangements with Lulu before. Almost at the same time, a group of people wanted to kidnap Lulu from the school, but my people stopped them. We injured several brothers here, and the Penghai Special Police were alerted, arrested those people. Several people from our side also came in. Lulu is fine. My assistant has taken her back to Sicily. She will be safe in Sicily. Joanna breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, tight arrangements had been made. When she answered the phone just now, her heart was in her throat, fearing that something might happen to Lu Nian under such an arrangement. Then her face was full of gloom. Chen Hao really didn't miss any opportunity now. She will go back now to gather people, dig deep into the ground to dig him out, and kill him even if she pays a small price. Lin Ao saw Joanna's anger. He looked at Joanna seriously. Give me 2 days, and I will take you to kill your enemies. Joanna looked at Lin Ao with a serious face in shock. She did not ask him what to do specifically. She responded softly, and now she chose to trust Lin Ao for once. They returned to Joanna's mother's tomb again. Joanna's men were already on their way here. After all, the people here still needed them to deal with. This time Joanna did not let Lin Ao accompany her here, but asked him to wait for her in the car. She wanted to talk to her mother alone. After Lin Ao left, Joanna squatted in front of the tombstone and gently touched her mother's photo. Mom, did you see that person just now? Do you think he will be like that man? Mom, I have a child now, but she is not biological. She is very cute and sensible. I didn't expect that God would still take care of me. Mom, I found that my world has become different, congratulate me. Mom, I'm so scared. Mom, I really miss you. Whispering one after another, like the breeze, I hope it can bring these words to my mother. Joanna slowly took off her mask, bit her lip and cried under her mother's kind smile. She gently pressed her forehead against her mother's cold portrait, trying to feel her mother's warm palms in this way. The crying was getting louder and louder. At this moment, Joanna was letting out her emotions wantonly, including nostalgia and pain. Suddenly, Lun Yan's warm smile appeared in her mind, and finally turned into a smile. Mom, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Lin Ao hid behind a tree and looked at Joanna. He looked at this woman tenderly, believe me, soon, very soon you will be able to kill your enemy. Joanna returned to the car 15 minutes later. Lin Ao was already sitting in the driver's seat. It's hard to take a taxi here, pretty girl. How about I give you a ride? Lin Ao looked at Joanna with red eyes and made a little joke. Joanna was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Sometimes people are like this, just waiting for you to make her smile sincerely with every bad joke. This was the first time that Lin Ao saw Joanna smiling so brightly. She was a little distracted for a moment, and she unlocked another expression. Joanna had already returned to the car, looked at Lin Ao who was stunned, and gave him an angry look. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Why don't you drive quickly? Lin Ao seemed to be hallucinating. Was this Joanna? She actually made a joke to me. Let's go now. Lin Ao came to his senses and started the car. On the way back, the carriage was enveloped in warmth. Chapter 107 Move Out. They returned to Sicily, and the members inside all looked serious. The assistant ran over and reported today's details to Joanna. Then Joanna arranged for her assistant to spend some money to fish out the people on her side. They paid a lot of taxes, both black and white. After the arrangements were made, she took Lin Ao up to the third floor. She wanted to see Lun Yan quickly, in case she was frightened. Joanna looked anxious and hurriedly opened the door. After entering, he immediately scanned the living room and found Lun Yan opening a bag of potato chips, eating them, and then watching gangster movies over and over again. After Joanna saw the real person, her hanging heart was relieved. Mom, Dad, you are back. Lun Yan looked calm. She would still be fine even if there was no one arranged by Joanna today, but don't underestimate Yi Lu. It was still an advanced version of Yi Lu, that had been trained by Lin Ao's mother. Joanna smiled slightly, walked over and hugged Lun Yan in her arms. Are you scared today? Mom was careless, and she won't do it again. Joanna fearfully touched Lun Yan's back. Mom, I'm afraid, can I not go to school first? Lun Yan's eyes flickered and his tone became panicked. Okay, we are staying at home now, and when things are settled, Lulu, let's go to school. Joanna felt even more distressed when she heard Lun Yan's tone. She was also a little scared. She just waited until Chen Hao's matter was completely over before letting her go back to school. Lin Ao stood behind. You don't know what Lun Yan's intentions were. He just gave her a blank look without revealing it. He sat comfortably on the sofa, peeled the orange and ate it. Joanna frowned. What are you doing? Aren't you worried about your daughter at all? You haven't gone over to comfort her since you came back. Joanna turned around and glared at Lin Ao, who was confused. This father was really heartless. He hadn't even farted since he came back, and he was still in the mood to eat oranges. Seeing Lin Ao deflated, Lun Yan hid in Joanna's arms and snickered. Ahem, Lulu, don't be afraid. Eat the orange. Dad will help Mom deal with the bad guy these days. You will be able to go to school soon. Lin Ao is not a vegetarian either, making you chuckle. Joanna glared at him angrily again. It's really lucky that Lun Yan, a father as nervous as you, hasn't gone missing in these years. Nothing happened to him. Lin Ao smiled awkwardly and handed a piece of orange to Joanna. Let's have dinner here at noon. Joanna took it angrily, stuffed it into her mouth, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Are you going to take action next? Lun Yan ran over and threw herself into Lin Ao's arms, asking in a low voice. Well, I have asked Aoshan to find Chen Hao's location. We should be able to reach him tomorrow at the earliest or the day after tomorrow at the latest, and then give this great gift to Anna. Lun Yan noticed Lin Ao's name for Joanna. This morning, the progress bar was loaded. What did he do behind her back? Lin Ao accompanied them here to finish lunch. Anna, Both Yaren and I are taking a day off tonight. Joanna took a deep look at Lin Ao, was silent for a while, and then nodded. Just when Lin Ao opened the door and was about to leave, Joanna shouted to him. Be careful. Lin Ao turned around and smiled at her and nodded. After going out, Lin Ao called Long Aoshan's phone and asked him to meet at the door. Brother Lin. Lin Ao went out and saw Long Aoshan waiting at the door. Aoshan, is there any news from Longmen? Long Aoshan nodded. I found some information. I don't know which building is in Kandlin Villa district in Pengdong. Non-owners are not allowed to enter there. I have already asked someone to check the owner's information. I guess it won't be that fast. Lin Ao nodded. You told your people not to check. Since it is confirmed that I can get the owner's information in Kandlin Villa area. After saying that, Lin Ao took out the phone and dialed a number. What's the matter? You're a busy man. Are you back? Everything has been resolved. Where are you now? Have you come to the company? A series of questions came from Luo Yanran on the phone, and there seemed to be a hint of happiness and expectation in her tone. No, please help me check something. Find out which building the owner named Chen Hao is located in Kandlin Villa district, Pengdong City. Lin Ao didn't talk nonsense to Luo Yanran and quickly arranged a job for her. Wait for my call. Luo Yanran on the other end of the phone curled her lips and hung up the phone on Lin Ao. She was complaining about Lin Ao in her heart. Can't she just ask how you have been lately? Luo Yanran quickly asked people to investigate through the Lin Group's relationship network. People in the company now treat Luo Yanran like Lafayette, and Lin Ao's announcement that day stunned everyone in the company. 10 minutes later, someone had handed Luo Yanran a piece of information. At this time, Lin Ao and Long Aoshan were already sitting in the car, ready to set off. He knew that leaving it to Luo Yanran would definitely take care of it. The phone rang. Lin Ao smiled knowingly, picked up the phone and answered it. Building 3 has 8 units, Building 6 has 9 units, and Building 11 has 2 units. They are all under Chen Hao's name. I will edit a text message for you later. Goodbye. Before Lin Ao could speak, Luo Yanran hung up the phone. Did I offend her again? So arrogant. It seems like Bupi doesn't want it anymore, right? Ding. A text message came from the phone. It was Chen Hao's address sent by Luo Yanran. He sent several spanking emoji threats on Luo Yanran's chat window. Ding 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 ding. Luo Yanran was bombarded with text messages. Lin Ao smiled and looked at the address information. This Chen Hao, cunning rabbit, has not understood the 3 holes. Isn't this just digging 3 holes in the same place? Lin Ao closed the phone. Aoshan, let's set off. Long Aoshan excitedly started the car and drove towards Kandlin Villa. Pengdong is Kandlin Villa. Chen Hao was furious. His veins were exposed and his face was red. The things around him had been smashed to pieces. No item was intact. He was panting like a mad bull. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In addition to anger, there was also a trace of fear. He was probably trying to use anger to cover up the fear in his heart. His dignity as a man did not allow him to retreat. One of the 10 guardian halls of the King of Hell, now he has to be cornered by a woman. It is really ridiculous. There are not many people around Chen Hao now. Excluding those miscellaneous fish, there are only 2 innate masters left, including himself, that is, 3 innate masters. Why was he being cannibalized by Joanna step by step when he clearly had so many people before? Because of his arrogance, he didn't take Joanna seriously at all at first, and even kept peeping at Joanna's body. By the time he reacted, his remaining strength was no longer enough to fight Joanna. Now he is even more panicked. Joanna will definitely take revenge on him and even directly use the rules of the Palace of Hell. Although he is also in the Shantian realm, he does not guarantee that he can beat Joanna. He is planning to sell all his properties in the past few days and flee abroad. As long as he has money, even the Palace of Hell will not be able to do anything to him abroad. Chen Hao no longer has the heroic temperament he once had. The older a person gets, the more he cherishes his life. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan had arrived near the Kandlin Villa area and found a place to sit down and wait for darkness. After finding out where Chen Hao is, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. Tonight is his death. Chapter 108 Infiltration. Night falls. Lin Ao drank the remaining Fei Jai water in one gulp. Let's go. He greeted Long Aoshan and walked towards the villa area, with Long Aoshan following closely behind. Aoshan, let's split up and look at the 2 farthest points. If there are none, we will meet at the last building. Lin Ao planned to act separately from Long Aotian, which would greatly increase the efficiency. It would not take long for two masters to go around. Okay brother Lin, remember, sing K, sing K, sing K. Long Aotian looked at Lin Ao with a fiery face, while Lin Ao's mouth twitched slightly. Can you not let my mentality break my guard when doing business? Lin Ao had no choice but to nod. By the way, don't rush up and kill someone. This person must be left to Joanna to do it herself. Otherwise, it won't be singing karaoke, but directly karaoke you. Lin Ao warned Long Aotian and disappeared. Long Aotian tilted his unique smile, and with a whoosh, he also disappeared from the periphery. In the Candlin Villa area, two fast figures were shuttled back and forth. Long Aotian couldn't help but think of the Lin family manner. After special training, he felt that a 3-year-old child could sneak into this kind of place. It also had a private villa area. Long Aotian looked down upon it, laughed. Lin Ao and Long Aotian arrived at Unit 8 of Building 3 and Unit 2 of Building 11 respectively. They were all dark. Lin Ao and Long Aotian went directly to check. After 15 minutes, each sent a message to the other. No one, just some of my subordinates. The two of them were in similar situations, and Chen Hao himself was not seen on either side. That left only 6 buildings and 9 units. After a while, Lin Ao felt Long Aotian's aura and moved towards him. Aotian. Long Aotian was closer and arrived earlier than Lin Ao. At this time, he was hanging on the tree like a monkey. Lin Ao appeared and stood on the branch. He glanced helplessly at Lin Aotian, the ape, and said, "Can you be more like a sect master? If your subordinates see you like this next time, is it really okay? Brother Lin, this place is almost the same as the other place. Do you think he is in there?" Long Aotian turned to look at Lin Ao who was standing on top, turned over and stood on the tree with Lin Ao. Lin Ao looked at the villa. Like the others, it had an independent courtyard and green plants surrounding the main house. It had an absolutely private space. No matter how noisy it was inside, it would not affect the neighbors. There are some boys inside who are chatting and patrolling in the yard outside, and there are also a few people who look like little bosses. The other 2 locations are similar. If there is a problem in one of them, the other 2 locations will be notified, and Chen Hao will have time to react, whether to escape or fight. You wait here for my next move. After saying that, Lin Ao disappeared again. Long Aotian just wanted to take the initiative to invite him. It seemed that brother Lin was quite anxious. A few minutes later, Lin Ao appeared behind Long Aotian again, and he showed a satisfied smile. Go out first, I'll ask Joanna to come over. Chen Hao is probably hiding here. After a while, 2 figures appeared outside the Candlin Villa area. Lin Ao dialed Joanna's number and was answered immediately. Joanna had probably been waiting for this call all night. Found it. Joanna's voice came from the phone, her tone more excited than usual. Found it. Come to Candlin Villa now. I'll wait for you at the door. Lin Ao didn't waste any time and directly told Joanna the address and asked her to come directly. It took Joanna only 20 minutes to travel 30 minutes away. Lin Ao waved to Joanna, she parked the car next to her, immediately opened the car door and got out. She was wearing a black sportswear and her hair was tied into a ponytail, making her look very dry. I just went in and determined his location. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao and Long Aotian and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. I will listen to you next time. Tell me how you need me to cooperate. There was a trace of impatience in Joanna's eyes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, and she would be able to deal with that scumbag tonight. Okay, come with me. Lin Ao understood Joanna's mood. After all, he now felt the same way towards Yi Chen as Joanna felt towards Chen Hao. No, he should be more impatient than her and wished to kill him right now. Several people came to the wall of the villa area again. Do you want your child in the front or in the back? Lin Ao looked at Joanna seriously, and Joanna was stunned by his question. What does it mean? What's in front and behind? Joanna looked a little silly and tilted her head. Oh, I'm sorry, do you want me to hold you or carry you on my back? I'll take you directly there to avoid other troubles. Lin Ao wanted to take Joanna directly with him so that they could get there easily and at the same time avoid the cameras inside and avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Ao thought so, but he didn't know if there was a deeper meaning. Long Aotian stood aside, glanced at Lin Ao and Joanna, and curled his lips. Brother Lin is the only one who can talk about taking advantage so openly. Should I mention that Joanna is a perfect master, how could such a laxly guarded community be discovered? But he didn't expose it, and was very sensible. Brother Lin, I will go in first and keep an eye on him in case he has moved and we don't know. After Long Aotian finished speaking, he jumped inside and disappeared in front of them. He took out the memo as he walked. Help Brother Lin create an opportunity once, and it will be counted as 0.5 karaoke times. Joanna finally understood what Lin Ao said and felt a little unnatural for a moment. She had never been treated like this by a boy. He was a little confused for a moment, but he seemed to agree with what Lin Ao said. He didn't realize that he was also an innate master. One was pretending to be deaf and the other was pretending to be dumb. Then carry it on your back. Joanna's ears turned a little red, and her heart beat inexplicably faster. Okay. Lin Ao turned around and bent down slightly. Joanna gritted her teeth, jumped slightly, lay on Lin Ao's back, and hugged Lin Ao's neck tightly. A man's breath came towards her, making her feel a little panicked, and she even wanted to jump immediately. Calm down. There was some instinctive resistance in her body, because she didn't have any affection for those men. It was an accident for Lin Ao. Lin Ao felt a gust of fragrance coming over him, and then he felt two soft touches on his back, pressing against the back of his hand. His hands naturally wrapped around Joanna's thighs, which were soft and comfortable. Lin Ao calmed down and jumped into the sky. During the movement, due to the bumps, the back was constantly rubbed and squeezed out of shape. The heartbeats of both of them were speeding up. After contacting Lin Ao this time, Joanna did not have an electric shock reaction with Jiyu Wanqing and the others, which seemed very normal. During the short journey, Joanna felt that time was very long, while Lin Ao felt that time flew by so fast. They came to the tree before, and Long Aotian was already waiting for them on the tree. Long Aotian looked at the two of them with an intriguing smile. Chapter 109 Clearing the Place. Arriving under the tree, Joanna immediately got off Lin Ao. She took a few deep breaths and adjusted her thoughts. Brother Lin, the staff has not changed, what are you going to do? When Long Aotian saw that Lin Ao and the others had arrived, he came down from the tree and couldn't wait to start. But he hadn't moved his muscles for a long time. You and Anna are responsible for the people outside, leave the inside to me. Long Aotian nodded with Joanna. Then they went directly to the yard outside the villa and hid under a bush. Lin Ao nodded towards the two of them and jumped up to the roof. Long Aotian made a gesture and asked Anna and her to split up. There are estimated to be about 8 people in the outer courtyard, and they can be solved quickly if they split up. Lin Ao came to the 3rd floor and looked outside the window of Chen Hao's room. Haha, you are still playing, right? You still have fun, right? He complained and walked around, appearing on the balcony on the other side. The people on the balcony didn't react at all and fell down. Lin Ao used all his strength to run Yang Shenju. Starting from the 3rd floor, all those people were knocked unconscious by Lin Ao silently without making a sound. Lin Ao walked to the villa door and opened it. Joanna and Long Aotian outside the door also ended their fight, and everyone fell to the ground. I don't know why, but Chen Hao's subordinates with innate realms didn't appear. They were just ordinary guards here. They were probably placed in 2 other places as bait. When Joanna and the others saw Lin Ao opening the door, they immediately walked in. As soon as Long Aotian came in, he complained about the decoration inside. No one else has this kind of taste. It's so vulgar. Do all old men have this kind of taste? It was only then that Lin Ao noticed that the decoration here did have a bit of a taste of time. Which floor is he on? Joanna didn't pay attention to anything else. Now she just wanted to know where Chen Hao was. On the 3rd floor, I will take you there. He is very happy right now. Long Aotian was a little confused, why are you happy? The two followed Lin Ao to the 3rd floor, and he understood what Lin Ao meant. There was a woman's sobbing voice coming from inside, as if she was performing particularly hard, and the acting skills of those island teachers were not as good as hers. Mr. Chen, why are you in such a high mood today? Did someone offend you? Long Aotian leaned against the door and listened with interest. Lin Ao scratched his head in embarrassment. This is something I didn't expect. There was a live broadcast just after I got here. Joanna rolled her eyes at Lin Ao. She made a move towards Lin Ao, but she stood aside. She didn't want to stain her eyes for a while. What's the matter? You still want to learn on the spot? How can you learn to listen to the root of the wall? Lin Ao pulled away Long Aotian, who was still lying on the door. Just as he was about to kick open the door, he paused. No, with Aoshin here, it was not his turn to do it. Hey, Yaren, seeing how interested you are, why don't you go in and perform a foreplay for him? Long Ao Tiangong had a look of disappointment on his face, but when he heard what Lin Ao said, his eyes suddenly lit up. Foreplay. Is that acting? Hey. Brother Lin, store manager Chow, just stand aside and watch. I'll be back as soon as I go. After speaking, Long Aoshin hurried downstairs, leaving Lin Ao and Joanna confused. Long Aoshin came up after a while. His clothes were stained with blood, his hair was messy, he had 2 guns in his hand, and he had a thief look on his face. Lin Ao and Joanna both widened their eyes. Joanna thought to herself, Lin Bei, this brother, must have come from some hospital. No wonder he called Lulu such a weird thing. In the future, Lin Bei and Lulu should be less close to him. It's a pity that Joanna never expected that her name would already appear on Long Aoshin's KTV list, and she couldn't escape. Hey, Long Yaren, I'm ready. Now let me show you what acting is. After speaking, Long Aoshin rubbed his eyes and yawned several times, causing a trace of tears to appear in the corners of his eyes. Then he blinked at Lin Ao and Joanna. The two quickly stood aside and looked at him blankly. Long Aoshin took a deep breath, kicked the door open, and immediately rushed in with a sad and angry expression. Facing the ceiling. Bang, 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 bang. Many shots were fired in succession. Ah, fuck. Chen Hao on the bed was so frightened that he shrank back, his face turned blue and white, and the woman under him also let out a shocking scream. You two adulterers and whores. I hate it. You said you went out to work part-time tonight to pay for your children's tutoring. Is that why you came here to work part-time? Ah, Li Qianchen. Long Aoshin looked crazy, with red eyes pointing a pistol at the two people on the bed. Chen Hao stared at the woman next door with wide eyes, and kicked her to the ground. The woman rolled to the ground in pain, and Aoshin's eyes widened, staring at the woman who was kicked out of the bed. Brother, listen to me, don't be impulsive. I don't know what her relationship is with you. I really don't know. She seduced me. Chen Hao immediately explained to Long Aoshin, with a panic look on his face. He didn't have any weapons at his disposal now. Although he was an innate master, but if he attacked suddenly, if Long Aoshin discovered it first, he would be dead with one shot, so he first stabilized Long Aoshin's mood before looking for an opportunity. Long Aoshin looked at the woman on the ground without looking back at Chen Hao. He suddenly screamed a few times and fired many shots on the bed. Bang, 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 winking face bang. Bang, 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 bang. Long Aoshin looked at this masterpiece with satisfaction. He drew a circle of human figures along Chen Hao's posture and surrounded him. Chen Hao was so frightened that he shrank back a few inches. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he thought to himself, it's over. This is a madman. The woman on the ground turned pale with fright. He didn't know this person. What Li Qianchen? How did a foreigner get her Chinese name? Long Aoshin threw the clothes on the side to the woman on the ground. Hurry up and get dressed for me, bitch. I will forgive you this time for the sake of the child. Hurry up and go home to make midnight snacks for the child. Chen Hao's eyes widened. It's over, this damn guy is still a lunatic. The woman on the ground was so frightened that she didn't care what this lunatic was saying. As long as she could walk, she picked up the clothes on the ground and rushed out of the door. As soon as she turned around, she was knocked unconscious by Joanna outside the door. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao and told him not to look. Lin Ao turned his head away in embarrassment. Brother, I really don't know her. How about I give you money to calm down? Chen Hao really believed Long Aoshin's lies. I'll give you the money right now. After saying that, he slowly turned around and reached for the bedside table beside him to open it. His eyes gradually became fierce. Bang, 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 hand bang, 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 bang. No, I don't want money. You are not allowed to move. Long Aoshin fired many more shots at Chen Hao and hit another humanoid stroke. At this moment, Chen Hao's heart collapsed. He didn't even feel so broken and uncomfortable when Joanna took over. This lunatic made him almost crazy. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao outside the door, and Lin Ao also glanced at Joanna. Joanna gave Lin Ao a wink. Is this man your brother? Lin Ao was only embarrassed. He really didn't expect Long Aoshin to show up like this again, just like he didn't expect him to take out the recording. Masato, let him put on his clothes. Long Aoshin, who still wanted to continue performing, heard Lin Ao's voice, his expression changed, and he looked at Chen Hao on the bed jokingly. Did you hear me? Put on your clothes and let's talk slowly. Boom. Long Aoshin fired another shot, which directly gave Chen Hao a physiological reaction. Chen Hao's face was gloomy, and he put on his clothes when Long Aoshin pointed a gun at him. He could see that the boy in front of him was playing tricks on him, and he seemed to have guessed something. His face became even more ugly, as if water was dripping from his face. Chapter 110 got it back. Brother Lin, store manager Chow, are already dressed. Chen Hao had already put on his clothes. When he heard Long Aoshin call the store manager, he confirmed his suspicion. How could it be so fast? He has made an appointment with an agent tonight and will sell all the properties here tomorrow and prepare to run away with the bucket. He arranged his 2 Shantian realm men in 2 other villas, just to prevent someone from raiding him, so that he could tell him to evacuate, or if there was an attack here, they would support him from both sides. As a result, there was no sound at all, and they were controlled by them. He has never seen the madman in front of him. Joanna's new little brother. At this time, Chen Hao's heart could be described as panicked. Everyone below was frightened by Long Aoshin's words. Now his face turns blue and white. Joanna and Lin Ao walked in. Long Aoshin was staring at Chen Hao with a gun at the side, not giving him a chance to fight back, let alone Lin Ao. Tisk, 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 I'm so embarrassed, Chen Hudian. Joanna looked coldly at Chen Hao, who had messy hair and an angry look on his face. Joanna, what do you want? If you let me go, I can promise you to withdraw from Peng Dong immediately, give up the position of the Guardian Hall, and tell you where your mother is buried. Chen Hao mentioned Joanna's mother and probably wanted to use this to change his life. Joanna walked slowly to a chair nearby and sat down. She pulled out a knife from her waist and inserted it into the armrest of the chair. Let's talk first. After I confirm it, I can consider letting you go. Lin Ao walked to Chen Hao's side, concentrating strength on his fingers. What do you want to do? Chen Hao looked at Lin Ao, who was approaching with a cold face, and kept retreating, only to be held back by Long Aoshin with a gun. Move again and I'll shoot right away. Chen Hao could only stand there and watch Lin Ao walk over, with cold sweat pouring down his face. He could feel that the young man in front of him was very strong. Just now, Lin Ao's luck Yangshan Ju, the momentum had already overwhelmed him. Out of breath. Lin Ao didn't say anything. He walked up to him and pressed hard on Chen Hao's pubic area. Ah! A scream pierced the night sky. At this time, Chen Hao curled up on the ground in pain. His cultivation was broken by Lin Ao's finger. Heart-wrenching pain surged from his dantian to his whole body. Chen Hao had become a complete cripple, or rather ordinary people. Okay, he doesn't pose any threat anymore. After Lin Ao checked the cabinets to confirm that there were no thermal weapons, he then went to lock all the doors and windows before walking back to Joanna with Long Aoshin, leaving time for Joanna. Chen Hao, who was curled up on the ground, was in pain and his nose was dripping with tears. His face was full of despair. He, a master of the Shantian realm, was directly crippled by Lin Ao. Joanna glanced at Lin Ao. Lin Bei was indeed a careful person. Not only did he neglect Chen Hao, but he also checked the room so carefully, even under the bed. If she knew about Lin Ao's past experience, you would probably be as neurotic as you are. No one would want their enemy to be rescued at the last moment, or to be counterattacked or something like that. It is a simple method to deal with Chen Hao and Lin Ao. Chen Hao, tell me, where are my mother's ashes? Joanna turned to look at Chen Hao, who was on the ground like a dead dog. Her tone was emotionless and emotionless. She was not afraid of Chen Hao committing suicide at all. People like him didn't have the courage. He was no longer the same Chen Hao he used to be. I said, after saying this, I beg you to let me a way of life. I have been crippled and cannot pose any threat to you. As long as you promise me, I will say it immediately. Chen Hao, who was on the ground, endured the pain and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Joanna. He didn't have any capital to fight back, so now he could only beg them to be lenient. Okay, I promise you. There was a trace of teasing on Joanna's lips. Chen Hao raised his head with a grateful look on his face. Joanna was sent to the Palace of Hell, and her mother committed suicide not long after. Chen Hao was also very angry at the time, and originally wanted to bury Joanna's mother anywhere. But then I thought about it, if Joanna withstood the training of the Palace of Hell and came out, she would definitely come back to find her mother. Just in case, he cremated Joanna's mother and put it in an urn. He really waited until Joanna returned to Pengdong. He used this to threaten Joanna at first, never telling her where her mother was buried, and asking her to help him handle affairs in Pengdong. Moreover, Joanna could not make trouble by herself, and she was surrounded by his people, so he started wander as you like. Joanna took the opportunity to constantly turn his power into her own, ultimately causing the consequences she has today. I hid it in the basement. The password for the basement is CH55,687,745,568. Chen Hao said it obediently, and Lin Ao signaled to Long Aotian, who immediately went out and walked to the basement downstairs. By the way, can you tell me the password again? I was a little distracted just now. Who would have thought that Long Aotian, who had just gone out, would come back again? Lin Ao, Joanna, and Chen Hao on the ground all twitched unconsciously. Chen Hao became more and more convinced that this man was a madman. Joanna asked Chen Hao to write down the password and give it to Long Aotian. In about 10 minutes, Long Aotian came up with a simple urn. Seeing this, Joanna's eyes turned red, her cold face became very sad, and tears fell down. With trembling hands, she carefully took the urn cup from Long Aotian's hand. Joanna hugged it tightly in her arms, and she couldn't help crying anymore. Heartbreaking cries echoed throughout the room. Long Aotian walked up to Chen Hao and couldn't help but kick him on the head. Lin Ao opened his arms and gently embraced Joanna. In arms. Joanna tightly grasped Lin Ao's clothes with one small hand and vented her emotions wantonly in his arms. Her tears had already soaked Lin Ao's clothes. Joanna had waited too long for this day. Finally he welcomed his mother back to him. Lin Ao gently patted Joanna's back. At this time, Joanna was a helpless girl. Lin Ao took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and gently helped Joanna wipe away her tears and snot. Her little face was already red from crying. After a few minutes, Joanna calmed down, and Lin Ao looked at her tenderly, waiting for her to slowly calm down. Joanna raised her head in Lin Ao's arms, like a little kitten, lovable and different from her before. Thank you. She smiled at Lin Ao, and suddenly she kissed Lin Ao gently on the face. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. The scenery at this moment was so beautiful that it captured his mind. Chapter 111. Okay. Joanna left Lin Ao's arms. Can you keep it for me? She held the urn and looked at the stunned Lin Ao tenderly. I need some time to myself. Lin Ao came back to his senses and took the urn of Joanna's mother with a serious expression. This was an urn that could potentially become a mother-in-law's, so it must be treated with caution. Chow Anna smiled tenderly at Lin Ao again. Ever since she got her mother's urn back, her previous heavy emotions suddenly dissipated a lot. Her mother had always been her worry, but now she was completely relieved one night. Her mentality, there may be new changes. Then she turned to look at Chen Hao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Long Aotian has been kicking Chen Hao on the ground since Joanna started crying. He despises a despicable person like Chen Hao for threatening others with the ashes of other people's mothers. It really opened his eyes. Long Yaran, leave the rest to me. Long Aotian stopped when he heard Joanna's voice. He nodded and stepped aside. Ciao Joanna, you promised me that as long as I tell you you will let me go. Chen Hao lay on the ground and begged Joanna weakly. Joanna gave him a teasing smile. I agreed, but I didn't say I couldn't go back on my word. Do you believe what the woman said? She picked up the knife that had just been inserted into the chair and slashed Chen Hao's heel. Ah! Chen Hao let out a huge scream. Joanna's face was expressionless, looking at the blood all over the floor without blinking. Have you forgotten? What kind of organization are we? Where did I crawl out from? Joanna smiled cruelly and continued to swing the knife. Chen Hao's hand tendons and hamstrings were all cut off by Joanna. Did Joanna have blood splattered on her face, which added a bit of evil charm? Chow Nana slowly turned back. Do you want to watch it next? She asked Lin Ao and Long Aotian gently. I'll always be here for you. Lin Ao seemed to have thought of something, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his face. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Look, this kind of scumbag is eager for me to go up and take action. Bah, he is not a human being. Long Aotian rolled up his sleeves indignantly. He also wanted to go down and help Joanna continue to teach Chen Hao a lesson. If Joanna hadn't wanted to kill her enemy with her own hands, he would have shot this scumbag to death. Lin Ao glanced at this fool, and he sighed in his heart, "You know nothing about Joanna's methods. I hope what happened tonight will not leave any shadow in your heart." Joanna turned back with stern eyes. She slowly raised the knife in her hand, with a cruel smile on her lips. "Please, please let me go." Chen Hao had tears and snot running all over his face. His body was shaking. When he saw Joanna raising the knife again, he was so frightened that he lost control. Joanna looked at a certain place coldly, and slashed cleanly with her knife. Ah! Chen Hao let out an unprecedented scream, 100 times more brutal than before. Lin Ao and Long Aoshan were shocked and had goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw this scene. They both clamped their legs tightly at the same time. Long Aoshan felt a little weak in his legs at this time, and it was chilly down there. His face was pale, he turned his head stiffly, looked at Lin Ao aside, and pulled Lin Ao's clothes with his hands. His eyes were horrified, and he gestured to Lin Ao, who was still wielding a knife. "Joanna. Brother Lin, is this a woman? Have you ever thought about how many people there are in your family? If Joanna finds out and we also lied to her, will she?" Long Aoshan leaned into Lin Aoshan's ear and expressed his worries at the lowest volume. Lin Ao forced a smile and turned to look at Long Aoshan, his trembling lips moving slightly. "Roll." Chen Hao rolled his eyes at this time, foamed at the mouth, and seemed to have lost consciousness. Joanna did not wield the last knife. She felt that letting this scum live like this was the greatest punishment for him. She stood up slowly and stretched herself comfortably, feeling very charming for a moment. Long Aoshan had already supported his legs and walked out of the door, giving Lin Ao a look that was asking for blessings. "Did it scare you?" Joanna slowly turned around, with a smile that was warmer than usual, like a ray of sunshine. Lin Ao shook his head gently, took out a tissue and carefully wiped the few drops of blood on Joanna's face. Joanna closed her eyes and enjoyed Lin Ao's careful care. Suddenly there was an impulse in her heart that she had never experienced before. Was it the stimulation brought to her by revenge? Or are the walls that have been built for many years broken and out of control? She didn't know, she only knew that now she wanted to kiss the man in front of her passionately. Joanna's heartbeat was accelerating rapidly and her adrenaline was surging. She opened her eyes and looked at Lin Ao with a gentle face. She couldn't bear it anymore. She hugged Lin Ao's head hard and kissed him hard on the mouth. Lin Ao was startled and felt a warm breath coming towards his face. Then he tasted something sweet, a feeling that made him close his eyes. Joanna's kiss was passionate and crazy, like a wild horse running wild. She was releasing her emotions to her heart's content. After a long time, Joanna let go of Lin Ao's mouth. Joanna pressed Lin Ao's forehead, both of them were breathing heavily. "Lin Bei." Joanna closed her eyes, enjoying the afterglow of just now. Lin Ao, like Joanna, was thinking about it. "I will be yours from now on. You will be mine from now on. Me, you, Lulu, the three of us will start a family again, okay?" Joanna spoke softly. She completely let go of her heart and decided to take Lin Ao into her heart. In this world, only Lin Ao and Lulu can live in her heart. Lin Ao was listening softly, and when he heard Joanna's last words, his heart trembled slightly. She felt a little bitter in her heart. She fell in love with Lin Bei, and he was Lin Ao. This suddenly disrupted Lin Ao's heart again. Joanna looked at Lin Ao and didn't respond. She opened her eyes and wondered if she was going too fast. "Did you scare him?" Lin Bei, you don't have to agree to me all at once, I can give you time. I'm just too impatient." Joanna was a little panicked at this time. After she took back her mother's urn, she thought about seizing the happiness in front of her. Her life had been gray for too long. She didn't want to miss Lin Ao and kill her enemy with her own hands. For a moment, she couldn't control her thoughts. She was a little panicked in her heart because she took it too much for granted. She didn't even ask Lin Bei if he liked her, so she just vented her emotions in front of him. She got a little carried away. Lin Ao looked at Joanna as if she had done something wrong. Gently he took the panicked man into his arms again. Good. Although Lin Ao was extremely tangled in his heart, he originally wanted to hold off, but when he saw Joanna looking like this just now, he gritted his teeth in his heart. Since he had to do it all over again, he could do whatever he wanted. There would always be a way in the future. At this time, Chen Hao behind him seemed to wake up and let out some moaning screams. It's better not to let such a person live, lest he cause any trouble later. Lin Ao's eyes were cold. He picked up the gun on the ground and shot Chen Hao several times in the head. Joanna nodded obediently, still immersed in the okay she just said. We go home. Well, go home. Chapter 112. Will you live with me from now on? Lin Ao and Joanna left the Candlin Villa district. Before leaving, they cleaned up all their traces to avoid unnecessary things. Joanna said it didn't matter, their Hades palace still had some power in Pengdong, and they only killed Chen Hao. Tomorrow she would arrange someone to take over Chen Hao's remaining power and industry. They returned to Sicily around 11 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ao and Joanna returned to her house. Dad, Mom, are you back? Joanna gently hugged the cute Lu Nian who rushed over. Well, I'm back. Did Lulu take a bath? Joanna gently kissed Lu Nian's little face. Today's mood was the happiest day of her life. Well, Lulu is very good, Sister Nini helped me wash. The little assistant Nini standing aside nodded to Joanna, and then left the room. Okay, Mom will reward Lulu well tomorrow. Joanna kissed Lu Nian again. By the way, there is another good news to tell you. Lulu will be able to go to school happily tomorrow. Lu Nian, who was in Joanna's arms, suddenly became stiff. He really. I'm really happy. I didn't expect it would happen so soon. Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao standing beside her, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Lin Ao curled his lips and showed an innocent smile. Joanna put Lu Nian back on the ground, took the urn from Lin Ao's hand, and took her to the room that had been prepared for a long time. In a small room, there was the tablet of Joanna's mother. She put it in the vacant position, and now her heart that had been hanging was completely put down. She lit 3 incense sticks, closed her eyes, and silently told what happened today in her heart. Tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes, but a smile appeared on her mouth. She opened her eyes, silently inserted it into the incense burner, and looked at the photo on it with a sincere smile. Anna, I'll light a stick of incense too. Lin Ao walked over, Joanna nodded, he lit 6 incense sticks and handed 3 to Lu Nian. They bowed to the spirit tablet and apologized in their hearts. They didn't mean to deceive Joanna. Then Joanna picked up Lu Nian and asked her to put the incense in the incense burner. They walked out of the room, and Joanna said she would go to the kitchen to cook a midnight snack for them. He carried Lu Nian to the balcony. Do you know what Joanna said to me today? Lin Ao sighed to Lu Nian in his arms in a low voice. What's wrong? What can make you sigh? Lu Nian was a little curious about the process tonight. Then Lin Ao told Lu Nian the whole process and sighed again. Lu Nian also frowned. Lin Ao really opened Joanna's heart completely, and the relationship was progressing at the speed of light. The only difficult thing now is, what should they do with this lie? When they came here, they wanted to use Joanna and discard her after using her. By chance, Lu Nian became her daughter. After gradually understanding and seeing Joanna's real care and love, Lu Nian was affected by Joanna's feelings. She was unconsciously immersed in it and instigated Lin Ao to attack, taking down Joanna in one fell swoop and taking down Peng Dong at the lowest cost. Now the hardest step has been completed. But it is also the beginning of the most painful moment, the torment of conscience. Nian Nian, is there anything you can do? Lin Ao frowned and looked at Lu Nian feebly. Why don't you just live your life as Lin Bei? Let's take a walk. Lu Nian had no good solution for a while, so he could only do this. Lin Ao and Lu Nian looked at the moon outside the window and sighed together. They cannot learn from Cao Cao. They would rather teach me to betray the people of the world than teach the people of the world to betray me. What's wrong with you? You can have midnight snack. Joanna's voice sounded behind them, startling them. Ahem, it's nothing, we are sighing that Mom has finally let go of her worries. We are all happy for you. Joanna did not doubt that he was there and smiled happily. This day was probably the most she had smiled in so many years. Okay, let's eat. Lin Ao walked in with Lu Nian in his arms. There are several bowls of tomato and egg noodles on the table. Lin Ao touched his stomach. He was indeed hungry after a night of activity. Lin Bei, you can move in with me tomorrow. Lin Ao choked when he heard this. Slow down, you're so careless. Joanna brought a glass of water to Lin Ao, and picked up a tissue to wipe Lin Ao's mouth. Lu Nian watched the 360-degree transformation of Joanna from the side. It seemed that her mother was deeply in love with her. Uncle Lin Ao, you just take care of yourself. Ahem, I'm afraid that Yaran will be too lonely alone. I think it's better to stay with him. He is like a child. He will not adapt without familiar people around. Lin Ao immediately took out Long Aotian as a shield. He was afraid that coming to live with Joanna would cause her to discover the secret of his cell phone. Many things will be inconvenient. Okay, but you can come to my place to eat your usual meals, and don't do any work at the bar, okay? Joanna thought for a while. Long Yaren did behave like, well, it's hard to say, so let's postpone it for a while. Okay, then shall I find another job outside? I can't help but work, right? Lin Ao could understand why Joanna didn't let him continue working in the bar. It was just those little goblins, and it was indeed easy to get lost in them if you were not careful. Lin Bei, you and Long Yaren can directly join our palace of the King of Hell as worshippers. The monthly salary is 1.5 million. It is enough to live on, and the house in Yancheng is not expensive. Joanna directly asked Lin Ao and Long Aoshan to join the Palace of Hell directly. Are you so rich? Send us so much money every month. Lin Ao had expected it, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Haha, wherever my money is needed, it belongs to the Palace of Hell. If you don't take it, it will be free. From now on, Peng Dong will be the one who has the final say. I will replace Chen Hao and become one of the palaces of the Palace of Hell. At that time, I will submit your information for approval. You don't have to work hard for the Palace of Hell. I don't have a good impression of it. It would be better to say that its existence is like Chen Hao. As she spoke, Joanna's face turned cold. Indeed, she doesn't have the slightest fondness for the Palace of Hell. Although she was brainwashed after going there, it's possible that she was relatively older when she went there, and some of the brainwashing marks are not as profound as those who went there since childhood. When she returned to Pengdong and learned about her mother's death, all her loyalty to the Palace of Hell was forgotten. If it weren't for its huge size, Joanna would have wanted to eradicate it. Chapter 113 I'm waiting for you. Lin Ao was surprised. It was the first time he heard Joanna talk about her feelings about the Palace of Hell. Lun Yan's eyes sparkled as he listened. Uncle Lin Ao, come on, it seems that everyone's goals will be the same soon. My future happiness also depends on you. I don't want to lose this good mother. If Lin Ao knew Lun Yan's thoughts, he would definitely not be able to help complaining, have I really become your father? What about your aunt and me? Oops, I forgot that Helu was still there. Joanna exclaimed, forgetting that there was a child next to her. She immediately went over and hugged Lun Yan. Lun Yan looked helpless as he was carried back to the room by Joanna. Lin Ao was thinking about Joanna's words. Then the next plan can be carried out. Lin Ao suddenly sighed again. He had sighed 3 times this night. If they follow the plan they just arrived, they sneak into the Palace of Hell, help Joanna deal with Chen Hao, gain favor, use Joanna's hatred for the Palace of Hell, reveal their identities, hit it off, and join forces, perfect. It's neat and tidy, and you don't have to think about it so much. And now sigh. Terribly upset. Joanna opened the door and walked out, interrupting Lin Ao's thinking. Lin Bei today Now only Lin Ao and Joanna were left, which made Joanna feel a little uneasy for a while. It was the first time she encountered this situation, the first time she dealt with the relationship between men and women. She is as helpless as a little girl, and at the same time has endless reverie about feelings in her heart. If her heart that has been sealed for so long suddenly opens one day, it will definitely be out of control. Lin Ao stood up and gently hugged Joanna into his arms. Joanna closed her eyes, hugged Lin Ao tightly with both hands, and rubbed her delicate face against his body like a kitten. Lin Ao didn't think about how to deal with Joanna's matter next, so now he could only go on. At first, he had no other thoughts about Joanna, but after what Lun Yan said, her words were like the devil's whisper, constantly taking root in Lin Ao's heart. Especially when Lun Yan said that Joanna was the woman Yi Chen couldn't love, this ignited a fire in his heart. Lin Ao was looking forward to the day when Joanna would stand next to him and stand opposite Yi Chen with him. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't restrain his excitement. At this moment, a golden energy fell from the sky and poured into Lin Ao's body, and the red aura dissipated from Joanna's body at the same time. You should take a shower and have a rest. I'll go back first. Lin Ao wanted to go back and sort out his thoughts and make plans early. Joanna grabbed Lin Ao's clothes with a look of reluctance. Tonight can you stay with me? Joanna's eyes were a little weak. She really wanted someone to accompany her today, and she hoped that this person would be Lin Ao. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Anyway, Joanna really needed someone to accompany her today. Okay, I'll go back first, take a shower and change clothes. Lin Ao kissed Joanna's forehead gently, and Joanna let go of her hand and smiled. She was not at peace in her heart at this time. She had no such plan, but after hearing Lin Ao say that she wanted to go back, she blurted out unconsciously. She was still worried about whether she was too fierce, but there were some things that made Joanna no longer timid once she made a decision, which was in line with her character. Fortunately, Lin Ao agreed. Lin Ao bid farewell to Joanna for the time being, walked out of the house, and returned to the dormitory. He sat on the bed and thought seriously about what was going to happen next. He looked at Jiyu Wanqing's number on his phone and dialed the number. The call was immediately connected. "Master Lin, what's the matter? Do you miss the slave family?" Listening to the familiar voice on the phone, Lin Ao's mind seemed to relax all of a sudden. "I miss you." Jiyu Wanqing paused on the phone. "What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Do you need me to take someone to Pengdong?" From Lin Ao's tone, Jiyu Wanqing immediately realized that something was wrong with Lin Ao at this moment, and he must have encountered something troublesome. "Haha, can't I just miss you?" After listening to Jiyu Wanqing's words, Lin Ao showed a heartwarming smile, and the boredom just now was dispelled. "Guanren, if you move your tail, I will know how long you can last. I can't figure out your little thoughts." Lin Ao lay down on the sofa, as if Jiyu Wanqing was beside him, and his words were still the same. "It's nothing. Everything is fine here. Don't worry, the plan is also going well. How are you doing over there? Recently, you have noticed that those little ladies are sending messages less frequently." Lin Ao relaxed and started chatting with Jiyu Wanqing. "Recently, the little girls have been busier than the other, and they don't know what they are doing. Haha, are the officials afraid that we will be abducted? Don't worry, they are busy now. There is a foreign consortium that wants to enter Zhonghai, and we are busy weaving a net." Lin Ao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Is there any new news from Luo Yanren? The only thing that can keep them busy right now is Lin Feng's business." "Well, Yanren, this little girl, is now under my control. She is already a member of our team Guanren, but she has a good trick unknowingly. I always feel like I have another little sister." Before leaving, Lin Ao told Luo Yanren to contact Jiyu Wanqing directly if there was any situation. After Jiyu Wanqing met Luo Yanren, she found that they were similar in appearance and figure. She, a little man, was really good at choosing people. "Haha, Wanqing, she and I really have nothing to do with each other." Lin Ao explained that he and Luo Yanren really had nothing to do with each other, they just had some physical contact. "Really, but I heard the kiss, is it really nothing? How about I find a good family and let her do it?" The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched slightly. This Luo Yanren really said anything. He didn't even threaten her at that time. Ahem, there must be some misunderstanding, ha ha ha. "It's fine now. I haven't been with Jiyu Wanqing for a long time. I guess I told her all the birthmarks on her body. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Remember to pay attention to safety over there. You can rest assured about Zhonghai. We women are not vegetarians." Jiyu Wanqing seriously warned Lin Ao that Zhonghai was already a piece of iron, and no external forces could get a chance to touch it. Qin Yun and Lu Mengan were just little ladies in front of Lin Ao. In other matters, one was more fierce than the other. Of course there is no need to say more about her. Jiyu Wanqing. "Okay, I understand, thank you for your hard work." A happy smile appeared on Lin Ao's lips, and Jiyu Wanqing and the others slowly became Lin Ao's harbor. "Lin Ao, if you have anything, you must tell me immediately. Do not let me worry. This time, I will do my best to keep you alive. So, please return to Zhonghai safely. I'm waiting for you." Lin Ao listened quietly to Jiyu Wanqing's gentle words on the phone. Good. Chapter 114 3 Questions. Lin Ao calmed down and took a nice bath. He returned to Joanna's house. He didn't ring the doorbell and sent a message to Joanna on Feishan. The door was opened immediately, and Joanna had changed into a set of lace short skirt and suspender pajamas. Her graceful figure was fully exposed, with long white legs and long hair casually scattered on her shoulders. There was a kind of laziness with a fatal charm, coupled with her mixed-race face that was a combination of Chinese and Western. It made Lin Ao lose his mind for a while. "I think I don't need to lose my virginity tonight, right? Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come in quickly?" Joanna rolled her eyes charmingly at Lin Ao, who was stunned, and stretched out her hand to pull Lin Ao in. In a daze, Lin Ao was brought back to her room by Joanna. She closed the door and seemed to have turned the lock. There was no light in the room. She came in and leaned against the door. Ahem, why doesn't Anna turn on the light? Lin Ao turned around in confusion and saw Joanna leaning against the door quietly. Through the moonlight outside the window, he saw that Joanna's breathing seemed to be a little rapid, and her full chest was rising and falling. Anna. Lin Aoshang called Joanna again. He thought he would come up and continue to accompany Joanna tonight, chatting openly, and then Joanna would be satisfied with her spiritual catharsis and go back to sleep beautifully. Joanna's cute little toes were about to make a dent in the smooth surface. She was also very nervous and entangled now. What she experienced tonight